Welcome back, everybody, to Project Harmony. My name's Infernos, just joined here by my favorite man in all of a single state in the United States, and probably a couple others. It's Santos Casts, a.k.a. Santosy, apparently, as it's put in the bottom left. I was questioning whether or not I was even allowed to say that, and we've got it up on the display, so you know what? I'm sending it.
Hey, man, Dapper makes these calls all the freaking time. And we're acting like their stingers in the bottom left haven't said worse shit. So, like, I'm sorry, but apparently we're full sending it today here, Scott.
Apparently, yeah, they knew what they were doing, putting us back on air together. It was going to be either me and Adam, a.k.a. Jazz, or it was going to be me and you. And I think either way it was going to degrade into debauchery in some capacity. We got our first series here of the day of 5 today, actually, as we have 5 games going on as a rehost from last week. We'll go ahead and take a look at the schedule for that and get that up for you guys. The first matchup here will be Girls on Fire versus, that is not correct.
Boo! Boo, Dapper! Boo!
It's Girls on Fire versus Silly Slinkys. That's actually who the first game is. Here, let me look through the sheet and see what the
I can tell you right now, me and you, Scott, for the first 2 games, we have Girls on Fire and Silly Slinkys, and then for the second game, we have the Thirst Trap. We have Thirst Trap going up against the Wildcard Queens. So, me and you have a couple of bangers, especially this first one, man. 2 teams that, have been at the top of the leaderboard for some time now. Granted, we're only 2 weeks in. This is the 3rd play day now. But Girls on Fire, 2-0. Silly Slinkys, 2-0 as well with 1 overtime. Like, today should be a fun one.
Yeah, I think, well, the arguable point is that this is a series and a set of teams that would be pretty evenly matched because they're sitting at the top of the bracket, right, on the OPL page. But it's not necessarily telling the whole story. Girls on Fire are the top leading team, but the 2 teams that they have faced are Wildcard Queens and Akave Black, both of which are sitting bottom of the leaderboard and second to the bottom of the leaderboard, respectively. That doesn't necessarily scream out that Girls on Fire is a team that's going to absolutely shred through a team like Silly Slinkies. When you consider the fact that Silly Slinkies stepped up to the plate and an absolute homer against a team like Admin Abuse, took them to OT and won it out in OT as my dog finally jumps off the chair that I had her there and sends it across the room. That's what that noise was. And then obviously had another good victory, the other one being, I believe, against Wildcard Queens, as these teams have at least that in common. There's a reason why Silly Slinkies has that OT win, and it was still a very well-deserved victory, but statistically, I have to feel like Silly Slinkies is going to be a team that's going to be viewed as being better than Girls on Fire. Though obviously, we'll see that here, Santos, as it comes up.
I definitely think so, right? Because they're, Silly Slinkies have been this just traditionally good roster. You remember them by a couple of different names, but you recognize the names that are on this squad. You have Goddess, you have Marm, you have people like Mine as well, and Mari, who made a statement last season. I think that the Silly Slinkies should be, you would consider them the better team, right? But Girls on Fire, it's not a team to sleep on, despite who they've been playing. You still, have to get the job done to be 2-0.
Yeah, and they Tapper, once again, messed up visual here.
Dude.
Just saying. But yes, for the opposing side of Girls on Fires, I've been given the harder team names that we don't recognize here. Thank you very much, Marvin, for that. We've got Yuling, 8G, Sonny, Soso, Swaggy T, which is an awesome name, might I say. They have Open Spot, unbelievable player that is. And then Elula R6. I'm assuming the R6 is there because it's Rainbow Six Siege. They obviously, like we said, they have a high record. Their KD isn't indicative of them having a landslide victory or anything as well, which is another thing that would be kind of you would be a little bit more worried about when it comes to series like this. I know that I cast the matchup between Silly Slinkies and Admin Abuse, and I know that the kills were very even. It was a very close match. I had to go to OT. So I have to feel like the Wildcard Aces game was where we see the KD kind of differ, the 20 plus up for the Silly Slinky side for their KD. And then they were just a pretty kill-heavy team. They weren't really going for plants that often, especially in a map like Bank. You know how hard it is to plant down in Bank, Marvin. It's a near impossibility down in the basement side, and it's even harder to hold off on the other sites when the sight lines are just so open and it's so darn dangerous. But yep, these are your 2 teams. Go ahead and take a look at the overalls and the head-to-heads. I guess this is the head-to-head. We'll go ahead and look at the overall and the players we wish to highlight as we'll pull up Girls on Fire first. And it will be Swaggy T. Who else? And they got an 18-9 respectable KDR. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, she's doing a lot of work, also playing the objective as well, getting one of those plants down. About a 0.9 KPR, so she's making a consistent impact pretty much round after round, right? Yeah, granted, we're 2 games in, but the 75.0% cost as well. So she, she's kind of getting involved all around the map. And I have to say, it's against Akave and it's against the Wildcard Clean. So we talked about it earlier about how those 2 teams maybe aren't necessarily the strongest in terms of the table right now, but she's still getting the job done. So Swaggy T, your highlight player for Girls on Fire.
Good job. You made it up on the sheet here. And that means we get to say your name more often than not, which I just said. I love that name, so I'm going to be very happy to do it. From the opposing side, who wants Bimarm stepping up to the plate, a single game on their stat sheets, but 13-7 for the KDR, 0 plants. They were not the objective player like we saw for Swaggy T. They were the killing player. They were the player stepping up to the plate. They were a utility player quite as well. 1.18 KPR, 90.9 cost. An unbelievable stat line. You got to really hope that they're also going to be possibly the MVP stepping up, as we'll throw it over to our highlighted player from last week in general. The MVP, the goat of it all. No, it's Elula or Alula. We're going to get this right. Somebody's going to have to send me a pronunciation. Alula, R6. It's just usually like everyone has a gap between that and R6. They put like an underscore. No, that's not a thing here for Alula. It's just Alula.
There was an underscore for her Twitter handle, right?
Really?
For her X handle. I think there was.
Just say Twitter. Just say Twitter.
I guess, yeah, Twitter, right.
I'm going to give you the same sass I give my dad when it comes out. He goes, did you check X today? I was like, no, I checked Twitter. That's what I did.
Oh, we'll bring up the maps for you guys here today. And guess what, Scott? We have to cast Consulate today.
I've never cast a Consulate in my life, and I've played the map twice.
I think I've played it like once. So you guys are in for it today.
Call-outs? Is that what we do?
I think we should. We should.
Because it's been a good 2 years since I casted OG Consulate, pre-rework Consulate. So throwing in Consulate rework, which is just a maze, by the way. I played it once, hated it, said I'll give it another shot, played it second time, and said, yeah, this is just bad.
Is that just a reflection of our drone work? Oh, no.
That may be
we're starting this early. Are we starting this early? Ivy's out of here.
What's new?
We're starting early. Oh, boy.
She's taking a skin off. Okay. Hopefully she sees a doctor. Sriracha?
Mara, you're still on this. Mara, you're still on this. I'm not a big
sriracha. Actually, I can't even say the last time I had sriracha, so I actually don't know what sriracha tastes like.
Have you ever had pho?
Yes, I've had pho.
Dude, sriracha and a little bop of sriracha in there, absolutely and god tier combo. And I could use it right now because my nose is a little stuffy, if you can't tell.
Is that enough to like unstuffy your nose? Is that a thing? I don't know. I don't eat hot food.
Dude,
you can't tell by my very pale complexion on the camera. I can't do spices. I can't.
Dude, pho isn't like it's not supposed. It doesn't have to be.
No,
spicy.
sriracha.
Oh well, sriracha's spicy to you?
Salt is spicy to me half the time. What do you want?
Oh man.
Pretty
Dokebi, Fenrir. Yeah. Dokebi, Fenrir, Mira to close out the ban phase here as we hop into the action. Girls on Fire starting off on the defensive side. And I don't know, Scott. I mean, I think Consulate is defender-sided. I honestly haven't been paying attention, so you could completely just correct me if I'm wrong. But I would feel like good Consulate's a little bit more defender-sided, would you say? I don't know.
With how big of a maze this map tends to be, I have to feel like it is, right? Like, that would be my guess.
Yeah.
Again, I haven't casted it. I hardly watch it, so I couldn't tell you. I'm not Dan. I don't have a stat sheet of every Pro League match in existence, statistics.
Oh, you're not a walking Excel sheet?
I'm not a walking Excel sheet. That is time to light. So I don't have all of that active information in front of me. This is a fun league where I'm having a lot of fun in. I'm not
I mean, why do you think I'm here? You think they bring me on here to like actually solidly cast something?
Dudes.
These dudes are idiots.
They're calling me out. What the heck, man? That's how he sounds like. He's very Cali, dude. Yes, we know you have 5 sway sheets open, Dab. That's just what you do. Also, the running animation of Solus from behind has got to be one of the like funniest looking things.
She's just a sprinter, dude.
She's a runner. She's a track star.
She's a runner. She's a track star. Yeah, dude.
Just had to break out for a moment there. All right, gets officially underway. The prep phase is done. You're welcome, Dap. And we've got a nice overhead view of Goddess attempting to swing in off this eastern side. This doorway has a lot of options and parallels you'll have to be concerned with. A lot of teams and players will used to sit over in that northeast corner by vending. Now it's less of a concern as you have a straight sight line through that drone hole, in through that hallway, which can really catch a lot of teams off guard. They're trying to get stuck into a rotate. That's going to be even more important if you are on that Jackal, which Goddess is, because you can use that Inox scanner to get some extra bits of information and maybe help another teammate elsewhere on that escape for that player on that parallel to try to secure themselves a kill as some repel comes in for mine, and they try to get a verticality in play for Silly Slinky's attack.
Yeah, we talked a lot about how Consulate is a maze, and they brought a lot of information to sort of deal with that. You have Goddess on drones. You also have her on that Jackal as well, so the Inox scanner can get a lot done. You also have Mari playing on the Grim, so information in a pinch, mine with those, regenerable drones, that clone. So I like what Silly Slinkies have brought to, sort of deal with this Girls on Fire extended presence. I just, they need to make sure that they're, on it with the drone work, because like we said in the pregame, Girls on Fire, not really a team to be sleeping on, and they're definitely not sleep. She puts Isoso to sleep. That's Ivy opening things up with the R4C.
Apparently the skin change was enough to make sure that they could open up the first kill. Unfortunately, mine doesn't have the same lap of luxury as Yuling manages to find the frag back in return, even in the odds here again to a 4-on-4. Sonic caught off guard by Ivy swinging again with the R4C, but Goddess, same thing here. Silly Slinky's not able to find any sort of breathing room with that man advantage, but they finally find some sort of saving grace. 2 kills back in return, a 1v1 here against 8G, and it's Ivy, who else, for the 3K in this round, down through service stairs, the visual onto the Aruni, to secure a round win for the Silly Slinkies to start off Consulate strong.
You kind of just figured that it was going to be a trade fest, right? They just started battling, and then the kills just started. The kill feed literally started flashing blue and orange in a bunch of different directions, and it's Silly Slinkies coming out on top. So, I mean, if we can turn this into a team deathmatch, that is all fine. But it's going to have to come down to just Girls on Fire, just holding crosses, making sure that they're tradable for each other. And, I think it was a solid effort overall from Girls on Fire. It could have gone either way, but Silly Slinkies, I mean, if you want to get into a gunfight battle with them, you're going to have to come correct.
I don't know who Oscar is, but I'm really curious why they hate them so much.
You tell me.
I don't know. They just hate Oscar. I have to assume that. Is it like the Oscar the Grouch? Is he because he's grouchy? He's a little moody? Are we all a little moody in the mornings when you don't have your coffee?
Is it the Oscar like the award show?
Oscars? It could be. Yeah. Those get worse and worse. Apparently it's not.
Oh, yeah. Well,
why do you hate Oscar, though? I need the background for this. I need some sort of information on this. I choose half the time not to question.
That's kind of how we approached last season when we had all of those, questionable team names.
The ones that we said we weren't going to do this year, and then, I assumed the reason would be since we're trying to be a little bit more professional on the air, and then we throw up Santusi Infernusi on the very front of the caster cam. Yeah,
where the first thing you see outside of the stream starting soon screen, and that's what you put up there.
I was like, can I say that? Can I say that? And I was like, I'm not going to say it. I don't want to risk it. And then the Dapper goes, Professionalism at its finest. As you have a hard wall up on balcony being breached forward, this gives you a direct line of sight in towards the A site, though obviously inside a cubicle makes it a little bit harder to make full use of that. But that does give you the, ability to toss utility up over the top. As you see, the roof doesn't go all the way up there. There's the glass awning up and above. They still have options for the repels. Constant used to be called the Winter Repel Simulator, and that hasn't necessarily changed. And repelling has only gotten easier ever since that update 2 weeks back. That made the overall usage of it easier to do, easier to handle, and helps aid hackers out at least a little bit.
The first of the E1D scanners going off as well. You also have the bees coming in from Mari to flush out these Girls on Fire. But they're holding steadfast to the top floor here. They're just, kind of prodding, waiting for Silly Slinkies to push on in, and Vine will be the first casualty here for the Silly Slinkies, as apparently the drone work isn't good enough. They didn't have full information on her, and she gets a kill out of it. Let's see how Silly Slinkies are going to be able to respond, because right now you have ISO here about to directly contest Melly, unless she's not aware of this Nitro cell, and things are going from bad to worse here for the Silly Slinkies. They lose Goddess as well.
Right there. Melly, they're right there.
Gotta go.
So there's the toss. Is it perfect?
Right.
There it is, dunking onto Mari. Nothing Silly Slinkies could do. Now forcing Ivy to step up to the plate. Good for at least Sonny, but still needs 4 more in this round. As Silly Slinkies want to take this to a 2-0 start. Second good work, good for Ivy. HG, no chance for the contention. Yuling, they miss them stepping forward. It's an even game, but down goes Melly, refragged back by Soso. And Ivy has to get a 4K, but can't hold the fire. The corner held too tight, and Swaggy T steps in and gets the round win back to tie us up 1-1 in the series.
I'm wondering why, after they opened up that breach, why they weren't a little bit more active if you were the Silly Slinkies, right? Because you had Ace just ready to swing on that Bandit, and granted, I don't know the information. I don't know if that Bandit was getting droned out, but you have to think, like, you take that swing, you try to open things up and give yourself the woman advantage, but overall, just a little bit of inaction. They paid the ultimate price for it because this Bandit with the Nitro, as we saw earlier, getting that kill was incredibly important because Mari is a fragger in her own right. So I would like to see Melly get a little bit more aggressive here. The fact that you kind of stood back, waited for things to come to you, maybe not the play there.
A lot of angles to be held. I mean, Yuling here got a little unlucky, obviously, when you're...
Okay, so where there was a cross. Okay, I'm an idiot. Yeah.
When you're super worried about that swing and you know that the information is going to be there. This was Ivy swinging a corner really tight, but Baggity in that bin, not really being able to be seen until the final moment. That SMG-11, Marvin, is not going to be beat at that distance 9 times out of 10. Doesn't matter the caliber of weapon you have. It fires so many shots so quickly, one of them is going to hit the head. And you know R6, it's an instant kill game. Sometimes it truly doesn't feel that way. You get a lot of body shots in this game. But round 3 will go underway. We head down into the basement towards Garage as Girls on Fire. It seems to be a fairly interesting defensive setup, but they've got... I wanted to say Harbor for a moment there because I just saw the wave and assumed this was Valorant for some reason. They have 2 Burrell on the board for Girls on Fire. That'll help them keep that garage door hopefully secured at least a little bit longer. That is even still a thing at this point. Who truly knows? I do not know Consulate very well. But we've seen that Silly Slinkies have made quick entry in from a lot of these hardballs. We saw just last round over onside a balcony. They made quick work of a lot of the hardballs, but just something that Girls on Fire obviously don't want to give up. And yes, it in fact is still a thing here on it. Of course, why else would it be? And they're going to have to go through 2 sets of utility. They're 2 Barao ice canisters, and they're going to have to go through the Cayenne Electro Claws. And in a utility they sent through, it's going to have to get eaten or removed away from by an ADS. There's a whole lot here available for Girls on Fire to keep Silly Slinkies out.
So my question is how are Silly Slinkies going to respond to that? I would go to the top floor, maybe try to eliminate some of this utility, or, I mean, if you're mine, you can just use those 0 cameras to deal with the utility one by one. But as you were mentioning, the first of the 2 Burrell canisters now out, freezing that exothermic charge in place and delaying this push in through the garage, at least temporarily. But you saw that it was a little bit more of a double-sided attack coming in from the Silly Slinkies. I know that they opened up those exit stairs, which, by the way, I only heard that call out today, so thank you to our Treasurer of Wonder for that. But yeah, I mean, double-pronged attack here coming in from Silly Slinkies, but you also have a little bit of roam presence coming in here from Girls on Fire. They have to be careful about how they tread.
Shots connecting. It's not good for Silly Slinkies, though. Sonny, I cannot believe, gets away with both Mari and Ivy. A cutoff is held, but seemingly goes nowhere as Ellie also finds themselves in the afterlife. Sosa with a good frag from across in the distance. The rifle and the scope not doing anything for you. And you're going to have a lot of, I don't know, things scrounged up from the woodworks here. You're down to 65 seconds. Goddess and Mine are the only ones remaining. And what are you to do? What are you to try to attempt here? Goddess has the breach being held, and Nitrocell, I believe, just has been tossed. No detonation to come forward just yet. It's just been shrapnel in my eyes anyways, but it won't matter. Goddess goes down through the breach, and Soso still with that AUG. Does not need a good scope for it. Just a holographic is enough to get the job done. 2 players through the garage door hole. And it's a complete denial of almost even entirely getting in the map here, Santos.
No, they got nothing going. Like, they tried to push in towards that, middle floor on Consulate, and nothing happened there. Sonny was able to dispatch 2 of the Silly Slinkies members, and then you had the people outside of the garage, but nothing really came of that either. So, Silly Slinkies, they're having a little bit of trouble here on Consulate, and Girls on Fire, I mean, they've been formidable here. These extensions have been working out perfectly for them, as you have it demonstrated here by Sonny once again. So, I'm loving Girls on Fire, and maybe the record just, maybe it's not a fluke.
That is true. I mean, we don't know if it's a fluke. We just know that they had beat the 2 bottom teams. They still could have been an exceptional team. Still can be, I should say, an exceptional team. But statistically, you come into this one kind of as an unknown element, an unknown factor, and that is, for a lot of people, could be exactly how it is, or it could be, you know, a way to break the mold. And I think right now we're seeing that Girls on Fire absolutely can and will play with the best of them here, and Silly Slinkies is considered one of the best, if not, you know, second or third, if not first best team here in Project Harmony, considering the players on their roster. Ex-pro players, could be pro players, great semi-pro players, right? Like, this is a team that if you want to, you know, put your name out there, you beat them. This is exactly what you've got to do. Going up 2-1 after a really good showcase from mostly Ivy in the first round for Silly Slinkies, and clapping back since then and really silencing Ivy in that last round to give them no chance is the only reason why I think we see Girls on Fire go flawless there. Sets a tone. And now when we enter round 4, Silly Slinkies have to play almost even more passive and really play to the final few moments and play to their strengths, because Girls on Fire, otherwise, they're just actually playing really well around the architecture of this map, which is truly a maze where these SMGs and shotguns are going to thrive.
And just to harken on that point where, you know, it's ex-pro league experience, ex-challenger league experience. A bunch of people in this Silly Slinkies roster play a lot of competitive. Goddess is 0-3 right now, so looking for a little bit of production from her, but you can also see the information gain from Girls on Fire has been formidable. It's been exceptional. You can see the yellow pings coming out, just giving Silly Slinkies really no options to try and enter this building. We're about a minute elapsed, so maybe on console that makes a little bit of sense. You've also opened up this hard wall over here, but overall, I mean, Silly Slinkies, as demonstrated in that previous round as well, just so much trouble getting into the building and really getting a foothold over console.
Still no deaths. Fairly sign of the kill department early into this round. A minute and a half already about to have elapsed and 10 seconds to be. You can see the firefights are starting to brew up. The congestion in the no man's land has started to be claimed by the attacking side of Silly Slinkies. And you can see Girls on Fire even starting to test the waters and move forward into some of these more disadvantageous positions. And that's exactly what's going to happen when you do so. Mari and Mine able to take down Sonny and Swaggy T. Yuling able to clap back with a P90 to the head of Mine. It's not really turning up daisies right now for Girls on Fire. Just one more remaining ISOSO. And they've got a huge hill to climb in front of them. Thankfully, half the work has been done. A DB note player of Goddess. Can you throw a sub at a player and get them? I'm not so sure, Mari. But now it's just your sub stepping up to this plate. Soso will finish off Goddess in the DB note position. And ISOSO very well may just find themselves coming out victorious here. If they are aware where this player is lying, the sightline's been spotted. Well, he's in a very dangerous position, but Soso's got less HP, 45 seconds left. Melly's going to be forced to go for a plant here in some capacity. They'll grab the diffuser. They'll go for a swing. Soso holding back. And now you've got them playing a game of Ring Around the Rosie that you see Melly take the victor for. Good round back in return for Silly Slinkies to tie this series.
It came very close, though, down to a 1v1. Once you picked up those 2 opening picks, I thought Silly Slinkies were going to pocket that round and move on. But Girls on Fire, again, just like I'm singing their praises right now over and over and over again, because they've been... The coordination on that side that I'm seeing right now is just incredible. They've been peeking off of each other. You can see the yellow pings as well. So overall, I'm liking the effort that I'm seeing from Girls on Fire. But Silly Slinkies, I mean, they've you know, shored up some of those attacking issues, right? They were finally able to get inside of the building and put some pressure onto Girls on Fire. So some adjustments being made out there, maybe the drone work, but also just like being tradable as well is helping out the Silly Slinkies. And I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of the game is going to go, because I mean, Goddess can't really catch up right there. She tries to cross on over, So I mean, overall, I'm loving the game that we're seeing between these two right now.
Yeah, it's a beautiful game of back and forth action, and that's something you really want to see. This was what the heck, Santa? Save it for later. Save it for the NASI.
I'm sorry. We're gonna get yelled at, dude, and it's gonna be my fault.
When are we not yelled at, actually, at the end of the week? Some team, I actually don't remember which team because I'm really bad at names. This is not me forgetting players. Asked for Adam and I to cast their game. It may actually be one of these teams here. They asked for Adam and I to cast their game.
It's cool. I'm irrelevant.
Yeah, it would have been just as bad. You've heard Adam and Crow cast, right? Like, They get super off tangent. You and I do the same exact thing. Adam and I would do the same exact thing. It'd be nothing different.
Dude, we literally spent like an entire round talking about reading last year. Like, come on.
We're gonna spend a whole round today just talking about some random arbitrary film that came out. We're gonna spoil it for everybody. Hey, by the way,
y'all seen
a lot
Oppenheimer?
of sand in it. Tons of sand.
I would guess, you know, considering the name Dune.
Well, yeah, I guess sand dune.
Yeah.
Either way, just the name of the planet. Doesn't matter though. So with the bandit tricking, that's gonna put Melee in a very uncomfortable spot. They're gonna go, okay, yeah, I didn't like that anyways. I'm just gonna run away. Yes, thank you for the Anakin Skywalker, which by the way is referenced all the time for Dune, right? Like, they're literally written after each other. Like Dune was first, then Star Wars came, and Frank Herbert was very aware of that. And you can even talk.
I actually did not know that.
Yeah, and you can actually even talk to the guy who made Star Wars. I cannot remember his name. Steven Spielberg, is that his name? You can talk to him, and he says he took stuff from it. I mean, it's a moody guy who thinks he's the Messiah actually ends up being the bad guy, right? Like, it's the exact story, like word for word almost. Like, who could have guessed?
We move forward here about the midpoint of the action phase, the midpoint of the round here, and it's still Silly Slinky's just trying to find some solid footholds in, but you have Melly trying to push in. You have her taking some space as well. You also have Mine pushing right behind her. So what kind of information do they have? Because it seems like Swaggy has a very good inkling on this cross. As Sonny picks up a kill, immediately refrags, 8G goes down, and the flashes are coming on through, so I'm guessing that Silly Slinkies are pushing on. It's 3v3 now as we head into the later stages of this round. One more kill going in for Melly, and it's up to Swaggy and Yuling at the end here. But what an angle there from Yuling to pick up one and give themselves a chance. But the triple kill coming in from Ivy, it's down to a 1v1.
You could see they knew the angle. There's the other one. Goddess won't miss that chance against Swaggy. So you could see the angle was known from Silly Slinkies. They expected Yuling to be there.
Yeah.
But it still wasn't good enough. And they almost lined up for the crossfire to get collated in the same fell swoop. That's one of the dangers for a map that has these winding maze-like corridors and corners that is New Consulates. Yeah. You have to be so darn careful of it at every single moment, and that is an awful image there of Iana. I have never seen that before, I feel like.
You're talking about the Iana, dude. The Nomad is actually scaring the poop out of me, dude. That's disgusting. My God.
I'm scared of Solus, just because Solus scares me. It's not the image. I just
it's the things that you can't see. It's the people you can't see that you.
It's the people you can't see that are the scariest. Silly Slinkies, though, taking that round win puts them back above Girls on Fire on the stat sheet. 3-2 our series score, and heading into the last round of this half, we'll have the chance for Girls on Fire to go up and above and tie things up 3-3, or will allow Silly Slinkies to go up 4-2 at half, which on the attacking side, I can't help but feel like would be really advantageous. And there's that beautiful hole from Yearling, just perfect crosshair placement. It almost felt like Melee crouched into it, and it was exactly where it still needed to be. Like, the height elevation did not change where the head was at that distance for a crouch. It doesn't matter. Girls on Fire need to find a better way to hold that upper floor when they come back to it. But we know they can hold this basement. This is where they got their flawless round in round 3, and they're looking to at least repeat the same success, maybe not as dominant as they were previously.
I mean, I'm sure they wouldn't complain if it were another flawless round. I don't know. Would you complain about that, Scott? I mean, the stat sheet, you know, we're all fighting for that, you know, pre-show, that screen that we get. Like, everyone here is basically fighting for that, right? I don't know. I'll never appear on it, because, 1, I'm bad at the game. 2, I can't play, so.
Why can't you play, Santos?
Scott, I'm a guy. So
oh, shit.
Can't play this game. Yeah.
It's alright, I still love you.
Do you? Do you?
Yes, I do.
You only talk to me once in the blue moon, man.
What do you mean? Actually, you should ever look through my Discord DMs. I don't message anybody, ever.
Oh, so I shouldn't feel bad.
You shouldn't feel bad. That's literally everybody. My mom came over there today. She asked my dad, she goes, so, is Scott okay? I was like, yeah, he's fine. Oh, he doesn't talk to me. I was like, well, now I feel bad. I just don't talk to anybody. So.
Wow.
Hearing your own mom say that was like an
eye-opener. Wow.
Maybe I should message more. Yeah, maybe I should message more.
Oh, our family issues aside, Silly Slinky's getting a little bit of entrance into the building. You have control of the bottom yellow. You also have one player pushing down here inside of the back, you know, the back portion of the map, we'll call it.
There's really a name for it, but you don't know it.
Is there? I mean, the maze portion, I guess? We're down to a 4v4.
So, map Swaggy goes down. I don't know if this will be finished off necessarily just yet. Mari does throw a nade. That will finish and conclude that kill. Soso's in a very dangerous predicament inside Garage. Has to worry about that outer hall, that elbow stairs. There's just a player inside of that landing. And with Yuling going down here as well, they throw a Nitro Cell to try and keep them back. Maybe the audio cue of it will force them to take a couple steps backwards. But it's not going to do enough to allow Yuling to be picked up. You've got to get that gunfight going your way first and foremost, and Soso does a great job of doing so. Mine goes down, a refrag back for the player that is Sonny before falling to Goddess's hands. It's 2v2 because Yuling's been allowed to be picked back up, and that's given them the chance and opportunity to swing the other way for Soso. Gone goes Goddess, just Mari remaining, isolating the player of Soso, not allowing yet another frag to go their way. And the nade goes out, and Yuling's forced to take 3 steps backwards. 25 seconds and ticking, and the diffuser starts to go down with a Nitro Cell detonate. Toss it now, throw it, Yuling, you've already sent it, detonated, there it is. The Mari still didn't get that plant down. It sends themselves back into the opposing side of Garage to do so instead. This one's still not being stuck. Mari, you're running out of time. They've got to go for kill. And I think Yuling is readily aware of that fact. Will they see Yuling in the corner? They do, and Mari gets the kill. 4 seconds left to do so, and they close out for the kill.
I love the way that Yuling was playing that, but the spray through the wall catches her out. But she was making herself just absolutely invisible, only making a presence when she needed to put a little bit of pressure on Mari, and you saw it. It was affecting her quite a bit. It was a mind game between the two in that inside of that 1v1. You had a couple of diffuser fakes. I thought the diffuser was eventually just going to get planted at some point, and Mari could just yeet her way back into a long angle to try and fight against the Girls on Fire defender. But overall, I mean, that was an interesting 1v1, and I gotta say, I love watching 1v1s, just watching the sort of mental game that happens in between the two players. And yeah, the result of that is the silly Slinkies go up 4-2, but it could have gone either way. We could have been staring at a 3v3 half right now.
We could have seen a 3-3.
Yeah.
This would have been and should have been a 3-3, honestly. Well, actually, I'll say it this way. Silly Slinkies had such a dominant lead early.
Yeah.
And somehow, some way, Soso, Sonny, and Yuling, who was DBNO'd and still needed to be picked back up, were able to go through and make that comeback. And Mari, 4 seconds left, like I said, you've got to get that kill. I don't even know if they would have had enough time to truly get around that door frame to do so, because I don't think they saw that visual through that soft wall. The guessing game works out. Silly Slinkies now go up to 4-2 at half. They'll head on over to the defensive side, where we've kind of said it seems like it should be somewhat defender side when it comes to the maze, but we've also said the rifles should be good at holding longer quarters, like that, that basement side and garage could be pretty good for rifles. It seems to be kind of a mixed bag between us about how we feel, but having these windows does give a lot of options for the second floor. It's just a safety problem, and honestly, a breaching problem here is we're seeing something that wasn't opted for Silly Slinkies in the attack. They kept going for pocket breaches to go forward with it, which, by the way, it's a 5v4, since apparently Ivy's out of the game now. They were going for pocket breaches to get down that wall on balcony, and this time they're going with Maverick to do so with the blowtorches. Is a lot easier and a lot harder to deny.
You can also open up some sneakier angles with that Maverick blowtorch as well, maybe catch one of the Silly Slinkies defenders off guard, and yeah, I like that sort of metagame between the two. We have an engagement coming out here between Sonny and Goddess. Maybe just trying to get aggressive and pick one of these players back up, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Mine here, looking to contest against one more. She takes down H.E. and looking for the second, and she'll grab it. 3v2, though, because Girls on Fire find 2 of their own in the process.
You play out on the balcony, you have to be very careful. So these Slinkies are aware of that. The entrance has been made. See the spotted player in the back first. Soso, like I said, sneaking through the space. Gave no chance to the defense of Silly Slinkies. Yes, you're heading into this round, Santos, the player down anyways. Ivy's just now returned.
Yeah.
But you didn't really find much success of the players that were there. And I know Ivy's done a whole lot of work, a whole lot of good for your roster, but you've got to be a little bit more tangible for your success in the meat of that round. 4-3 are split so far. Girls on Fire take the first round of this second half. The attacking side looks pretty darn flawless for them. I think the switch over to the Maverick to deal with that balcony wall was the biggest proprietor of success there for Soso. Obviously, he was able to sneak in and take down one of the last 2 remaining players. That then became a power position for the rest of Girls on Fire, and it was always a concern about where that angle could be, which then just forces Silly Slinkies into, I would say, more uncomfortable sightlines and angles that they don't usually or wouldn't usually hold at that point in time.
I mean, we talked about tradability though. Like the Girls on Fire or the Girls on Fire's attackers, like they were doing a really good job at being tradable. They found a couple of kills on their own. Granted, you know, this push into office didn't really work out for them, but they were able to recover the round. And you know, something that I want to see from Silly Slinkies to kind of respond to that is, you know, just. We saw in that first in that first half how like one of the teams just really couldn't push into the building at all. So maybe I want to see a little bit of extension from Silly Slinkies. Try to waste a little bit more time and just don't let Girls on Fire into the building, because I mean we're talking about how console's a maze. If you can get into the maze, anything can happen. So don't let them into the maze. Funnel them in while you can.
This zombie change means the Kiva barricades will be a lot less dependable for the defending side here, Silly Slinkies, as I'm about to see a run out for Ivy. Do they have it enough? No, they managed. They skedaddled into open space. That would have been a perfect chance 1 second later to take down HG, who's still committed to the rappel. What in the world was that? Still committed to the rappel after a run out. That is so darn scary. But the barricade will eventually go back up, putting Silly Slinkies in a little bit less of a concern there, as you would expect. You see runouts like that you saw all the time on House and the new balcony they created inside Master Bedroom, a lot of things like that. But it's kind of a battle. We saw Silly Slinkies struggle to get into the map a couple times in that first half. Girls on Fire have a pretty good control here in this northeast stairwell. They do have an option to move into the second floor now, as Sonny is holding this one pretty darn tight with the R4C. That's not the R4C, the G36C. I just see a hollow and immediately assume it's the R4C. They'll put some hard breaches up and give themselves some more sight lines to get rid of some of these hard walls that keep Silly Slinky safe and tampered into their own objective.
Opening up a couple long angles as well. Sonny able to open things up. She pushes up the yellow stairs that we were just talking about, and she finds two. That's Ivy going down, and hello, it's a goo mine. You're going to start bleeding out, but the pressure has already been created. The Silly Slinkies have to respond somehow, and it's Girls on Fire again coming up big in terms of the gunfight battle. Goddess goes down once again. Mine trying to pick things back up here. Melly finds one as well, so we're down to a 2v2. We're back even, and actually it's a 1v2 considering the fact that Sonny's gone down.
So still sitting inside catering. Knows that this is really the only place to go. So really loves catering. I'll be honest, the second round in a row we've seen them commit purely to this angle. And there has been no step back from them. With Melly and Mine still up and running, they'll move to better positions to try to play from. So could get caught off guard here, and Mine make sure that is the case. The stand-up, did they see the head here at all before so? No, it's just a wild stand and a pre-fire that gets them the frag. Putting themselves back up 2 rounds, gives them a bit more buffer room, and lets them make a couple more mistakes, if necessary, before they have to really start to kick it into high gear and resolve themselves to close out and secure this game, as it is just a best of one. Winner takes all here in the series, and Silly Slinkies want that. And there's another crash, and this time though it's Girls on Fire.
So I just found out, Scott, that I've been casting off of my PS5 controller mic this entire time. I'm dead serious.
I'm gonna leave. I think that's what's gonna happen here. And Dap says nothing. And Dap says nothing. I had a broadcast. I don't remember who it was with. I've never worked with them ever again. Where I did the whole cast, and it was on my PlayStation controller, my Edge controller on the side, because I like plugged it in and was playing like Rock or something the day before, and they did not tell me. And they brought me in as like a talent to like help train other talent.
Yeah.
Why would they assume my mic sounds like that if I'm an experienced caster? I was furious at the end of it. I was like, this is unbelievable.
Dude, it's just time for me to lose all of my credibility. You know what? Today's my last day on Harmony, guys.
Stop.
I'm out of here.
Listen at all? Really? You didn't listen to the audio? Didn't do an audio check in any regard? Nothing?
Oh boy.
I think he's cooking up a storm right now in a stinger. I'm waiting to see it.
Oh boy. Wow. I don't know how to take that, dude.
Is your Discord mic correct as well, Santos?
My Discord should be correct. Hold on. Oh yeah, my Discord mic is fine.
Okay, yeah. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why, because you've been cutting out in Discord occasionally. I think it's your noise gate on Discord.
Maybe.
You've been cutting out a little bit on Discord, and Dab says, sounds fine, I don't hear it. Because he's not hearing your PlayStation mic.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh my god.
Well, welcome back to Project Harmony, Santos.
Welcome back to Project Harmony, Cinta. Welcome back to Project Harmony in general. Always a great time here.
I'm having the time of my life. I wish I wasn't casting the first 8 rounds of this game with a PS5 controller, but, that's fine.
Damn, you can't just throw Nat under the bus like that.
Dude, Nat's gonna fire you.
Just fire you.
And hey, Director Nat, I hope you're looking at the stream right now. You guys can yell at each other later. You can yell at each other between maps. And you can yell at me for not checking my inputs.
Wow.
Get gooder. Just get gooder, Nat.
Just get gooder. Bringing in that good English. SMH. What a game we've had.
They bring us in to cast with good English. Kinda.
Do they bring us in to cast with good English?
Do we cast with good English, or do we cast with fun English?
With gooder English.
With gooder English.
I can't tell you how many times I'll go into I'll be playing a game with somebody, or I'll just talking with somebody, and I can't say words. My English just struggles, and I swear it's because when I put on my casting voice in Negra, I feel like I can speak better. This is another reason why I put on the voice and don't just talk when I cast most of the time.
It's kind of funny because me and you
me to be a little bit more concise with my verbiage. Yeah. I can't speak whatsoever when I'm not like this.
Dude, when I met you in Montreal, you were the exact same person.
I am exactly the same person, to be fair. I also project myself in person.
You also just talked my ear off, which is...
I talk a lot. Yeah, that's my specialty. My mom always said, you do something good, you better get paid for it, and I talk very well. And a lot. She used to joke, if you could get paid for talking, you'd be a millionaire. Yeah, I'm getting paid for talking. I am definitely not a millionaire, Mom. So apparently you don't know how the economy works, and I would really like to live in your day and age when a house costs a penny.
Dude, I've been looking at rent, and rent for a decent enough one-bedroom apartment, $1,500 in the Phoenix area, dude. I'm going through it. I could, but
Alabama?
No. No, I really don't.
Why not?
I listen, I'd be around you all the time, and I can only take you once a week.
Oh, okay. I see.
I'm playing.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Project Harmony production house, that'd be a nightmare.
That would be so sick. That would mean I'd have to live with Dan, though, and I'm not really into that.
Dude, he'd have everything down to a schedule, though.
Yeah, if we had an Excel spreadsheet.
If we had anything going on, we know about it 3 years beforehand because of those Excel spreadsheets, dude.
Because they would all just be written and be all foretold. Speaking of being foretold, though, this round has nothing to be told just yet. Girls on fire. Still all 5 players left. TTL is always going to catch strays when I'm on broadcast. It's just how it is. We've got Mari with information. They just moved moments prior. The phone was out. The Clash of Clans can wait for just a moment. As Silly Slinkys can't get their first kill. Moments away from it. Girls on fire. I don't even think they knew just how close they were to losing that, but they'll know now. Goddess from below. The Nitro Cell toss of dreams. You don't need a Pulse's cardiac sensor. No Jinxie in the house to secure it. But they do lose Melly right afterwards, which puts them at an even 4-4 again.
And that's been the thing. Silly Slinkies haven't been able to isolate kills pretty much at all. Girls on Fire, again, just doing an incredible job at trading everything out. And Goddess, after she picks up that Nitro Cell kill, will immediately go down. So I'm hoping that the Electric Claws are in place. Granted, I don't know how much of an impact they're going to have now. You still have the Hard Breach coming in by way of the Selma Charger from Isoso, but maybe Girls on Fire just opting to, push into these doorways. Maybe catch Silly Slinky sleeping. And it seems to be working out for them. A couple of damage, a couple of shots traded between Yuling and Mine. But overall, nothing doing. Mari sneaking her way back down yellow, too. She might catch one of these Girls on Fire's attackers off, but she makes her way outside of the door just in time. And Mari is doing her utmost to stay low profile and make sure that she can pick up a kill from that flank.
Just trying to stay as obfuscated from view as possible. And at one time, when you're down a player and you have that player disadvantage, you need to really scrap up as much as you can. A bit unlucky for you. Link throws out at Candela and throws the smoke afterwards. Maybe they wanted to get that smoke down. That seemingly is the case. Teammate did get flashed in the process too, but it's no big deal. Sosa was trying to put down the diffuser, but boom goes the dynamite. And a DB node status also now makes this a whole lot harder. A wide swing after the fact puts Mine up for the kill. Sees one. And Yuling just managing to survive, has to rely on 8G from above to secure Mine down. But IV finds their own success elsewhere, and Mari gets away with it. A second worth of P90. What was the flank gonna do? Nothing in the hands of the double SMG of Solus.
She said, I'm Quick Draw McGraw. I'm gonna switch weapons mid gunfight, and you're gonna do absolutely nothing about it. Silly Slinky's on match point. We sang the praises of Girls on Fire earlier, but since then, the fire has been snuffed. Silly Slinky's one round away from putting this game away, and they're on that defensive side. Maybe a couple of problems early on in the match, but they have since been solved. The information game coming in from Mari. I'm telling you, man, she's been one of the impact players we saw inside of Project Harmony last year, and she's picking up the pace once again this season.
When you know that there's so many variables that could throw you out the window, you need to make sure that you can step up to the plate. And Mari was doing so darn well at that. Started off the round getting information, almost finding the first blood. That assisted Goddess to get the second one, which is exactly what you're asking for. As they were playing a two-level approach, pinching in the Girls on Fire attack, who should not have necessarily played that second floor as heavily as they did without clearing the third, knowing that a Solus was more likely than not on the board if they didn't already know it in the first place. You gotta play to the strengths. You gotta clear the strengths of the opposition. And this could have been a fight for Mine as well through the car door. They didn't work out, and that's where you get that information tailed up to the above side of 8G. And all that information that Mine then sends off saying, hey, they're on the second floor. They've got to come down to us because we're in red time, baby. They've got to push through. And that yellow stairs hold, that yellow stairs corridor is Mari's to dominate. And it's Silly Slinky's on match and series point.
What do you do now if your girl's on fire? We talked a little bit about how, I mean, hopefully, right? But we talked a little bit about how maybe the information game was lacking. Maybe you're skipping a couple of steps in the clear. Granted, Consulate is huge, especially with the, maze that this map has become. So maybe it's not prudent to, clear every single corner of the map, but you still need to cross a couple of T's and dot the couple of I's that you need to. And it's, again, another extension here coming in from Silly Slinkies, this time towards the third floor. And they're going to try and slow down this vertical presence from Girls on Fire. Near pre-fire coming in here from Mari, but she also has a shotgun, so it could be a little bit of pain, but Sonny backs up at the right time. Mari goes down.
I think Sonny is aware of some Tarkov strategies here. He goes, oh, that's a shotgun, so I'm going to go as far away as possible when I swing that corner. That is a very aggressive swing by Mari. Maybe going to get overzealous than what they were really anticipating. I'm not sure why the aggression's there, but if it works out, it works out. Sonny from up above, trying to gather as much information, droning out from teammates that are attempting to entry in. If you know that you can survive in these areas, you try to stay there, but you can't. A toss-in and a nitro cell. Sonny, the IQ, the sensor, no longer available. And an even man count dropping into the final 80 seconds, Marvin. The Silly Slinkies moments away from a couple good kills and securing their 7th round win. But they're going to be gate-kept for a little bit longer with Goddess going down.
This is exactly what we've talked about all the time, though, for the Silly Slinkies. They've been able to dig themselves out of these woman disadvantages, so we have to see how the rest of this round sort of plays out. Girls on Fire just continuing to make rain come down from the heavens and just really pincering Silly Slinkies into some limited positions. Mine will go down as well. She tries to put the diffuser down, but realizes, hey, I should probably do that from somewhere a little bit safer. So eventually that diffuser will go down, and we're into a 4v2, Scott, with about 40 seconds to go, but HG goes down as well.
Maybe he's got a good spots to work from. HG gets picked back up. Got picked up from just instantaneously afterwards. It was a frost mat he accidentally stepped into, I believe. Doesn't matter. Yuling gets the kill off necessary to melee, just Ivy remaining, low on HP, a lot to ask for a single player. And the flashes and utility are just starting to be dumped out from Girls on Fire. You're entering 15-second territory. Use it or lose it. You can't bring it to the next round. You'll get a refresh anyways. As the wide swing will come forward, and if Ivy was just moments faster on that swing, possibly could have found Yuling there. But gets blinded, I say, gets found out. And it will be another round we see go forward here on the map. Consulate with Girls on Fire climbing closer. Still match point for Silly Slinkies.
Find it, Scott.
Find it.
Find it.
Find it.
We always end up making up some word.
I swear I'll say something, and my dad will make fun of me for saying, he goes, that's not exactly the way you should use that word. And then he'll go, you make money talking? And I was like, yeah, you know what I do? Shut up.
Hey, at least you're still making money off of this, man.
Yeah, it's okay. You make money elsewhere, Santos.
Not really, dude. You subscribe?
Hmm?
Oh, hey. No one's supposed to know about that, dude.
Again, I don't know why we see Mari swing this, by the way.
No.
The expectation, that's a huge haul. The expectation is that they're not going to stand there at that corner. And Mari being so important to the overall economy of Silly Slinky's aggression and passivity in the late stage, especially as a smoke. You can't be giving up options like that. You can't be giving up that utility, giving up that role. You got to be a little bit smarter. It's all right, though. They had rounds to lose. They have space. Still 2 rounds of wiggle room. They can lose another one and still be fine. And there's still the possibility of OT.
It would take a monumental effort from Girls on Fire to bring us all the way back to GOT, though. Because Silly Slinkies have been on it on this defensive side. But Girls on Fire have shown fire. I'm so punny, dude.
I'm gonna leave.
I'm losing it, man. It's been so long since I casted, dude.
It is constant. You don't understand. I do get it.
You don't understand, man. I do football now. my mind don't think very far.
Look me up on that. I want to do football. That sounds fun,
dude.
We're taking American football, or?
Yeah, dude. Okay, so I coach a men's flag team. I'm actually also playing on a men's flag team, and then I also coach a college level, like adult level women's flag team as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Marvin's touching everywhere. He's got his flag football team spreading out. He's got his roots in every place.
Yeah, I figured I wouldn't make it in esports, so I decided I would put my efforts somewhere else.
Spread my wings elsewhere and fly. You know?
Fly like a bird.
And we're back to singing with Marvin. It's just a thing here. How does Mine get away with that? Swaggy,
she might get away with another too. Wow.
Mine just missing way too many shots there. And with Goddess putting the 9v19 to the head of Yuling, you're now looking at a 5v2 with just Soso and Sonny. And Soso's been pretty darn good when it comes to this outside balcony, outside a catering wall. But you've now got Ivy tucked inside, and I don't think Soso's ever going to have the angle here. And Ivy has impacts they could throw out. They have utility they could burn. I don't know why there's a Vulcan canister in there that just got fired out, but it's going to be a hard-pressed 2v5 to come back from here, Marvin.
Ivy just felt a little cold in the room. Like, she just needed to warm up a little bit. Yeah? Did you say toasty?
You're going to get a little toasty. Saying toasty.
Dude, you can't say that, because that confuses the crap out of me. I felt like you were calling me.
Sorry, Santoasty in the room. They're just trying to warm
You mean Santosi?
Oh, gosh. No, I do not.
We're down to a 1v5.
And a single player left. It's the Silly Slinkies ending off the final round of this series with their victory in a flawless fashion on top of that. The final stat line being 7-4, and the first half was very darn close, but Silly Slinkies gave themselves the edge at halftime and continue to hold on to that edge through the remainder of this map. Consulate is theirs for the taking.
What you can do, I can do better. Girls on Fire picked up a flawless round earlier inside of this game as well, Scott, and what a way to make a statement if you're the Silly Slinkies who end the undefeated reign of Girls on Fire. Granted, it only lasted 2 games, so you can't really call it a reign. It's more of like it's like a mini ruling. I don't even know what you would call that. And like, what would a history professor say about that? Like, it's not a reign of something. It's like you have temporary control,
occupancy.
Basically.
Their occupancy.
Yeah,
it's throne occupancy. You know, like. I don't know. I'm not a history nerd. I actually slept through most of my history classes, to be brutally honest, in Santos. But I also slept through most of my classes because I got ahead of my work, most definitely, and made sure that I was always up to space on all of my work and passed with a 4.8 GPA and got to the college of my dreams. And, of course not. Of course not. I mean, what do you think I did? By the way, that is our first series of the game of the day done. I apologize. There's still 4 more throughout the day. It is a full action-packed day. One more with me and Marvin up on the chopping block, so don't close that tab just yet. We'll have another series coming up after this, but before then, we're going to take a break. Stay tuned for more. Welcome back, everyone, to Project Harmony. My name is Infernos, joined here once again by my good friend Santos, and the names are actually accurate this time here and reflect what we actually are titled. And I think our Twitter handles are actually correct as well. Dap gets something right here for once. Speaking of something right, that last game went just right. And now we've got a chance to see another one go just right for one of these two teams, those teams being at Thirst Trap, facing off against the Wildcard Aces, who unfortunately just haven't had the best of luck so far here in the league.
Yeah, a couple of tough draws going up against silly Slinkys the first week, losing 4-7 on Border. And then Girls on Fire last week. We just saw them in action in our previous game. 3-7 last week on Club. So not a lot of success coming in there for the Wildcard Queens, but it is a bit of a tough draw. But, however, Thirst Trap is also a tough draw because they are 2-0, 8-7 a couple weeks ago against Cinta Negra, and then 7-1 against Akave. So getting the job done where they need to. A quick look at our standing once again. You can see a lot of disparity between Thirst Trap and the Wildcard Queens.
Look at silly Slinkies climbing up the leaderboards, making their way.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see from a team who's now found themselves with 3 wins to their name. Obviously, one of those wins being an OT against a team like Admin Abuse. Reason why we're seeing them be dropped all the way down to 4 instead of being up and tied up closer was the team like Thirst Trap is for that reason. Take a look at the players. First, we'll highlight the Thirst Trap side. Sanjaya, Jesco, Carl Panda, M, seriously, Jenna Lavinia. I think I got that right. I really said that kind of fast. And Kitty for that side. Jane, we'll go with that. Thank you very much, Dow. And then for the other side of the Wildcard Ace, it's Psycho, Mrs. Cute, Queen Reki, and Palalal, Apricot, Much Hines. I think we'll just call Hines, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think we just did Hines. Yeah,
Hines, yeah. And then it's Moi or RJ.
I think we went with RJ last year.
RJ.
Yeah.
I have a horrible memory, so I'm really bad at remembering pronunciations. It's nothing against these girls. It's just I'm awful at remembering things.
Queen Reki, the player that we're going to highlight here for the Wildcard Queens, a pretty solid showing over 1 game of action. 8 and 9 KDR is nothing to sniff around. It's also 2 plants as well, so getting involved a lot around the map. Granted, the KPR and the cost maybe not that high, but solid performances coming in from Queen Reki, especially considering the fact that they're 0-2.
Yeah, when you have a negative stat sheet, still managing to almost go positive and have good, I would say, participation and things like that. It's exactly where we want to be, right? It's a good enough standing. And we'll take a look at the other side for Cardo Panda. 2 games, 24 and 13, and here 2.0 KD. And while they, have not been participating in the plant department, it does not matter. They're getting kills, 90 cost, 1.13 KPR. They are all over the place, making sure they are participating in this team, and that's exactly what you want to see. Now move over.
We'll push last week's MVP coming in from the side of Thirst Trap. It's Jesco. The acclaimed Jesco, as I called her in the Twitch chat earlier because I was checking if she was playing today. 7-3 last week, 2 plants, so getting a lot of stuff done all around the map. 87.5 cost, so getting involved over and over and over again. Jesco, we know how much she knows about the game. We can sing all of her praises all along. Apparently she's some sort of, championship player
like
or something.
Wizard.
So. Yeah. Apparently she's involved in a bunch of other esports as well. She also, she loves you, Scott. She loves you.
I don't know why. I don't know where you're getting that information from. Fans go forward, though. Thirst Trap will have to take Skyscraper off the board first, followed by Consulate, Border, Cafe, Clubhouse, Bank, Oregon, Labs. Thank you for banning Labs, Wildcard Aces. It's Chalet, my favorite map of all time, up for the game. Here in the only series, then the last one that you and I will be on for the broadcast here, Marvin. We're at least going to have a nice map to close it, at least make it my favorite map. I'm excited for this one. It's going to be very important as well for what our veto phase is going to look like for our operators. I could probably make a couple jokes and say agents now because they'd be like, I'm just channeling my inner Jesco because I do Valorant as well. but I'm not going to do that. Valorant's lame when I'm not doing it. So I'm just gonna
if you call them agents, I'll call them heroes. I'll send into Overwatch.
Call them champs. Just every esport. What car chassis are you using today?
Dude, choose your fighter today. Choose your fighter.
Oh my goodness. There's too many esports out there. We gotta like narrow it down to just 2.
I mean, the Olympic committee tried to do that, and then we ended up playing freaking digital pickleball or some shit.
Yeah, I just played the old Olympics like EA game from like 2006, where it's like just QWOP basically.
I mean, the Mario Sonic game is fire though. God, I don't know if you've ever played
really
it.
Good. Yes, I do. I do remember that one. That one is golden.
You know, they brought that into like arcades now. Like, I don't know when's the last time you've been to an arcade, but like, they have a Mario and Sonic. They have a Mario and Sonic like, you know, little stand-up game, and it gets me out of breath because I'm a big guy. And, listen, I coach football. I don't play it. Well, I said I play it, but like I'm just big.
Is this you offering to take me to an arcade, Santos?
Yeah. I'll see you at SI. Dokemi and Bravo being taken off the board first.
We won't see Bravo, we won't see Dokemi in this map here, Chalet, which is not too shocking. Dokemi being banned is almost a must. Bravo is one that is not necessarily shocking to see banned out, but it is one that we did see banned the game prior. A lot of clutch drone wielders in the last week and in the week prior as well to that. It seemingly is a very popular operator here in R6 in Project Harmony, so say your remove's not too shocking. It's obvious, well, with the Kiva barricade still exceptionally strong in the map of Chalet. Even if they are destroyable, no one really wants to sit there and fire a mag and a half into a Kiva barricade to remove it. And then, of course, it's gonna be Fenrir. It's gonna be me. Sorry, I'll bring out my own Britney Spears impersonation there towards the end. It's gonna be Fenrir nearly every single time that's banned out. He's just too darn powerful to deal with the dreadnought mines and the sightline denial and the obnoxious amount of utility you theoretically have on the map at any given moment.
We'll see how this goes. Seriously deciding to bring a dock as well, so a lot of selfish utility. Well, not necessarily selfish utility, because you can obviously pick up your teammates from afar, but, you know, maybe not bringing a lot in terms of other utilities. She brings barbed wire to the table, so maybe you get a little bit of information off of that. But other than that, I mean, they're kind of dependent on Panda and Jess to bring up most of the information game, because we know the defaults usually don't really last more than 30 seconds unless somebody's completely dropping the ball. So maybe Thirst Trap starved for information a little bit, but that being said, you know, you kind of know how Chalet is going to play out. You know that, especially for this top floor, they're going to try and take over towards the library side, or they try and push in through Solar. So, you know, you kind of know where things are. Maybe you don't need that breadth of information, but it's good to have it. They have a couple of nitro cells that they want to play off of for information as well. So, interesting lineup there coming in from Thirst Trap. Meanwhile, for Wildcard Queens, you have Hard Breach. It's pretty standard considering, you know, what you're going to bring on the attacking side. It's a lot of gunfighting that I think we're going to see here on Chalet. And it's always Nat's fault.
And it's always Nat's fault. Do we have a stinger in that showed up that said that? Or is that just Dap in the Discord constantly?
It's Dap in the Discord. I got a little distracted, but I mean, I'm with him. Blame Nat.
Yeah, hashtag
it's always Nat's fault.
Hashtag blame Nat. We gotta start that. I mean, it wasn't a hashtag blame Griff last season, though?
Well, Griff's not with us right now, so we have to pass it on.
Right now. First blood does fall, though, and it is in favor of the Wildcard Queens on the attack. Seriously gets caught on the rotate through Ivy Hall. An Ego window control held up on that slanted roof. Gains the first blood for Impala. That's not the best way to start if you're Thirst Trap, and it's not the best way to start if you're Doc, who you just highlighted the importance of that utility for long withstanding battles and kind of that ability to survive the battle of attrition that is damage, it seems, a lot of the times in R6 for being able to escape and re-engage in a gunfight with full HP to your name. It's going to be kind of hard to say, yes, hashtag FireGriff, thank you for still having it up there. It's going to be hard to say that they're going to have the best defensive positioning to really rely on after the fact. Panda is hiding behind Piano, but Sadaya, who is sitting inside of Office, waiting for the right time to pounce. They were very concerned with the door leading out to Balcony and the breach that was bringing it up through that Office, or I would say mezzanine wall, goes down, putting them now at a two-player disadvantage, forcing Thirst Trap into even more uncomfortable positions since there's no shield on top of Piano, no shield inside T-Hall. They have no great cover here, and it's going to be very expected gunfights, which should theoretically favor the Wildcard Queens when they peek these angles.
You could also call into question maybe the ping coming into play here for Thirst Trap as they lose yet another one. Panda will go down as well, and it comes down to the person that we've been singing their praises. It's the champ. It's Jesco here to try and pick things up. She lands a couple of shots into Impala, but nothing more, and it's a flawless round coming in from the Wildcard Queens. 0-2 be damned. We just made a statement with that round.
That was a beautiful round to start things off. If you go flawless in the first place, I think, honestly, the first one to seriously catch them on the rotate back and the speed which the Wildcard Queens took that as a chance to escalate the situation at hand, you can't ask for more. The ability as well to swing that balcony door inside of office, get that kill for Sanjaya that's sitting behind stack, or sitting behind, short wall. There's so many chances to make a mistake there, Marvin. So many chances to actually pick the other way or just kind of fall back and not worry about it. That if you're able to get that kill, which Wildcard Queens was obviously able to do, you're looking at this and saying, perfect. You're getting some. You gotta just keep pushing through the point, and so much the point was coming from office. They get the mezzanine ball within 90 seconds, I think, is when they started to actually get that down, which is unbelievably quick for a lot of teams to break down that wall. I don't think there was anything that the Thirst Trap team could do. I don't think they set up correctly well. I think they were caught off guard by the speed of the Wildcard Queens, and I think that it's something that they're going to have to think twice on if they reattempt that objective, but I think wisely they don't, because that second floor master bedroom and office hold, which I hate on this map, I think every other objective in this map is too good in comparison. They're going to say, okay, maybe that wasn't it. We're going to go down to the basement, or sorry, maybe not the basement. They're going to go down, no, that is the basement. They're going to go down to the basement and check out Snowmobile instead and hope that this is going to be good enough to keep the Wildcard Queens out of sight.
A couple of things to address here while we have a moment in time. Santos plane noises. I live right next to an Air Force base, and yesterday was even worse. Like, they were just scrambling the jets pretty much all. Well, scrambling the jets is a bad thing, or a bad way to put it, because that would imply that there's something incredibly bad going on. There's not. It's just a bunch of air shows happening around my area. So apologies if you hear that. Yeah, apologies if you hear that. Microsoft Flight Simulator apparently going on outside of my house. But also, Tycho finds seriously. So again, the opening pick goes away from Thirst Trap and away from seriously. She's struggling throughout the course of this matchup. Granted, we're only 2 rounds in, so it is what it is. Hopefully, she can pick things up moving forward. But last thing, Scott, Queen Reki called us poggers, and I think that's the sweetest thing.
Quite sweet.
It was a sweet angle too.
That was a very
that kills Jessica.
That's an angle that Jess is trying to rely on so heavily, and I think once the initial swing fails and you give away your position, you've got to have to step away from there. You can't continue to test the waters. You dipped your toe in. It was obviously a bit too cold, and now you're going to be forced to swim in it, and you're in the kiddie pool instead. It's quite shallow down under and beyond the grave. You maybe want to think twice about it next round because you can't do anything more here. 2 players off the board. Thirst Trap now at a big disadvantage, and you can see that there is quick ground being claimed for the Wildcard Queens, moving in through Blue Hall as well as down through this elbow staircase into Snowmobile Garage. Shane will be very worried about a possible flank coming in from the rear. But it is Panda to alleviate some of the pressure that was coming forward. The refrag back puts April caught up for a kill, and the Wildcard Queens back into that 2-player advantage they were hoping to continue to harp against. But that TCSG still so darn deadly in the right hands, and Jane is the right hand at this point in time, as it's an even 2-on-2 until finally Tycho does get picked back up. It just seemed to be back into that 2-on-2 favors. There will no longer be a DB player in play. But with 45 seconds left, Marvin and Jane still in a good power position inside Snowmobile Garage. I don't know if the Wildcard Queens are going to be able to piece this back. They don't have a nade. They don't have utility. They have nothing to clear out Jane.
They have to find a way to either force their way into this, garage breach, which is probably not going to happen considering you have the cross coming in from Sanjaya as well. And you see one of the players from Wildcard Queens trying to get a relocation going. It's Tycho. That's eventually going to try and push down the main stairs, and I don't think Sanjaya is any the wiser, so they have to be very careful about how they play this angle. She gives her position away, swings quickly at Jane, but now you have to get active if you are Queen Reki. 7 seconds and a half remaining, and nothing doing. Sanjaya holds steady and buys Thirst Trap their first round.
The pre-fire angle, Sanjaya had no idea if they're going to step in from main garage or in through box, and the pre-fire around that corner for... I won't say for no reason. It was obviously a good attempt, but the pre-fire, without having any visual, gives that extra little bit of information you were asking for to say they're inside box, they have to come for box. It's the only place they can come from here in the final 4 seconds. Around 1 for Thirst Trap. And they can no longer head down to the basement, so where do they head back to? Well, I gave a hint there. They're heading back to the second floor, up to Master Benjamin office, and while I don't necessarily like this decision, as I was harping on previously, apparently they seem to. As Jess, you can see the very slow replay there, the very slow-mo, and even had a visual from up above there. That angle is tight. It's good pressure, but if it doesn't give you the initial peak, you see him kind of step back. You got to take another extra step the other way, especially when you know they're swinging into that garage quite quickly. There's a kill from Tycho, slow around the corner, just behind Shelf. And then there's that pre-fire I highlighted. Just gave the information to Cinta that they were there, and that MPX is not missing at that rate. It is going to shred you to bits, as they will in fact head up to the second floor and need to put a lot more emphasis on seriously staying alive, and I think that's why we're seeing them. Or are they down below? Can't see it. We'll rotate the screen, please, so I can actually see. Because they are stacking up the second floor, but you stack the second floor if you're playing kitchen.
I think it's the second floor. I think it's.
Well, I wouldn't know because we're apparently looking at a the other way. Go back. I'm gonna lose my mind.
It's interesting, right? Because you hold.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the second floor. I was gonna say you hold kitchen the exact same way.
You extend to the second floor no matter what. That's the reason why it's like it doesn't make any sense to play the second floor half the time when you can play the first floor if you're playing the second floor, but with the added bonus of being able to fall back down to the first floor and buy even more time.
Questionable site choices coming in here from Thirst Trap, but they obviously know something that I don't, because as has been said a million times before, Scott, we're a bunch of idiots. We just yell at the game, and hopefully we make sense at least 50% of the time. I think we do. But 2 minutes remain.
Of the time, I'm right 100% of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what matters. 60 seconds in, Marvin. I haven't really seen too much out of either side. Thirst Trap have done a much better job of staying alive. Obviously, that was a problem for Seriously, who switched off that dock and over to the mute.
Yep.
A lot more passive. We finally do see some action unfurl. It's Impala that's actually getting unrung. It's Jesco to finish it with a knife. They DBNO'd them and made sure to add a little bit of extra spice. Now it's a hunting game for the side of the Wildcard Queens, trying to find out where Jess has run off to, scurried into the distance with. Unfortunately, I don't think they're really aware of where she has scurried off into, what corner she is tucked into. They seem to think it's back behind bar, maybe inside of billiards, inside games, but that's not the case. It's a total absence of the individual of Jess. I think they went in through main through Fireplace Hall, maybe down through Snowmobile Stairs, and scurried their way down to the basement instead, which means the Wildcard Queens will have to be worried inside Gaming Room Hall, where Queen Reki is, because they can just come up behind you through Blue Stairwell. But they aren't. They won't matter. Because down goes Apricot just the same, and with 60 seconds left, you've got to find kills, and at least RJ does so, and maybe Taika as well. There it is to the head of Panda.
A beautiful shot coming in. You have Queen Reki, pushing up the library steps and creeping on forward ever so slowly. But she's going to have to deal with one of these players for Thirst Trap sitting behind this reinforced wall. It's up to her to when she wants to swing, but they also have to turn their attention over towards this hard wall as well. Sniff out a couple of the positions, open up some places to push on in. They're also using a can opener as well to open up a little bit more of that wall. But the concerning thing is that it's not necessarily a maneuverable wall. You can't get in and out of the site very quickly, so if you're trying to go for a plant, you have to tread your ground very, very carefully. Or you can just swing in and absolutely destroy Jane on that push. Sanjaya gets the refrag, but the trade is there once again. Tycho having a huge round, and Queen Reki going for this plant now. Jesco has the angle though, and she has been oh so sneaky towards this round. I was wondering where the hell she went. Apparently she was downstairs, and she makes the impact play to buy Thirst Trap the round.
This is a stage where you know that Jess is in play. You know the operator Jess is playing because they took down Sanjaya earlier. You have so many concerns about, sorry, not Sanjaya, but you have so many concerns about where this individual is, and you still leave it up to chance in the final few moments because you, instead of having a player wrap around the first floor, hunt down through Snowmobile, because you had two players inside a bar at the time trying to take down Jess in the first place, that's not an operator you can leave up and standing. There's a reason why Solus is banned so consistently. It's the information early and it's the information late that kills a team. In the middle stage, you know where they're going to be. They're going to be stacking up a little bit further behind. They're going to be doing some drone work. That Solus isn't going to be that big of a concern, and the utility won't matter as much. It's the late stage and the early stage, and Jess minimizes that very well here. A very successful round, and a great attempt by Sunshine to get them back into that one as well. Just the swing onto Tycho, just a little bit too much to handle, and just knew exactly what they had to do. Impact, perfect timing with the fire afterwards. has to take a couple steps back to do so, but the desk plant is not safe for Queen Reki.
No Solus on the round, or no Solus on the board this time around, and also a completely different site, one that we haven't seen before. This time we're heading over towards the games on that middle floor. So, again, it's going to come down to the library control. Can you get some vertical pressure if you are the wildcard queens? You have some limited soft destruction in by way of the Flores, those Retero drones. Maybe you can, deal with some of the floor that way. You also have maybe the impacts coming in from Zofia in a pinch, but notably, I mean, maybe that's not their game plan. Maybe they go for a little bit more of a horizontal take. They focus on the kitchen and work their way over. So how do Wildcard Queens want to deal with this new site that we're seeing from Thirst Trap?
Well, that's kind of the big question. It's an unknown factor, and you have to really think more than just a couple stages. It looks like a lot of the point of emphasis is going to come from this north side. 3 players in the rappel, 1 already inside, and Pollard's going to try to take this space as quick as possible. It's not too shocking, but seeing absolutely nobody off towards library is a little bit more shocking than I would say. At least RJ is on Ego window. There's no one on the rappel on the opposing end, and there's no one inside mud either, which is a interesting choice. Stairwell on the top, though, that's your power point for Sanjaya, and despite having that power point and usually being the type of player or the type of role you have there to sit back behind that shield and play safe, you aggress through to Ego window to get that first pick, which you get it, but you make a big sacrifice of not only the shield, but then your life afterwards, because you're lacking the shield. You don't have that power point anymore. So it's the big question of whether or not that kill was worth it, or was it more worth it to hold on to that position? And we're about to see, with the Wildcard Queens now readying up to be able to extend past this Ivy Hall, but they'll have to get through Mezzanine first, where Jess got a sightline through a wall, and Tycho may just have an angle they could work from as well, peeking out through that balcony big window.
They're opening up all of the area around Jess, trying to isolate her, trying to pin her down and end her life, but she's going to be able to rotate back down towards the site. So a beautiful escape there and a bunch of time wasted. Question is Wildcard Queens, are they going to know that they've cleared out that sort of space? They're dealing a bunch of damage to Panda, though, so at least they have a little bit of information, but not the killing blow, and they're going to allow her to rotate all the way back down into the basement as well, and that's not exactly what you want to happen. Apricot takes down Tycho, and in the meantime, Queen Reki goes down as well. So Wildcard Queens, not only a bunch of time wasted, but you haven't really gained control of anything either, and you've lost a lot of health in the process. And right now, you're being forced into these very dangerous pathways here from Thirst Trap. It's been a beautiful round to watch from them, just completely controlling every single area that you could possibly push into. It's a beautiful gunfight win from Apricot, but I think overall it's not enough. As the clock hits 0, Thirst Trap pick up yet another round.
That's not even a win off of time. That's a win off of just better playing, right?
Yeah.
They just played their positions well. Again, I think there was a big sacrifice early from Sanjaya to get to lose that shield position, but it almost feels like Wildcard Queens didn't take point of that. They win top of stairs, but they didn't fight for the control over it. If you get that position, you need to extend through Ego window, and you make sure you have Mezzanine clear, because you have a player on big window from balcony. You had Ego window under control as well. You had 2 players there when Sanjaya got the kill for the 1, which is this screen right here. You had 2 players there. One of them was obviously using a Retero drone to go ahead and clear out the shield.
Yeah.
Why do you not push for that? Impala goes out of their way to get this kill, taking a ton of damage in the process. Extension needs to be there. 1 player out the Ego window has the sight line to make sure no one in Mezzanine can fire back, even extend a step out of that window and into the top of the stairs, and the whole game changes.
Yeah.
You got to be a whole lot faster about it. If you're down to the 30 seconds and you're just now taking control of the space you gained 45 seconds prior, it feels like a bit of a misplay. And they're going to have to, really harp on that as they step into round 5 and round 6, because they're running out of time to do so, and they won't be able to see this objective again.
I mean, I remember Klim's talking about it last week. Your information in Siege. No, yeah, I remembered it off of his forehead. It was written down on his forehead. Yeah. He lives in the Phoenix area, too.
I know.
He's right around me, and I do my utmost to avoid
That's why it's so hot there, is because the sunrays reflect off his forehead, and it's like an amplifier. It's like a magnifying glass for ants.
Well, I'm also there, so, I turn up the...
You're just hot. Yeah.
See that thing from space. Thank you, Decker. immediate work coming in from the Boogie Drones. We have made our way back down to the basement bomb site once again from Thirst Trap. So you love the soft destruction. You hope that it's going to net you at least, maybe a kill, maybe 2, or by the very least, even past that, you also pin down the positions of some of these Thirst Trap defenders as well. The Jackal tracks coming in from the Inox scanner as well, but you kind of figured that she's going to be somewhere towards tarps. You kind of figured that they're going to play in those, extended positions over towards those staircases, so I'm not sure how much you're really finding out. They didn't find out a whole lot because she just rotated back down to site. So really, from Wildcard Queens, not a lot of information. They get another scan going, so you kind of, narrow down who's playing on the site versus who could be extended. But overall, I mean, a minute in, you've made your way inside of the building, so that much is good. Now it's a question of what can you find out?
Trying to clear out the little bits of utility that Kaid has left in. Is it's just too far, I think. That's nearly perfectly placed. Is the angle? Can you give us a free game? Yeah, that's...
Oh, yeah, it's the banister.
That is
blocking
perfect. You got to throw out utility to explode it instead. It does work after the fact. A nade toss through at least gives them something. That's sent by Tycho. Now you've got to be more concerned with the fact that Apricot's been DBNO'd. And you're down to 70 seconds. Seriously, he's in a rundown. Get that! Down goes Impala. Seriously, DBNO, this one, there's no chance you secure this. It's just going to finish. Apricot still needs to be picked up as well. Inside main lobby, Jane is just millimeters away from the visual for that. And do they see down below? They may just. And it's a team kill again! Apricot getting avenged from the kill they TK'd last round. Wildcard Queens get something for themselves, but the moment it goes their way, they throw it back the other way. What is going on in the game of Chalet for the Wildcard Queens?
They have 40 seconds to figure it out. They have now 30. They pick up Jess, so you find yourself a little bit of an opening and a beautiful shot coming in from Tycho. Means that it's all down to Sanjaya, but Tycho not sniffing out those goo canisters, and she eventually goes down. Queen Reki guns down as well. She's trying to plant that diffuser outside of the garage, and she's able to get on out. You also allow that rotation coming back up towards the top floor, so it's looking like Wildcard Queens are going to be able to pick up this round. They have all the information in the world on her, and Sanjaya just trying to make her way back outside. A couple of missed shots, but it's not going to matter at the end of the day because the killing blow was nonetheless dealt with. And it's Wildcard Queens. A great recovery there. I thought all was lost. I thought a lot of time was wasted, but you were able to get your picks. You were able to capitalize off of that thirst trap there. Not the best defense that we've seen on their defensive side on the basement as they make their way back up towards bedroom. Scott, we feel some sort of way about this site, but they're trying it again.
You say we, but it's really just me. I really don't like this objective. I say it so many times. I was like, the big thing I was known for last season in Project Harmony was how much I hated seeing this objective because it was so popular. Which I'm glad Chalet's popular, don't get me wrong, it's my favorite map for a reason. But this site just ruins it for me. And I always like to throw back to the days when people used to make fun of me for saying that basement was a viable objective, and then half a month later it was the most viable objective, and then nobody came back and said I was sorry because everyone's apparently rude in the R16. I'll remember you. Infernosis remembers that. Telltale Games. This site it's just not as good as it could be. And I think kitchen and dining for a lot of teams, they don't like the idea of having to fall back, and that's where they're kind of feeling a little bit hesitant to do so. It does require a little bit more coordination. Yeah. These are teams that have been playing together for a little bit. Now you're in your third week. I feel like you're going to have a lot of scrims, got a lot of practice. I've had to mute the scrims chat, looking for scrims chat inside the server because there's so many things going on in it all the time.
You don't just auto-mute your Discords?
No, I don't auto-mute my Discords because I like to be involved in my Discords. Not actually responding to people, like I said earlier. I just, watch.
I'm Batman.
I'm Gotham. I like to, I had to mute it because there was so much going on. So, obviously these teams are getting in scrims. They're getting in practice in the work. I don't know why you wouldn't still test the option for that site. Also, this would be a really good nade throw. And there's nothing to deny that? There's no ADSs or nothing on your defense? You didn't even bring one! What's the point of shield?
I mean, you have the Wamai. Where are the magnets?
Sanjaya's off in no man's land with the util in the back pocket. Where'd they throw him? Are they having to give up that space because they've left that one wall soft inside office to Ivy Hall? I don't think that's the case, but I did just see three magnets placed inside Ivy Hall, so maybe that is the case. It's a lot slower to get control of top of stairs to aggress Ivy Hall in the first place than it is to just throw an A through Ego window. Priorities for that utility placement first.
So you completely forfeit all of mezzanine. Let's see how that works out for them. Apricot taking full advantage of that, taking down seriously, because there's no pressure coming in from mezzanine. You don't have to think about how you play there, and also seriously, just again getting caught out. She was the initial kill a couple of times previous, and now it happens once again. Jesscoat goes down, but at least they're able to find one trade. It's Apricot going down, so no more air jab impact, but that being said, I mean, it's two pretty unnecessary kills that came in. Like, you really didn't need to lose those bodies if you are thirst trapped. So, overall, just a bunch of question marks about their defense, I would say, Scott.
Well, we'll have to see if they can recover from the obstacles that have been given to them. Sanjay has been doing an exceptional job so far, and Jane doing a much better job holding behind this wall than we saw previously in round one. We'll have to see if it will continue to be the case. Sanjaya does get a nice frag here to make their tally even higher. 6-4 now, as Impala had no chance to contest against that. RJ's going to swing with Tycho not far behind, and Sanjaya not only was able to find one, almost found the second as well. Tycho lucky to escape with their life here as the shots just went a little awry in the process. It's an even 2-on-2 exiting into the final 22 seconds, as we like the number 2 apparently. Tycho has claimed control over here towards T. Jane has the visual of a lifetime, but can't connect because of the unfortunate stage of the TZS shotgun. What can you do? Well, you gotta pray that the pistol can do it, and it's just not gonna be the case for Queen Reki. Down they go, as penned is 9mm with the big boy scope. Rinses through all competition. In round 6, well, that's gonna fall to your defensive side, and it's gonna give you a bit of a lead at halftime here, which is going to be a very difficult thing for Wildcard Queens to come back from, considering Chalet is still 7%. That's a number I'm making up, but something I would say is probably accurate, attacker favorited. Just a minor amount.
Yeah, I think you meant to say 70%, by the way. I think
no, 7% more favored, so it'd be like 57% by the time one.
Right. I don't know numbers.
It's all right.
Or maybe I would just misunderstood what you were saying. It's been a long time. I want you to say the alphabet right now, and I'll try to count to 10, and we'll see who messes up first.
Dap, count us off. Dap's not counting us off.
It's okay. I don't think he cares. I think just like a bunch of people in chat, they probably just like, what the hell are these two dudes saying? I promise we cast the game for like 60% of the round.
It's kind of the mood that me and Santos go on.
We just have this friendship about us, okay? Like, you know, no shame.
Please,
it's also
Ubisoft, give the Super Shorty back. Give the Super Shorty back. I'm begging you.
Sorry,
we were saying you count us down, Dap, and we were going to see who could do it faster. Him counting to 10 or me doing the alphabet. Which obviously I'm at a disadvantage. There's like 27 letters or something, or 24 in the alphabet. I can
count to 26 if you really want me to.
Actually, no, just do 20. I'll take a.
Okay, you'll take a 6-letter.
Yeah, I'll take a 6-letter hand count.
Oh. He doesn't want to count us down. He doesn't want to give us this sort of power. I think we have a... Wow! Okay.
Wow.
My feelings are hurt.
No confidence.
You know what else hurts? Any metal walls when they're in the sightlines of Jess Goat, who's able to use the exothermic charge to open up the garage door. They also have to sniff out Tycho from this top floor, and they also have to be very careful about how they do it. Tycho, please. Please. It's just a drone.
That is a drone that survives a situation it should not survive, first off. As now they're going to send 2 drones in. They go, well, Tycho can't shoot him anyways. Might as well just send both in.
She's been able to pop heads, that's for sure, though. She's 8-3.
They do leave one there. I'm not sure why, and it gets shot in the process. Only Tycho can hit an unmoving object that's not moving for more than 2 seconds. Which is crazy. It's Tycho with 8 kills. Most in the lobby. And apparently just can't hit a drone too small. Speaking of a lot of kills, Sanjay had a lot of kills. 7 now, but it's also 6 deaths. As they'll get removed by who else from Apricot. RJ finding a kill of their own, refragged back by Jane. And you've got a 3 versus 4 with Thirst Trap on the attack, not having a lot of room to work with. Yes, they've gotten the Snowmobile Garage Wall down, but they are losing players and players fast. The P90 from Impala being one huge facilitator of that success. Off towards Seriously. And it's just the Goat and Panda now remaining. What can they possibly do? That's a question they have to answer, because unfortunately we don't have the sticks ourselves here, Santos. And even if we did, they're definitely better than us.
Dude, if we had the sticks, this game would be over already. Trust. Oh, remember when Eris way back in the day did like a beer league tournament?
Yes.
And oh man, I thought about playing in it, but I was like, wow, I'm not even good sober. Imagine how I would be. Yeah. I play controller esports now, guys.
That's true. He does. He needs aim assist. 25 seconds left. I need some assists to see how Thirst Trap are going to find their way through, because they're still up on the first floor. Jess is on the second floor with 20 seconds left. Is there not an attempt going on from this point? I guess they have the option to go down through Blue Hall, but they're both choosing to go through Blue Hall, and that means they only route into a site that they can get through fast enough. It's going to be through Snowmobile Garage Door, and they're just going to have a player watching corner, and that's a perfect timing. Tycho, good for one. Refrag back. Jess won't even make it in. And it's a Wildcard Queens round going their way for the first round of the second half, defensively holding through as a powerhouse, it seems.
This is something I was going to talk about, too. Wildcard Queens, I mean, they were solid on their defensive half last week. It was when they got to the attack where things started going awry. So to pick up 2 rounds on the attack when, you know, your attack maybe wasn't that strong, okay, you did your job. Let's go to the defensive side where we're going to shine. And let's see if we can bring Thirst Trap, you know, let's see if we can contest them a little bit. I mean, we said it from the beginning of the pre-show, right? Thirst Trap is a bit of a tougher draw. Wildcard Queens have been going through it in terms of the schedule. But they're putting up a fight once again. However, the most amount of rounds that they've won in one of the games was 4. So you're trending very close to that number. You got to eclipse it. You've got to get to that 7 point if you want to buy yourself a win in this league, which, you know, against Thirst Trap, I talk a lot about statements. That would be another one, because Thirst Trap is a very solid team. But at the end of that round, just to bring things back a little bit to the game, I mean, it's a 2v4, so I understand, you know, why you maybe don't want to extend. Maybe you take that time to discuss strategy a little bit, but it seemed like they wanted to go for something. They just were, you know, just sitting around waffling up top, just waiting for somebody to make the first move between the two. So I want to see a little bit better time management, just like in that micro game too. Like, you know, I'm harping on it a little bit, but like some of the takes have been really, or that take specifically from Thirst Trap just seemed a little bit disjointed.
They had so much information early.
Yeah.
The middle stage was fine. It's a little slow. And I think just that pace not being fast enough and not really knowing where they necessarily wanted to go. It's like they had a plan, but then they lost players and felt like, okay, this plan only works with 5, and we're out to 4. What do we do now? And it was, what do we do with 3? What do we do with 2? And there was not really a big plan with the 2, especially you can see at the end there. Because you could have had one player swing in through, you know, Elbow Staircase and Fireplace Hall and, you know, get down Snowmobile Stairs, and the other person go through Blue, and it would have been a little bit more manageable at least, because you would have had a tertiary angle to work from inside of that garage to try to alleviate at least some of the pressure that's being fired in through that soft wall. I don't know. The round was won very decisively, though, by Wildcard Queens, and we're showing that statistics really don't matter, because this is a team that absolutely can win games. They're putting up big numbers right now in Thirst Trap. They're showing that they absolutely can contend, and this is a team that has an exceptionally well-talented roster that looks like struggling in quite a few of these rounds. A lot of their big losses are absolute struggles. I think that's the biggest thing to say. As they just threw a drone through a Surya Gates. That's something I see in casual games. And they're not getting punished for that, which is the most sad thing to me. They get a kill even. It's Impala going off the board.
Maybe a little bit of an overextension? I'm not sure what Impala was thinking there, but you lose a little bit of the control that she was holding, which you can never really afford because you don't want to get spread too thin. Meanwhile, for Thirst Trap, it's another top floor defense that we're seeing here from the Wildcard Queens, so, you know, it's fine. Scott, you can take a deep breath. Everything's going to be okay. I know you don't really like this site, but
hold on.
You can see why maybe it might not be as strong, because seriously picks up yet another one with the R4C. And she's looking to aggress inside of the site as well. I don't think there's a crossfire there. She just has to win a couple unless the person from Piano can sort of get a swing going. Wow. Finally, they take down Seriously. I eat my words just a little bit, but I mean, for Thirst Trap, you're still basically outside of the site, and you haven't pressured anyone from Wildcard Queens inside of there at all. What do you do here?
I think Thirst Trap should have had a player out towards Big Window. We've got 3 players all holding, essentially what would be the peek in from Ivy. 4 now, all from the peak side of Ivy. You needed somebody off the other way to contend inside of Big Window. That would keep them honest inside Master Bedroom, which would make this a 3v2 inside, but you haven't done so, and now you're looking at a complete teardown of your team on the step in. RJ and Apricot find a kill apiece, just Jess and Panda remaining. Yes, Jess is good for 1, but they're the only one now left, as they can just get sprinted upon and just says save the KD. They'll hop off that diffuser. Stats equal wins, guys, don't you know? I do the same thing, don't worry.
I would have completely done the same thing. Jess.
RJ wants it. RJ wants it for the Twitter. Wants to post it up. I pokeball Jess Goat. What did you do today? Unfortunately, Jess does not. Jess is what's the term? What's the term when you're trained on social media? PR trained. Jess is PR trained and knows not to let that happen.
She completely avoided the situation. Like, she was like, no, I don't need to be
not happening.
No.
It's just swerving a question you don't want to answer on air, you know?
You can get a clip on anyone but me.
Anyone else on the team, just not me.
You know what? That makes it sound like we're calling Jess like a very selfish person, which she's not.
No, it's not what we're saying.
No. It's not what we're saying, but it sounds like it.
I never would have thought that unless you say it. You know?
Do we ever think about the things that we're saying?
That is true. I don't ever think that afterwards. I don't know. That's why I can speak so much and so often. Because there's usually no thought.
Again, at least the things that you say make sense.
Sometimes, yeah. I think Big Window would have been a really good option for Thirst Trap in that round. How many players did we see inside of Master Bedroom for the Wildcard Queens that were becoming a problem child? Obviously, the big one was RJ that took down Seriously, who was doing really well in that round for an Ash, right? Working on balcony side. You needed that point of control. It gave you mezzanine because of that. You needed that way to pivot into office. Obviously, we had to see Jess swing in to balcony through Big Window from mezzanine to get in there in the first place, to even have a chance to plant. Time. Father Time is always on the defensive side. You have to play against him. When you get first blood, it's still an even game. Father Time's on the other team, breaking the rule set here for Project Harmony. You gotta try to make sure that you keep Father Time out of the series. And that's just not the case. Seriously, who I was harping, well, I won't say harping, I was really highlighting last round for being so important. Not even a matter in this one. 30 seconds in, no head on their shoulders. They're relegated to drone duty.
Yeah, she is involved in a lot of these opening engagements on both the attacking and defensive side, and it's a really glaring issue sometimes when she isn't able to get something going with those opening engagements. We saw it work out for her one time where I think she picked up 2, but overall it hasn't been the strongest effort if we're talking about the opening engagement side. That being said, though, like, you know, that's a tough gunfight to take, but you already made the effort to deal with the mirror window with your Ash charge, so you kind of neutralize that position. Granted, it's tough to let her sit there as we see a couple of kills go both the ways. Impala, turn, please, Panda. Nothing doing. Impala picks up 2, one of them for absolutely free. And Wildcard Queens, again, they're putting Thirst Trap in a bit of a box here. Only 2 members remain for them.
Cinta sounds like a father trying to teach his kid to play Mario Kart. Turn! It's not happening. They're not listening to you. They're in their zone. It's pretty colors. The brain go burr. That's not what you really want to see, though, in R6. The very toned game, especially even in labs. Oh my goodness, I can't see anything on that map because it's all the same color palette, and I'm colorblind. Chalet, though.
Have you played Lair yet? Have you played Lair yet?
No. No,
dude.
Just as bad.
I have no idea. I haven't played it either. I thought you did.
No, I have not. Impala, though, hiding in a corner. Wildcard Queens have such a player advantage that Thirst Trap are going to have everything to work out for them. Do you kind of take the slow and play as a timeout? Do you really contest? Slow has obviously not been working for them anyways. It's the same scenario we've seen now 3 rounds in a row. It feels like 2 players left in the final few moments, and they're kind of scrambling to figure out where to go and how to head because they haven't done the dirty work of clearing out these more powerful positions of the Wildcard Queens because they lose players on these gunfights. Why is there still someone available inside library? I'm not sure, but it should never be the case. Down goes Jess from Apricot. They pull out the shotgun and the Ida S in the secondary, and, well, they'll avenge the player death of their mind just in front of them. And that will tie this game up as, wow, defensively, Chalet has proven to be a powerhouse, and the Wildcard Queens are, oh, sorry, not tying it up. They go above and beyond. They're proven to be a really darn good team, and Thirst Trap just weren't really ready for the second half.
It's tough to figure out what's going on with Thirst Trap, right? Because it comes down again to a 2vx situation, so you're giving up a lot of early picks, as demonstrated here by Apricot, who, this is a shot and a half. Like, this is an incredibly difficult gunfight, but you just wait for her to cross into your crosshair, you pull the trigger, and you go on about your day. The drone work is there, so it makes it even more disturbing that Panda just simply did not turn. It's a beautiful shot that she lands here to pick up the Capital. But again, Panda, please, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sure you're doing well. 4 and 8, but like, you have to turn. The information was there. Impala was able to sit in that position.
It's got to be a call-out issue for Thirst Trap.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it can't just be Panda.
Well, but there were yellow pings. There were yellow pings.
Yeah, it's got to be a communication error here.
Yeah.
The Discord call is bugging out or something, whatever helps cope in that regard.
Yeah, maybe she's hearing everything backwards because the call-out was made by Jess. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah, maybe the call-outs are upside down.
Yeah.
I don't think Jess is there right now. I think Jess is like, in Europe somewhere. So.
No, she's in, like, Serbia or something. I don't know.
Serbia? Okay.
Yeah.
She's going all over the world or something, so.
She's a traveler, dude. I kind of want to live her life because I would love to travel, like, and be able to stream from a bunch.
I find traveling so stressful.
How did you feel when you headed over to Montreal? Because, dude, freaking TSA
Cold?
ripped me apart.
Cold? We drove. I flew to Ohio and then drove the rest of the way, so.
Right.
But cold, I felt, because I'm from the South, and it was...
I'm from Arizona, dude. How do I feel?
It's true. We're both from hot weather.
You get hot and humid, though. At least I have hot and dry.
Oh, it's actually not that humid here. They actually get
Is it
very hot
not?
dry weather, too, yeah. Alabama's not that hot. Unless you're, like, really far south in Alabama, then it's bad, but...
Shows how much I know about the weather.
Yep, you can come on down. I'll show you around.
It's another opening engagement here coming in from Seriously. Panda taking a little bit of damage, but nothing doing. So they just prod. They just wait to see what happens between each other. Yeah.
What's going on?
She's like,
Is it
hello?
that tiny sliver right there? Actually, don't think
it
it's
is.
halfway yet. I don't think it's halfway yet.
Seriously loses another opening engagement.
Is it really just that one tiny bit there? There's no way. I don't think it's half. I think she needs to go a little bit further. But I think she's just given up. Yeah, she's just given up. I'm not sure.
Kind of like me when I thought I was going to be able to play this game competitively. I just gave up.
Real. So real. Either way, Seriously now off the board. This is, 3 rounds in a row where they've pretty much been the first death or first kill. Maybe 4 rounds in a row they've been the first death or first kill. It's like this whole second half. It's not been doing so well for Seriously, which is really unfortunate considering how strong they have been when they're able to be a highlight player. As we do see Sanjaya on the rappel, lapping through, could drop down here and try to get the blowtorch off to that corner if it is that tiny bottom left side of that, but with Jane off the board, you don't really have anything else. You would need Panda nearby to use the impact to clear the wall too. You can't really shoot that out and clear it. You just don't really like the option for it, and they're now running into the final few moments again where Thirst Trap haven't even opened up a second side lane. What Mason calls, and I absolutely love the term, phantom pressure, it created none of it. It's too one-dimensional. And Wildcard Queens can just continue to hold these very static positions that ultimately will be Thirst Trap's undoing as 20 seconds tick forward. Players spread out in no man's land. 2 players working down through Blue Hall. There's already one holding that elbow, and you would have assumed something would work out for somebody here, but that's not the case, as you have to get perfect sprays. Just Jescoat inside blue. And the question is, where's Queen Reki? Do they have time? Just play the moment. Jescoat, no chance you get anything working for you. It's the Wildcard Queens again, reaching match and series point.
Oh, Jess, you have to give yourself a chance, though. Maybe go to the back of the site. I don't know. Well, there was no information on Queen Reki. But you have to give yourself a chance.
It's a guessing game, and sometimes you just guess wrong.
But you have to give yourself a chance. You got to try to put the diffuser down. We've seen plenty of times, especially in, these, T3, lower levels of Siege, where the diffuser goes down, nobody springs into action, and you end up winning it as an attacker. Just a lot of inaction coming in from Thirst Trap, and that also goes for the middle of the round, because I was wondering, while we, maybe we wanted a tangent or whatever it was, there were just 30 to 45 seconds of absolutely nothing happening from Thirst Trap. No gunshots being traded, just everyone holding an angle, everyone trying to figure out what they want to do. And in Siege, that is just so much wasted time. Like, these 3 minutes in the action phase go by incredibly quickly. Maybe they were on drones, maybe they were doing something, but I mean, for Thirst Trap, it's come down to these, late round situations, and one, you're not giving yourself a chance, but two, I mean, you've got to just get more active in the mid round. Something has to give, and Wildcard Queens, I mean, this would be an upset and a half. They find themselves on match point.
We've strayed away from a TDM style meta, right? Especially with the changes Ubisoft brought in with the patch 2 weeks ago. We've strayed away from a TDM meta, which is perfect, but we've fallen back into a utility consumption simulator, right? And despite that, I don't feel like Thirst Trap's on the same page with it. I don't feel like they're burning all their utility. I don't feel like they're getting the chance to do so. And even when we do see it, like, seriously on the, or Sanjaya, sorry, on the Blowtorch, something goes wrong and it doesn't work for them, and they don't continue to try to do it because you have to have that angle. You have to get that.
Yeah.
I think Thirst Trap's just a little behind the times, maybe would be the way to phrase it. They're really darn good, but I just feel like Wildcard Queens are really playing the strengths of Chalet right now, and they're really playing the strengths of the current meta. They don't have to be as concerned with huge amounts of utility being dumped towards them. There's not a bunch of flashes. There's not a bunch of smokes randomly. There's not nades closing meta corners. They're not randomly having a lifeline stun hitting them. And those are things that should be there. There's the things that should be a concern. And to top it all off, Thirst Trap have no information, it feels like, half the time. I mean, seriously, he was tossing their drones into Surya gates earlier. They need these drones out and running. They need, these static flank watch drones. They need these static corner hole drones that aren't here, it feels like. Because why is Impala still being allowed to just continue to hold this position and get a freebie kill when it shouldn't have even been the case? I'm not sure, but now even Panda's gonna fall to Impala.
She is the queen of the mezzanine, dude. She is the queen of the mezzanine.
Frost mat, pog mat.
So many steps being skipped here, and I mean, Jess, team kill seriously, like
claim.
Wow. Oh man, put that on your Project Harmony bingo card.
We have a bingo.
But frustrating. Frustrating. Dude, yeah. Like, set it up kind of like how people do for SI. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, except it's just going to be like dumb things casters say. So, like, how many times?
Oh, well, then the
curses or something like that.
Or she says it's women time.
Yeah, how many times?
Does she still say that?
His favorite time of the week, it's woman. And he doesn't even say plural. It just says woman, like one. He's only here for one woman. And it's only one woman's time.
Well, we've seen this before from Thirst Trap. 40 seconds remaining, and they're still trying to figure out what exactly they want to do with the round. And granted, it's tough because you can't really do much with two people, but still have to try something. And Jane is going to be, Jane's going to be hobbling around the map as well because of that Frostmat impact from earlier. So all is lost, seemingly, for Thirst Trap unless Jane can pull off something magical here. She'll expose her legs, so it's all down to Jesco. Once again, 8-5. Will she be able to turn it into anything better? No, 8-6. And Impala. A beautiful game from her and the rest of the Wildcard Queens as they improve their record to 1-2 and against a pretty solid team in Thirst Trap.
It's an actually unbelievable stat line for this team as well. Considering the trials and tribulations they've had at this point, yes, they faced really good teams to get here. That was obviously a big concern for the Wildcard Queens. Like, who have they faced? How is it going to work out? I mean, they came into week 2. They faced Girls on Fire, which is obviously the second-place team right now. They came into the first one. They faced Slinkys, which is the first-place team.
Yep.
And they weren't like, I wouldn't say it's crazy games. The round differential was pretty heavily in favor of Silly Slinkies and Girls on Fire. Entering into 3, there was a positive, like, 11 rounds for Girls on, for Silly Slinkies. There's a positive, like, 7 rounds for Girls on Fire. You have to assume these rounds would come out of at least one of these series, probably Wildcard Queens, considering where they were on the leaderboard. I don't think that's the case. I think it was the other game where it probably happened. They just got really unlucky with their first 2 seeding for the week, and it's now put them in a spot where they can say, we are good. This is not indicative of who we are. We got the win. Throw at us, and you threw Thirst Trap at us this week. Win! You threw Thirst Trap at us this week, and we're going to take them down. Who cares who they have on their team? We're good enough to take anyone down. And my God, their defense, Santos.
Oh, yeah. That was incredible.
Unbelievable. Like, yeah, there was obviously the weaknesses of attack for,
Thirst Trap, but honestly, like, Wildcard Queens, I mean, default strategies or what, but, like, they held onto these extended positions. My biggest thing was Impala playing inside of Mezzanine over and over and over again, and they had so much difficulty with clearing out Mezzanine. It was tough to watch at one point because, Panda turn, but I mean, from a metagame standpoint, if you're able to hold these extended positions, especially on Chalet, prevent that sort of horizontal take, you're going to find a lot of success on your defense, and that's exactly what we saw from Wildcard Queens.
Yeah, it's just a really good showcase of what defensively Chalet can be. It did seem like defending was going to be a defender-sided map when we saw the end of the first half. Obviously, a 4-2 split kind of shows that, but then taking the second half flawlessly really just kind of goes, yeah, there's a little bit more to the table. And when it's the same problem every single time for Thirst Trap, the final 30 seconds, even 40 seconds of that last round, if not 45 seconds, where it's just 2 players remaining, what are you going to do? It doesn't feel like there was that much to it, especially that last round was the most egregious for it. Yeah. They couldn't even get to that side of the map. They couldn't even get through Ivy Hall to start poking and creating holes and things like that. They had nothing. And any hard breach they had for the Selmas couldn't be used because they had not broken any of the, hard breach denial that was available on the defense. So it just became a peeking simulator. And I'm sorry to break it to you, defenders, it's not a peaking advantage game anymore, right?
Yeah, they win those,
They're going to win those, and they're going to just have their sightlines directly because they're a good enough team, obviously, to have their crosshairs directly where your head's going to be swinging that corner. And it's a GG no re, and it's going to be a very good game for them. They can now go celebrate. And that's going to be it for you and I, Marvin, here on the broadcast here for Project Harmony. And we're going to go ahead and send us out to a break. Don't go anywhere, though. It's not just one more game. It's not just 2, baby. 3 more games coming up after this.
With things seeming pretty consistent in Project Harmony, Silly Slinkies grabbing a win earlier today and staying at the top of the table on net on those 8 points. And Thirst Trap just now in the last game dropping points to the Wildcard women's team. Now it's time for Admin Abuse to play later on tonight in order to shake up things in the top 4, but they also have to play through Cinta, get through Cinta Negra in order to do that insane shakeup. My name is Chaka, and joined next to me is Meep Garage, and I'm excited for tonight's game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited too. I mean, in terms of the actual standings of this, these teams are pretty close together. But let's take a quick look at the schedule that we got going on here. You can see that we've got Girls on Fire and Slinkies, as well as Thirst Trap Wildcards. That one was just played, so Girls on Fire and Slinkies also just played. We're doing Cinta Negra and Admin Abuse, and then it's Akave Black versus Meep that will be up next after this. And I believe then it's also Meep and Cinta Negra after that. So that is the schedule we have. You can see the games previously played as well as the ones that we are going to be playing right after this one. So there's more Siege after this match. We got a couple more games throughout this whole night. So there's plenty to watch. We have lots of stuff and lots of entertainment. But now I was just talking about those standings. Let's take a look at that. What do you think of this, Chocolate?
Yeah, I mean, Silly Slinkies won earlier today. I was going to sit here and say that it was an overtime win from what I could remember. I think it was like 8-6 on Consulate or 8-7 regardless. They retained their position at the top of the table on 8 points, so I did get that right as well. With Thirst Trap, as we did just see on their Chalet game against the Wildcard Queens, they just surrendered points, didn't really look as convincing in that game as they have done in the others, and that is kind of like a really good positive for Wildcard Queens, a team that has struggled earlier on in the season, taking on one of the top 3 teams and beating them on Chalet, at least on their defensive half. That was really exciting to see, and it gives Admin Abuse, like I mentioned earlier, that opportunity to jump in that top 3 position.
Yeah, Abbott Abuse has a lot to gain from this. Of course, Cinta Negra is still looking to remain competitive. These are two teams that, they're relatively close in the leaderboard, but that doesn't also show the whole picture. There's a lot of stuff that's happened in between that, and there's kind of a big disparity. And I think definitely going into this, Abbott Abuse are favored, but we can see some of the players here and who's kind of been popping off. And I think one of the big stories is you look at the KD, looking at Kato coming in with that 90 kills and 86 deaths. That's a lot to be putting up. But those are overall stats, so I should specify that just so you know, for the entire team. But still, when you're looking at it, you can see that they're coming out positive. Admin Abuse are coming out positive. They obviously have more games played, but still impressive stuff from them nonetheless. But we have to see if we're going to see if Cinta Negra are going to be able to potentially make something happen here against a favored team.
Yeah, Cinta Negra obviously are a team that played just the last two, or at least the last weekend or so. They only had one game. The game that they were supposed to have last weekend against Meep, I think it was, has been postponed. I think that's going to be played later on tonight. So you have that to look forward to, but for Cinta Negra girls in particular, at least from what I remembered of them, because I actually didn't get to cast that game, sadly. I'm thinking of Akave Black, but yeah, Cinta Negra had that overtime loss against Thirst Trap, again, another top team, or one of the top 3 teams here in Project Harmony Season 2, so they have some quality to them, but, they just need to maybe get some more game time, work up some consistency.
Well, let's take a look here. The main player we want to highlight coming out for Admin Abuse, we're seeing Cassette for Cinta Negra. Admin Abuse's player, they've had more experience, at least for this tournament, a couple more games in them. You can see it's going to be Melly, 2 games, cost of 64%, pretty solid KD, 25 and 19. Not a whole lot of planting going on. We're in a very aggressive meta at the moment, still kind of coming off the heels of that team deathmatch meta that we were kind of in for the last number of months. But Melly's going to be the one to watch. I think if Melly's doing really good, I think Admin Abuse probably clear this match and take it easy. But if we do see some upsets coming out, it's definitely going to be coming from some of the players on Cinta Negra.
Yeah, I mean, you also have Secret on this team as well, which I was kind of surprised to see her compared to like Melly, because I thought Melly in their game against like Silly Slinkys was like really, really good, at least from what I gathered. She broke double digits in that game against Silly Slinkys, the top team in the league, and she was probably one of the... Oh, my bad. But anyways, regardless, yeah, Secret's a pretty good player, pretty good on the entries, engagements, and was against Silly Slinkys, was pretty consistent in that game, and you look at 8-10 in an 8-7 game on a map that has not been played in Project Harmony Season 2. That's actually like a pretty good scoreline. Like over, 17, 18 rounds? I can't count. 8 plus 7.
No, pretty good scoreline, definitely, for sure. Can see now we got the maps coming up, and it turns out we're going to be going to Oregon. Nothing super surprising there. This is something that, every team knows how to play. Admin Abuse have already taken a W here against Meep earlier on in this tournament. And Cinta Negra is going to be starting off on defense. So they start off on the favored side. Admin Abuse is going to be attacking first. We have to really see, can they bring a solid attack? Can they maybe take control of the map early on? Because as we know, this meta is really defined by who is a better attacking team. Everyone can defend really well. It's very defender-sided, but if you can't attack, you're just going to kind of get left in the dust. Admin Abuse show us right from the get-go that they are going to be the ones to kind of win this out and show a good attacking round.
Yep. You mentioned Admin Abuse did play this map on the first day of the season against Project Harmony, against, I believe it was Meep, and they won that one. And I mean, yeah, it's kind of like, it's Oregon. You should be able to know how to play it. And also, Cinta Negra girls, when it comes to this map, they tend to leave it pretty late in their map ban phase, so that tells me that they are pretty comfortable on this map, as well as Admin Abuse. But then again, it is Oregon, so you should know how to play this map. You should understand just the gist of it, the pacing, what you want to do on this map, just because it is pretty old. It's been here since the very beginning. It hasn't had a rework in so long. So it's not really anything to change about it. The map, the operator bins seem to be pretty average. Monty's a little bit interesting to me, but Solus and Dokkaebi make a lot of sense.
Solus, Dokkaebi makes sense for sure. Even Monty, I think, especially when you consider bunker in basement and pushing that blue corner, really powerful character. It is somewhat surprising, though, that no Ying has been banned. I mean, Ying has been banned in pretty much every single game I've watched, played, or casted. So maybe we'll get to see some Ying action finally. I think last time I casted, I put it that I was in a desert, and Ying was the only thing that could quench my thirst because I just needed it. We need some Ying gameplay, and is it coming out right away? I don't even see it. All right, no Ying. No Ying.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on if you're, like, really comfortable with it. There may be some information on
locate and defuse
not only admin abuse's side, but maybe even Cinta Negra girls that, like, admin abuse don't really care about the Ying that much. And also, like, yeah, again, I mean, it's just probably a niche thing. Like, Ying isn't for everyone. Rim certainly is for Cinta Negra girls, as they do seem to be hovering over him for the very first round here. And oddly enough, this admin abuse in their primary site choice going up into the second floor and not attempting the basement first.
Yeah, I think this site's become especially popular as of late, just because, you know, basement has been played so often, and even though it is really strong and you can turtle up in there really well, it's almost been played so much that teams have gotten really well at attacking, or really good at attacking it, and they know the schedule they have to pull when they're attacking it, and they know what has to get done by when, and it's a lot more. I think it's a lot easier to become a very coordinated attacking team. Whereas this site, still a lot of teams have good practice on it, but it's not quite as regimented as, I would say, basement is. And we're already starting off. This T3 is getting cleared, but basket case up here, lurking on the vigil, just going to make it a bit more difficult to clear. Even if they don't engage at all, the time and utility waste that basket case can apply here to this site could be pretty strong. But being forced out of that corner position, two people already starting to pinch on the rappel, and that's basket case heading out, hits that vault, doesn't take any damage because they hit that crossbar when going down, and they're out of there in about 45 seconds. That's a pretty good clear coming out of Cinta Negra.
Yep, but they haven't completely moved out of this big tower position, just resting on the tower stairs, and the drone is just going to miss them. Basket case seemingly evading just that, but as they run away, not even going to be cut off, just going to go escape through basement, the drone catching them on the way out. So even though, like, they give up big tower theoretically, you still have to have the fact that basket case is still somewhere down in basement, or even just still somewhere on the stairs, and they either have to confirm that through a drone or have somebody, like, challenge that themselves.
The wall's starting to get open. It's a pretty good time here for Cinta Negra. Of course, they're not rushing in, so they still have to keep pace with how it's going, and that's one way to not keep pace. Kato is going to find the first pick on the round, and that's the Flores gone. I'm not sure how many of those Rotero drones even got to be used, but that's a huge amount of utility taken off, and Kato is still going to keep playing this doorway, just peeking it. Venex is trying to maybe contest and try and find something, but nothing's going to happen, and so now you're going to see time's kind of going to stall for Cinta Negra. They lost that opening pick. They don't have as many bodies. This is what I was talking about. If they don't keep pace, they're going to fall behind pretty quickly, and that is exactly what might be happening right here. They're going to lose another one. Down goes Vanek. It's hung to find a pick. Koss finds another on to Akave, at least trading it back out, but the difference is going to be kept to a two-man count as Basket Case finds another one. Luckily, Kato is taken out by Demonly, able to find that last pick, but it's still man advantage for admin. Playing close on the claws, it's not going to work out. Demonly goes for two. That's some pretty big picks there to even things out. 30 seconds left, and they have to make this work now. They have diffuser control, and they know that site, at least for this section of bedroom, is clear, but they don't know where Basket Case is necessarily because she's been lurking around. The flank is almost good, but lost out. Basket Case losing almost all of the HP that they got, but manages to win it. Doesn't have the read, though, as Demonly on for 3 now, needs to find Trippy. Trippy is tucked in behind the bunks. Demonly has to go for the plant. Trippy can just push up, but Demonly has a chance to potentially hop off this. doesn't decide to, sticks it, and unfortunately that is their demise. Trippy just has to round the corner and shut them down.
I will say, though, for Cinta Negra girls, it didn't seem like they really had a good start no matter what in that round because, like, of course they did lose that opening pick, but they didn't really create anything convincingly for, like, any site takes. Like, Sophia still has to break Kiba barrier. She still has to worry about White Stairs. She still has to worry about Legion Mines. None of that being convincingly cleared there from Cinta Negra girls, having to also worry about the flank. Basket Case still, like, being a havoc on the roam, being a havoc on the extension, and surprisingly enough, getting a kill. I was very surprised that she didn't hear the player right behind her, but irregardless of that, like, I didn't watch Cinta Negra's game on the very first day of the season, but I don't know if they've had issues with, like, their early rounds and just exactly getting set up and just exactly how to create situations that are beneficial for them inside of an attacking round.
Yeah, and that one game, it was a close one for them. It was an overtime loss on Akave, so it wasn't, they didn't get completely decimated. They still walked away with it from a point because it was overtime win, but that first showing here, not super confidence inspiring. There were a number of mistakes, including, I think, pacing issues, as well as some things where I think they maybe were gifted something by admin abuse and didn't take enough advantage of it. Like, they took down, I think, when Kato was on the roam, and they managed to get that pick onto Kato. I feel like then and there they should have had an advantage that maybe they didn't utilize properly. That could have led them potentially to a win if they could have converted it properly. It just didn't go down like that, though. So hopefully the second one, they're more into their groove. They've shaken some of the rust off, and we can see maybe a more compelling attack coming out of them.
Seems like it's going to be more front-faced focus, and that much is not only evident by the player positions on the map, most of them centered around the garage and main lobby area, and then the players like hoping to push in from small tower, going into towards the freezer stairs, with then Lily working a back push. But you also look at the operator picks. A lot of the utility that can be used to attack from laundry and freezer stairs and create so much space on side of the site, and they do find the very first pick through Abuse on his defense, stopping the initial entry from small tower, and there goes that bad start that we talked about in the last round.
Yeah, its Basket Case has been doing pretty solid so far, and even better as they find another one, potentially a fourth swinging from Shower, but ultimately Vanix wins it up, but doesn't get the crossover from Security. Vanix going to just shove a Candela in there, but the rotate's also not big enough for Nax to get through. I'm actually happy we're at least getting to see a Ying on. I haven't been complaining about that pretty much every game, not getting to see Ying. I just like aggressive Ying pushes. And Vanix does manage to get Lindsay back up, so that's at least big, that it's now 3v4 rather than 2v4. Still trailing by one in terms of man count is going to make it hard for Cinta Negra, though, especially when you look at their HP. Lindsay is low. Vanix is half. Obviously, Akave is also low, so Akave on the side of Admin Abuse will go down pretty fast, too, but these are two members on the side of Cinta Negra who have already taken pretty substantial HP damage and will go down pretty quickly. Even if we're talking something like the SMG-11 that Kato is holding down here, that doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but if you're already lit up, it can be incredibly lethal even with body shots. Kato also deciding to push up, potentially get aggressive here, make something happen. I don't know if there's any flank watch. There definitely isn't. Down goes Lily. That's going to make things go from bad to worse for Cinta Negra.
Yeah. Look at the utility that they've lost as well. You use so many of those Candelas, you're out of Grimbees, you have no Capital utility to work out the default push that you wanted to do in the first place, meaning that you just have to, like, make something work out of nothing. And one Candela is being used to Vanix push down these freezer stairs, but it's shut down by Kato and Admin Abuse for their second round in a row. It's the early starts for Cinta Negra, and they asked for a timeout almost immediately in the first two rounds. Look very troubling for them. I can certainly understand why they would want to take a pause here.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of the really proactive tactical pause. You know, using it before you're fully lost. They've only lost 2 rounds. This is nothing super worrisome for them. It's just the beginnings of something. And by instantly calling that tac timeout, they're going to try and address those problems before they get too big, before they sacrifice too many rounds. So I'm a big fan of what they're doing here. Hopefully we can see this timeout turn into a conversion and we see a little bit of change of momentum, change of direction going in the way of Cinta Negra just to keep things competitive. But right now, it just seems like they don't have a good beat on the members of admin abuse in terms of how aggressive these players over here are all playing. They just seem completely caught off guard most of the time by the roam, by the peaks, by the aggression.
That ability to just get a good start, and it's not, it's not as simple as that, but at the same time, it can be. The fact that, like, they just try and make an entry work through small tower to work freezer stairs. There's players that are giving them trouble and top freezer stairs and stopping their initial entry from the small tower. Capital dies early. A lot of your utility is gone for that initial execute, and you can't even just get yourself set up in that situation. It's like once you lose that Capital, once you lose those early picks, going for a basement execute on Oregon can be pretty messy and will not net you the result that you want, especially if you are in the attack. So it's very difficult when you don't have those good starts, when you don't have those initial picks going into a basement defense, because a defense on Oregon, 4 players, even if you lose the first one pretty early, the 4 players can hold the site pretty convincingly. It's just all about, like, holding your power positions and just denying the entries inside of the site, regardless of what utility the attackers have. So I would see admin abuse. They win their primary and their secondary site choices. They go to the tertiary site choices, and this should give Cinta Negra girls a better chance of actually, like, winning around and getting a good start.
Yeah, tertiary site combined with the fact that they just were using their tactical timeout, hoping this is the best chance that they could have possibly to change momentum, start picking up some rounds. Obviously, defender side of meta, they're starting on attack. Cinta Negra is, so they're not expected to pick up as many rounds, but they at least want to get 2 rounds, so they come out of their attacking half with maybe a 2-floor split, and they can then probably replicate the same, if not do any better, on their defensive half. That'd be kind of the default expected scoreline, but hopefully they can start picking up a lot right now. I like the Glaz pick coming in. They're seeing the number of smokes coming out because they're bringing Ying as well, but also Thermites packing smokes. Glaz, of course, can bring smokes for themselves, so lots of smoke play coming in. Ying to blind off lines of sight. Oh, and I forgot, there's also a Capital on the board for smoke bolts, as well as OSHA shields to push down. So I think we're going to see a pretty aggressive one-sided push where the smokes are going to cut off lines of sight. Glaz will provide coverage. You have the OSA put stuff down to get the shield and then get plant down, and things are starting off already much better. It's the Kaid going down right away, and it's cost to get that first pick.
Have to deal with the Kaid clause to make this default push work out for the medium side. They do start off really well, getting the kill onto the Kaid, but Kaid is usually very, very far from his Kaid clause just because it's very dangerous to stay near them or to even try and grab them off of the walls, grab them off of certain positions, especially on this side in particular when you think of, like, attic and you get the attic wall open, then you could just shoot the Kaid where they stand because it's quite predictable where they're going to be if they actively try to trick it. And Akave, that's very unpredictable, and she gets 2 kills off of the back of it. Admin abuse get a third too, and Cinta Negra girls, they start the round off really well, getting the walls open, getting that very first pick, but now they're just down to 2.
Not sure why Akave didn't hear that. Maybe the Ying had slightly dampened their hearing abilities, but Akave shut down, and another solid trade coming out from Lindsay. So all of a sudden, back 2v2. Cinta Negra looked out of it for a second after a pretty big heroic play from Akave, but now it's going to be down to Trippy and Kato. They have to keep sight, but neither of them are on site. They have both kind of taken off-site positions, or at least Kato is off-site. Kato can flank. I'm not sure exactly what Kato's doing. The C4 is a little bit too late, not going to find anything. Kato, though, does have those sight lines onto Cost. That's a big one, and a second one onto Lindsay. Another really strong individual performance there from Kato to find not just one, but that second kill at long distance with all that recoil from the SMG-11 kicking you straight up. Really good stuff, but kind of wondering exactly what Cinta Negra was doing there. They had a solid plan from the operator lineups and how they were setting up. They had the opening pick, and just once again, individual plays, unexpected aggression, just completely shut things out.
It's just aggression. You don't necessarily expect it. Not even on a map like Oregon. Oregon is a very stock standard map. Defense has to be very disciplined on this map. They can't over-aggress. They can't give up too much. And despite the opening kill there, forcing Cinta Negra girls onto Hung, a site player, I'm assuming, or even a player just down in the basement trying to use the Nitro Soul through the hatch trick, you just don't expect, especially when the castle barricade is right there, you don't expect somebody to just randomly impact it and then swing you off the back of it. It's very easy to sit here and say, at least for us, because like I was thinking that too, to be like, oh, why didn't they just like hold the door? Because it's closed off. And it's a castle barricade and it's closed off. Like the defense isn't going to aggress through that, right? Or so you would think. And that's the type of thing that like Kato does on the admin abuse. That's another player who I felt like wasn't really highlighted enough is Kato. Kato is not, it's just a very good player. They like to do very aggressive, very solo things by themselves, and although that didn't really work out against Slinkys because it was read into properly, it works out here because Cinta Negra girls don't know what to expect.
Yeah, and what to expect is kind of how admin abuse has been winning this, is they've just been throwing all sorts of curveballs at Cinta Negra, and it's really hard to keep up with that. You're exactly right with what you're pointing out about there being a castle barricade, is you assume you're safe. You don't expect someone to just explode through that and shut it down. And I think also Cinta Negra got a teensy bit unlucky there. The Glaz almost had the coverage, but I believe the Osa shield was preventing some of the Glaz's bullets from potentially finding and shutting down Kato. Could have been a different story if that Osa shield wasn't there. Maybe not, but still, yeah, it's the unexpected aggression that's just currently really going the way of admin abuse, and that's also just part of the defenders' sidedness of the current meta we're in too.
Well, seems to be the same type of attack here for Cinta Negra, the attic. Big tower split, but for admin abuse, they're not going to go with that T3 hold that they had last round with, I believe it was basket case on the visual, Sling in T3 on big tower, just wasting so much time, creating a lot of phantom pressure for the defense. But at least they get the walls open pretty quickly. They're now like putting so much pressure on this extension towards attic and also through pit. And it seems like admin abuse are more than willing to just give them a lot of control at this point.
Well, I got one of the can openers to open, but Hung did a pretty good job getting that other Kaid Claw on the wall and actually managed to zap, I believe, the second can opener coming out from Demonly. So only one of them opened up. That's a vault hole too that was opened up onto that attic wall, making it a bit more difficult to enter safely into attic. You don't have that one small kind of crouch level hole that they could use, but Demonly still has pushed up regardless and is now contesting into bunks, putting some pressure on. Time-wise, they have a decent amount of time and they're right on the edge of sight, so they can start pushing in and start taking fights, and they're going to put those Kovana hives down. The Demonly starting to push in, going to find one on the Trippy. Basket Case already has gone down in a previous engagement. Kato down, not quite out yet, but is a res going to even be possible once you've lost this much control of the site? A C4, not going to find anyone, but going to do so much damage to Demonly, but it's still a 4v2, and it doesn't really look like Kato is in a position right now to get picked up, but never mind. Caster curse, and what is happening? Demonly just has, or Lindsay has no idea that Hung is just right there and doesn't look the right way, but still, the picks come back out. Kato is found out. It's just going to be down to the Kaid now with about third of the health. They know exactly where Kaid is. It's just a matter of time before Kaid moves into a more vulnerable position and is shut down.
Miss Phoenix to find the last kill there for Cinta Negra girls. Around on the board for them. That's a very good one. Just muscling their way into site. Had difficulty getting some of the site walls open, namely the only site wall really that's connected to any outside room. That games wall, having very much a lot of difficulties opening up that wall, and so they just decided to just muscle their way in. It seemed like admin abuse weren't necessarily ready for the full collapse one side of sight, and Cinta Negra girls just fully explode. The whole point, like the whole thing about them not just having a good start, they completely fix that in this round by finding the first kill and then immediately finding follow-ups and just aggression, showing the pure aggression there against admin abuse, who, just like last round when they were doing it, didn't expect it this round because they were full turtle into sight. They thought, well, what else can they do? Because they don't have any of the walls open. Well, that's what they can do. They'll just hit their shots against you and run it.
I also really liked what I was seeing from Demon there. I was highlighting earlier that wall being opened up with only one of the can openers creating that vault was just a little more dangerous. It was a little bit harder to push in, and in spite of what I was saying, Demon League decided to just have the info and then quickly aggress, take advantage of that kind of blind spot, just start throwing down those fauna hives that Grim brings and aggress straight into sight, and that's what got them a kill onto Trippy. That's what got them sight control. It was a really important bit of aggression that kind of tells you that maybe Cinta Negra are figuring out the type of pace that they have to match admin abuse with, because admin abuse playing really aggressive. Cinta Negra really maybe realizing that they have to bring some of that same aggression, some of that same speed if they want to be competitive here.
Yeah, I mean, admin abuse has been pretty aggressive against them. Try and match that pace. It's taken them a couple rounds to do that, but they're also an organ attack, and for a lot of teams, it takes a while to adjust to another team's playstyle, especially if you haven't really played against them before. And maybe that is the case here for Cinta Negra girls, who just probably don't really understand admin abuse that well, and so it just takes them a couple rounds to do so. One round on the board on the attack is actually really, really good, and that's not really good though for Cinta Negra girls, as Victoria finds the very first kill in this round for admin abuse.
Yeah, and that's also the Lion taken off the board. A couple of kills go back and forth, but it's still ultimately favoring admin, who have still full control of sight. Cinta Negra still just trying to find picks out on master bedroom balcony. They're still below trying to work stuff. They haven't really taken a whole lot of sight control with these bodies they've been sacrificing, and are really just now kind of lagging behind, especially like I was going to point out, that Lion being gone, those Lion scans now gone. That's a lot of your execute utility that you've just taken out. And so they're going to have to find some other picks maybe lurking around. It's going to be Lily. There is one person down here in meeting room, but does Lily know it? Nope. Bandit shuts them down. That's another pick on this round for Victoria. So it's all going to be down to Koss and Vanix. And Koss is a 3 armor and in low health, and that's not going to be good. Kato with the pick, a 1v4. Vanix going to have to pull something out. Pretty incredible stuff here if there's any hope of winning it, but it's most likely a foregone conclusion. Another pretty solid round from admin abuse, who are just a little too all over the place for Cinta Negra to be able to nail down.
Also, just Cinta Negra girls just using a lot of drones. They only have one active drone on the map, but that's most likely caught in a Meep jammer somewhere. Actually, take that back because Koss is on it. And Vanix is just outside. They haven't even fully gotten inside of the building, and the moment they get inside of the building, they've been challenged. Akave swings that, Kato swings that too, and they just give up 2 kills to Vanix. I mean, a 1v2 quite possible, especially with the best AR in a game on the attack in the AK-12.
Well, Bandit is lurking below and still has a C4 in pocket. That C4 is gone, and it's off, and Vanix is done. So that lurk ultimately did play safe, despite the fact that they almost risked it by throwing those 2 bodies away in what could have been a pretty big blunder had things start to go the way of Cinta Negra there at the end. But it doesn't. They still have the ace up their sleeve, being Bandit down below. And another pretty solid round, despite the goofiness at the end there for admin abuse.
Yeah, I mean, just aggression. They just like to keep that pressure up. That's the one thing that I actually really like about MBS is the fact that they're able to just switch what type of play style that they want to do. They're keeping Cinta Negra girls on their toes. It's like one round they're playing anchor, very close to sight, closing off all of the walls, looking to deny any hard breach from opening up any of the sight walls, opening up extra lines of sight. And the next they're playing aggressive in bottom meeting because they recognize that Cinta Negra girls pushed from attic the last time, and they recognize that they can just hold that entry from attic through the bottom hatch. They're holding lobby to not let them just walk, or they're holding games aggressively, not letting them walk into games and then furthermore into trophy and then into games. They're just being aggressive because they recognize that the last round they were just like way too passive. They gave up too much space, and they allowed themselves to be fully collapsed onto inside of sight, despite the round before that being very one-dimensional from Cinta Negra.
Well, we are going back to basement now. Cinta Negra has one chance here to potentially eke out a 2-4 split for the attack. Otherwise, they're going to be going into the defensive half with only one round, which obviously they will have the strength of the defensive half, but still only having one round to your name isn't super inspiring. So they're bringing kind of what looks like, once again, they have information denial in terms of smokes and ying. They're going to be putting down some stuff to block angles. They're going to be trying to blind everything. But the rest of the team looks like it's almost for this roam clear, because they're going to try and pinch these admin abuse roamers who have been so active the entire game. They're going to use these Grim hives. They're going to use Jackal and track them down and try and just supply all this pressure and really pinch these roamers. But they have to be able to get into the map first and make that happen, and that has been a real trouble here for Cinta Negra. Kos already taken some damage, but Demonly, thankfully, is all the way into meeting room. They got to get those Cade Claws off the hatches, though, if they're to make this work.
There's no roamer here at all for admin abuse, so Jackal might be brought in vain, but there's other ways to use the Jackal on site. You can use them in tandem with the Grim in order to figure out where these anchor positions are, which is completely valid, completely fine. You can use that to make space and just give you extra information on what you can do for the execution. They still have the Capital up, so they haven't lost the first pick yet. They haven't lost any utility. As I say that, I cast the curse. Kos dies really early. No eye track scanners being used, no eye knock scanners being used rather from Kos. And that's again the first kill going in favor of admin abuse from Basket Case.
Yeah, Basket Case had a pretty good early game, been a little bit quiet, but spawned another great opening pick here to keep things going the way of admin abuse. Grim dumping pretty much almost all of the hives now with this last one going out, or one more in the pocket, but a lot of utility being dumped the way of Freezer. These Candelas going off, Ying's going to drop. They don't really know where people are, though, and that's going to punish them. Basket Case is left to go in basement corridor, and she's able to find a single pick. To see another pick going the way as Victoria finds one. It's answered back finally by Demonly and Lindsay finding one for themselves, but it's still a 2v3. Mancow still favors admin abuse. A trade back and forth puts it to 1v2, but you're up against 2-3 armored defenders. One of them has, stims to keep themselves healthy. The other one has a C4. Damage being done on Akave. Can't get a stim off, so that's going to go down. It's going to be down to Lindsay, who has to start putting the plant down because there's less than 10 seconds. Victoria on this Cade,
5 seconds left.
Pretty far away. Definitely not going to be able to stop the plant. Has the C4, but it's going to be a bit more difficult to use now. You're going to have to use it mainly as a distraction. The one upside for them is Lindsay is on real low health, less than half of their HP right now. So the AUG in the hands of Cade can knock them down real fast, but this corner is going to be big, and Lindsay, a little bit of an errant peek there, baited out by the movement.
Defenders have eyes.
Victoria takes it, and that's kind of a crushing round there for Cinta Negra, who almost managed. We're so close to bringing a round back from the brink of defeat. Still end up losing it out, and we do go 5-1 to the second half of the game, favoring admin abuse.
5-1.5. Yeah, that's kind of rough. Even if you're going on your defenses, that's kind of like a tall scoreline to come back from, because really, you think about like what sites are really good for Oregon. It's just second floor and basement, and then you eventually have to go to your tertiary sites. And even then, second floor is a lot easier, despite how good it can be for the defense. It's a lot easier, and it is very possible to attack more so than basement. So a 5.5% Cinta Negra girls, when you're looking just at how Oregon plays out, your primary, secondary sites usually go first. You win those out, and then it's like 5-3 in favor of admin abuse, and then you play your tertiary sites, and then you go right back to your primary, secondary, and then your tertiary sites, which admin abuse will eventually win if the trend is anything to go by on Oregon, because your tertiary sites are your tertiary sites for a reason. They're not really that great. They're third choice sites. They're sites that are just a little bit more possible to attack on than your second floor or your basement sites on Oregon.
Now it's time to see whether Cinta Negra has the same sort of capabilities on defense, or more so, I should say, whether admin abuse are better attackers than Cinta Negra were, because that's really where it's going to come down. Is if admin abuse can just do a slightly better winning rate, they can easily take this. They just need 2 rounds right now to push themselves into winning this map, and if they manage to get that, it'll be a pretty crushing defeat for Cinta Negra. But we're going to some pretty strong sites. We're up on second floor. Cinta Negra have the chance here to show us what they really are made of, and come out swinging on the defense, and maybe I cast her curse. Maybe that's what happened. Akave gets a big pick, because not only is it Demonly who's been the top frag for Cinta Negra, but it's also Azami really early on, which means only a couple of those Kiba barriers got to be used. There's going to be, I think, maybe 4 Kiba barriers that are just going to generate in Demonly's pocket, but since Demonly's knocked out, they're not going to be able to get used at all. So that's a huge amount of utility also being taken off of the table really immediately, and there doesn't seem to be any sort of response for it.
Yeah. You only get 1 at the start of a round, and then 2, I think a second one, and like I would say just as the round begins. So
yeah,
that's only 2 Kiba barricades like generated there from the CN girls, and so that's just a feel bad moment. But that's also just another bad start from them on a pretty important operator. So now they're gonna have to find a way with 4 people in the top 4 site. How are they going to come back from this? That's a good one. A kill into basket case, and that puts them immediately on level terms with admin abuse.
Man, it's a great way to respond, and once again, doesn't look like there's an immediate response coming out from admin abuse either, so it's probably going to stay 4v4 until a separate engagement starts off. There's no trades coming out immediately. Though admin abuse are getting this wall open, they are going to start pushing from the attic side, but while they're not pushing, Vanix is just going to reinforce the rotate into kids' dorms completely off just to make it more difficult and make that admin position really not all that powerful. Vanix is also going to find a big pick, so that's a second bit of utility coming up for Vanix. It's shutting down Cabby, making things more difficult now for admin abuse, who are going to have to really work to make something happen. They're lacking in man numbers. They are now running out of time, and they don't have nearly as strong of pushes, and they're struggling to figure out exactly where everyone is at the moment. They're just still droning about, trying to figure out how this push is going to come together. They don't know where these angles are being held from. It's going to be a bit of a hectic one, but sometimes in those really hectic moments, that's when bullets just fly and things can go either way, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Trippy finds a big one onto Lindsay to even things out. 25 seconds left to play. This is where things have to come down. They're all going to be pushing mainly from attic. They have 1 person outside double window, but Lily knows exactly where that double window person is not going to let that hop and just go by easily. So it comes down to really, can these attic people make something happen? And if running just not going to work out at all, they do not have information that Cost is just holding that angle. They do get the trade onto Cost, so it's going to be evened out, but Lily is there to shut out Cato. It's all going down the Trippy, who has to stick the plant because time has run out, and it's an easy execution from Vanix to just shut this thing down.
It's a good round from Cinta Negra girls, especially when you think about like the start that they have had in the rounds where, like, especially on their attacks, like they've had like really bad starts to rounds where they give up like 1 to 2 picks, and just the other round just the last round that we just saw, they gave up the first pick again, having a bad start on a very important operator. And they were able to just bring it back. They kept the pace up with admin abuse despite being on the back foot a good chunk of the round. They kept that pressure up. That's also just a very troubling sign for admin abuse too, because like the run in without making sure that game's corner is clear. That's the same thing that Cinta Negra girls did when they were attacking this same site, and they didn't really clear or get that game's wall open. It's just like, well, if the game's wall is not open, then why don't you expect someone to play there? So, I mean, at least you win your primary site choice. Now it's time to go down the basement, which is by most considered the best site, at least one of the best sites in the game, or even just the best site on Oregon.
And we're going to see if they're going to be able to do anything here. I like bringing out the mirror, pretty common strat. I'm going to be able to watch both the laundry stairs and even contest a little bit of freezer too, if anyone were to potentially open up that freezer wall into B site and push in there. As long as that mirror is up in closet, you can hold on to a lot of angles from there. So really strong, but that's exactly why Basket Case is hopping on the Twitch. See if you can't get one of those Twitch drones in there, zap the little case on the back of the mirror shield, and you can just open the whole thing up. So it's a matter of if those Twitch drones can get in, that can be pretty enormous in getting rid of some of these power positions here for Cinta Negra.
Cinta is also being used in this upcoming round, and Sans is very situational. Mainly, it kind of tells me that they want to go for a backside take. If not backside take, then drag some attention to that area of the map, but Victoria was positioned in lobby, so I thought originally they were going to go position themselves by that area, but it seems like they are going to just drag some attention over to the tower stairs. But Kato's just stealing all the fun, finding the first 2 kills, and that's shutting down aggression by this Freezer side here from the Cinta Negra girls.
That's a huge couple of picks, potentially a third, but it's not going to be finding that way as Lily does manage to finally shut down Kato. But Basket Case aggresses to keep things going the way of Cinta Negra. Basket Case with the second one. Some big picks coming out from some players here. It's all going to be down to Damon, who's been pushed all the way back into this part of B site here. Gonna struggle to find the picks as Kato just rounds the corner with the bearing 9 in hand. Shuts him down, just full sprinting. Quick headshot, sprints back. Like that aggression coming out. That's exactly what you kind of need if you want to win out attacking rounds right now. You have to hit hard and fast, and you have to have some good guns on you too.
It's also very surprising that Kato was able to get 2. I'm assuming that the players that she killed, one was top freezer and the other was in security, and so like she just got like 2 of them because they swinged her individually or whatever the case may be. Regardless of that, that was an insane opening, especially when you consider like who she killed. She killed both the Azami and the Aruni. The Aruni's not really that important to the grand scheme of things, but the Azami early when there's a Kiba barrier making everything so difficult in that push, and she still got 2 kills like it was nothing. Admin Abuse just tore Cinta Negra girls apart, starting off with those first 2 kills, but then even on site, just didn't need to use any of their utilities. That was just sheer gunpowder.
Yeah, really impressive opening picks there, and obviously it's hard to fight back when you lose 2 people to 1 engagement. Sometimes it's just a matter of siege timing, as we like to call it. You just look the wrong way for a split second, and you get peeked in that split second, and you get shut down. Really tough to come back once you lose 2 opening picks like that, and you don't really have a trade or a response to it. But unfortunately, that does put Admin Abuse up on match points. So Cinta Negra, they managed to get 1 round, but it's back to them being in a 4-round deficit, and now they got to win every single round. They can't make a single mistake here, because if they do and Admin Abuse take advantage of that, that's game. They got to make everything happen here in perfect succession.
So another good start from Admin Abuse, and yes, Akave. Wow,
in right away.
She's in right away. I think it was a late drone on Lily, so Cinta Negra girls, they recognize that they just can't really sit back, let the pressure come to them. They've been trying that, where they go for like more passive rounds and it just nets them nothing, but then when they do get aggressive and they don't work together to make that aggression work, it goes in favor of Admin Abuse. So they just kind of like just catch Admin Abuse at their own game. It's like sometimes Admin Abuse are running forward, they're not really droning as much, or drones are just too late, and so they just kind of catch them off guard by just being in off position and off places. If you're going to play by yourself, then do things unexpectedly, not things that are expected.
Yeah, at least Kato being taken out is pretty big, as Kato was top frag. And I was about to say that Kato being traded for Lindsay maybe ultimately favors the side of Cinta Negra, but it just got a little bit worse. 2 more picks go the way of Admin Abuse, who are just now taking control, and they're looking to potentially just execute right away, win this thing out. They still have plenty of time to make things happen, like opening this E-Box hatch here. They have Laundry hatch open, I believe. They're taking full control, but Vanix has aggressed to find 1. That could be the start, potentially the comeback they need, but Victoria finds a pick on DeCoste. It's going to be a 1v3. It's all going to Vanix. Do they know where Vanix is? They apparently do. Basket Case with a clean shutdown, and it was a pretty clean and very clinical, good-looking match here from Admin Abuse, who unfortunately kind of pummel Cinta Negra, who are only able to get 2 rounds in this map, but a lot of strong stuff from Admin Abuse in both how they were able to attack as well as remain completely unpredictable and aggressive on defense.
That's something that they tried against Silly Slinkies, and it didn't work out too well. You do that again here against Basket Case while making some slight adjustments to how you do your own aggression, and that's kind of like a funny kill to catch of the winners. Thank you, Dapper. I'm kidding. But, yeah, like, pretty good stuff there from Admin Abuse, and those 3 points put them in the top 3 over Thirst Trap. Specifically, I believe no, they're in second place on 7 points, just under Silly Slinky. So, and they on top. Let's go, baby.
NA on top indeed. It was a pretty impressive showing from them. Really liked a lot of what I saw. There were some great individual performances, especially from Kato, who had a great game, and a lot of really good hero plays. Really enjoyed a lot of that. And if you enjoyed it, I hope you stick around because we got more Siege coming up right after this. We're going to take a quick break, but we got a couple other games, as I already said. I believe we got Akave Black and Meep right after this, and then it will be Meep and Cinta Negra later on. So maybe Cinta Negra has a bit of a chance to get some redemption and show us what they're really made of. But I will be back casting. I believe you are done for today, Chaka? But
yes, I am.
thank you for joining us. Everyone say goodbye to Chaka. And we will throw it a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Just go grab something to eat, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Project Harmony. We're here for another game. I'm Meek Garage. I just casted the last one. I'm hoping to cast another one here. Well, I mean, I'm not hoping. I am just casting another one here. Hoping it's going to be a great game. Last one was a 7-2, so it wasn't particularly competitive between Cinta Negra and Admin. Admin Abuse won it pretty strong, so hoping for a bit of a closer one. I want some excitement. How are you doing today, Goose? You want a good game here?
Oh, yeah. Obviously, I want a good game. I'm very excited. This is my very first cast for Project Harmony Season 2. And going into this game, the stakes are really high. So even if we don't get, relatively a close game, it's still going to be really exciting because the results will matter so much.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a game coming up here between Akave and Meep. And now, both of these teams have not yet won one. So we are really looking to see who's going to get their first W. It's going to feel great for either team, but it's also going to be important because it kind of determines who's going to start going where. As you can see, both of these teams right now on the bottom of the leaderboard. That obviously looks a bit worse than it is because it's so early on still. There's a lot of games left to play. So these teams have a lot of chances to move up and down as teams on the top have chances to maybe fall places. So there's a lot of potential for mobility here, and this is what we're going to see. One of these teams is going to start moving up because one of these teams is going to win here.
Oh, most definitely. And looking at our two players, or I guess you could say the overall records, you see that, the KD being compared by Nay and Maddie being relatively the same statistically, but the overall numbers. Oh, that's entire team's KD. My bad.
I made that exact same mistake. I saw it. I misread it. Now that 51-73 and 31-44, those are for the entire teams, not for the individual players, just to clarify.
Yeah, but one thing that is actually really curious is while these are all for the entire teams, you have really high numbers. If you look at the plants, while they are even, they're relatively really low. In total, only 6 plants between 3 games from both teams. And this goes to show the current meta we're in that, planting really isn't the objective that a lot of attackers not only go for, but really can even have the chance to execute.
Yeah, and it was the same thing when I was looking at the stats from the other game. It was, I think, maybe 3 or 4 plants in total between the two teams. We are in the midst of a meta that is not super plant heavy. It is not necessarily super objective focused. The defender-sidedness makes it hard for attackers to plant, and most of the time when attackers end up winning, it's because they end up killing people. Speaking of killing people, you can look and see Authentic here. Looking at his KPR, 0.67 here. He has 11 and 15, so not super competitive, but you have to remember these are both two teams that have yet to find their first win. So we aren't expecting the most impressive stats coming out of these guys in general, but we are hoping to see maybe these stats get bumped up by the end of today.
Oh, most definitely these stats will be bumped up. As you can see, the KPR for Adrelia is a little bit higher, and it does have 1 plant compared to 0 plants. But, as we said before, going into this game, not only us as casters and, maybe even viewers looking at the stats as, kind of just, a fresh start, the players also will be looking at this game as a fresh start. And it's not like you're going up against a team that's in the top 4, that's been winning games. You're going up against a team that's relatively good. So I think the mental for both teams are going to be on a level playing field, and they can really just go into this game thinking, okay, this is a fresh start. We're just starting over. Let's just focus on the game ahead of us.
Got a little note from production here that there have been 19 total plants for the entire league, and that's across quite a few games. So once again, that just kind of shows you what sort of meta we're in that doesn't emphasize plants. And in fact, maybe it means if a team is getting in and planting and maybe doing something, maybe that team is doing something right because they are doing something that is statistically hard to do. We're going to be going all the way to Clubhouse. It's another very common map, another map that I expect both teams to play. I believe Akave already did play this map. They did lose on it, but they did play this one once. But not going to take a whole lot from that, because this is a map that just everyone has played. All the teams know how to play it. It's a very structured map. It's a map that's been around for a long time, and everyone has strats, and everyone knows how to combat strats. So one loss on Clubhouse doesn't mean they don't know how to play. It just means it wasn't their day that day.
Oh, I 100% agree. And, going into Clubhouse most recently with the meta shift, overall the playstyle, it has actually become a little bit more difficult to play in Clubhouse because the overall playstyle, especially on the side of the defense, has just changed. It's really difficult for attackers, and sometimes we'll even see basement, which statistically before, this, meta a couple of months ago, it was mostly defender side, but now it's actually leaning more even, and it really upsets, the overall, playing field. Habana coming out being banned first by the defense, a no-brainer. That's going to remove the ability to get those hatches relatively easy. Sure, you still have an ace or a thermite, but it's going to be a lot harder and a lot slower than rather when you'd have a Habana.
Yeah, especially for basement here, the hatches are just so important. So getting rid of Hatch Queen right away, pretty standard. Let's see who else is getting knocked off. It's Ace, so 2 hard breachers being taken off right away. Once again, I was saying this last time. I'm very happy Ying's on the board. I love Ying. I play so much Ying, and I'm so sad that Ying is always being banned. So hopefully we get to see some good Ying play. But that's kind of crazy that 2 hard breachers are taken off. It's going to leave. You're going to see Thermite, of course, coming out, and maybe some can openers, potentially even a Maverick in certain situations. I see Maverick brought a lot, obviously, for cashing that CCTV wall, as well as sometimes used to make little holes to get in through dirt.
Yeah, Maverick's also just a really good alternative for getting hatches, especially as he's pretty much the only direct counter to Tubarao. He isn't relatively affected, and now he's been buffed a little bit to the point where he isn't slowed down whatsoever. So bringing out that Maverick will most likely be seen. But these 2 hard breachers, probably the 2 best hard breachers. I guess you could also say Thermite is good, but he's very one-dimensional. He only has 2 hard breaches. You can only place it on, one little angle. You can't spread them out anyway. So if they do happen to get these Thermite charges down relatively early and easily, it's going to be really hard for the attack. I just have a feeling going into this map with these bans, we're just going to see a really defender-sided Clubhouse, which still, is common, but having both the Ace and that Habana ban is just going to make it even more difficult, but you're going to have operators like Ying and maybe Brava even being left up, and that could enable the attackers to relatively use that, but it's up to the teams themselves to actually use those attackers efficiently if they want to make up for that Habana or Ace being banned out.
Yeah, this would be a good round to bring a Brava, as Nay on the side of Akave Black is already bringing that Maestro, who can just apply so much aggressive pressure to anyone who pushes into basement, but stay safe, maybe by the triple wall in church, or maybe even off-site. We're going to see if Meep's not going to read into it, but they at least will bring a Twitch, which could potentially help them get rid of it. I also like the Doke coming out, really good counter to anyone who's got cams that they bring, is you can either take anyone off the cams with those logic bombs, or then take control of the cams yourself when she is able to hack a phone. So not seeing any of the operators that I would normally get banned. We're not seeing them get brought out yet, but we still have a lot of time to maybe see a Ying get brought or a Brava get brought. I'm very much looking forward to something like that. But let's just see how this one first starts off, and that's one way to start it off. Erets, big opening pick onto Adriel. I'm not sure if that Dokkaebi managed to get even a single logic bomb off, but I was just talking about Dokkaebi and just being like, oh, Dokkaebi's a good counter to Maestro. Well, a good counter to a counter is just killing them, and now you can't do anything with it. So, good start for Akave Black.
Most definitely good start, but the thing for Akave Black is that Itriz, that's their only player roaming upstairs, and they do identify where they are, but the thing is you still have to take them out, and even if you either take that Solus out or maybe even push her back down to site, you still have to worry about hatches, and with only a Thermite, it's going to be relatively slow. Sure, you do have that Thatcher, it's going to be able to counter the Cade, unless Cade can efficiently trick, and it looks like no. That Thatcher coming out, making sure that hatch gets open, and eventually it's actually Abby to be taken out first. I don't even know where that came from, but so far a great answer back from me, but they're going to need a lot more, and they finally find that Solus, and they have all the cards on their deck to start to actually execute onto the site.
It's a solid start from Akave Black, but Meep with a good turnaround, managing to take over in terms of man advantage. They have another body up on Akave. This hatch is going to potentially get open, but once again, Cade trying to trick it. I don't know if they had the time to trick it either, and it's not going to work out. That's going to leave Cade in a little bit of a precarious situation. Do they catch Cade on the rotate? Somehow not. They had someone watching that hatch, but Cade just walked straight back into sight and is at least now holding. Still, advantage for Meep, but that could have been the chance for Akave Black, or that could have been a chance for Meep to secure it. If they had taken down Cade and shut it, it would have been a 2v4. It's going to be a little bit tough as time is ticking down still. You know, you can't just count on man advantage to make things work. But that is one way, is Armini is going to find one on Tanae, so that's going to keep the advantage going for me. Now it's going to be down. Latoxic finds one, but it's a couple trades back and forth. That's going to leave Latoxic in a 1v3. Eli on about 5 HP, going down real fast to any bullets, but Kelpcat, Garchomp on full HP, so it's going to really come down to how much can these guys do, and it's Garchomp to shut Latoxic down in what ultimately seemed like a pretty standard round for the attack after they managed to trade back that opening pick.
Oh yeah, that answer back to the overall first initial pick being lost to the Solus. Not only did they find an answer onto that Goyo, but eventually they did find that Solus. And not only did they find that Solus, but they found it in a timely fashion. And by the time they were actually starting to set up their actual site execute and had those first two answer backs from the first pick, it was a minute 30 left. It only took them half of the round. And because of that, as you can see in this replay, they had 40 seconds to actually execute their site take. And it just goes to show that if you put yourself in a really good position with that timer being really high on the side of attack, it just makes it definitely easier. Because when you make these mistakes, when you maybe have a bad swing, or maybe if you want to rotate over to an initial push, if maybe the hatch drop doesn't work, if you have that extra time that you set up for yourself, it's going to make it easier rather than 20 seconds left. You're not going to be able to rotate around the site or maybe to another hatch. You're going to have to push. You're going to have to actually put all of your cards on that execute. But nonetheless, a great start for me, and AVK Black need an answer back, and that answer back is going to be on CC and Cash.
Yeah, winning their first attacking round. I know we might sound like broken records, but it's always worth reiterating just to establish kind of how prevalent and how prominent the defender-sided meta is right now, and just how strong and hard it is for attackers, even with some of the recent updates that have come through. It's still really difficult for attackers. So for me to take that first round is pretty big for them, not just in terms of, oh, they got a round, but mentally for them. They got to be feeling pretty solid off of that. They already have half of the rounds that you kind of expect to get on attacking when you just get those 2 rounds. They're also rushing right away, getting this CCTV wall opened up. There's, once again, Cade's trying to trick it, but Abby just not able to make it work. There's too much EMPs coming out, and that's a good play from Meep to make sure that they're getting that wall open. They're not wasting their exothermics. They're not wasting any time. They're going to put their utility there. They're going to commit to it, and it's going to 100% get open. Now they have that open. Angles are going to start being contested. That's a good amount of pressure that they can apply, and they have to really work rafters now if they want to make sure that they have that push into CCTV clear.
To give actually some props to Akave Black is what they're throwing out towards Meep is relatively good. It's not like their overall strategy, their overall defensive setup is bad. It's just Meep is dealing with it in such a fast fashion. As you can see, this Ashe is completely just pushing back and clearing this roam all by herself. Sure, you do still have 2 players, but you've completely pushed them back. Abby is actually the very first person to get a pick onto Garchomp, and that is now your Twitch gun. It's a whole lot of utility gun. And the thing for Akave Black is they still have this dual roam hold with Latoxic and Nay, and they should be able to hopefully find somebody soon, because this Ashe, sure, she's going to have a drone, but she's all alone. She's not going to have anybody aside from the person on top of Hatch to get a refrag onto her.
Yeah, both Latoxic and Nay holding these cross angles. Latoxic in logistics, potentially just applying some phantom pressure. We're going to see the push and trying to shut down Latoxic. They both go, and somehow Nay loses that fight despite having kind of the opening lead in that engagement, seeing them first. They lose it out, so it's tied 4v4. Latoxic has managed to make it back to site, so the pinch didn't work on them, but it did manage to get rid of Nay, and Abby is going to answer back onto Eli. Keep Akave Black in man advantage. Adriella, though, not able to find anything on the gym side, decides to hop in, and it's not good. As Abby now on for, I think, the 2nd or 3rd kill there, shuts him down. Going to kind of see now you have 2 players left on attack. They have 30 seconds, they have a decent amount of time, and they take another one down. That's Authentic gone. But they are both on very low HP. I'm pretty sure Akave Black know exactly where these guys are coming from. It's going to be a tough ask from the people on Meep.
20 seconds left. It's actually Kelpcat to find the pick on the Herbs. And now with 14 seconds left, it's a 2v2, but they may not have found the Toxic on the top Raptors position. Going to be able to relatively find both these players, but it's Abby to find the first one, and eventually Toxic to shut it down and get the very first round for Akave Black. And you know what looked like almost a turnaround, they eventually held that dagger right down on the throat of Meep's overall attack.
Pretty impressive stuff from Abby. Managed to, I think, drop a 4K there, I believe.
Yeah, something like that.
But also, Latoxic all over the map. I really liked the positioning from Latoxic from helping Nay. Nay was in master bedroom contesting Ash. Ash was pushing in from jacuzzi wall and from gym area. Nay was helping to contest and slow down the Ash. You can see that right there. Then they sent someone through Logi to go kill Latoxic. Nay loses out this fight, but Latoxic manages to make it all the way back to site and then manages to contest construction from site. You can see them holding it. And then Latoxic, after Eretz here, loses this fight on Raptors. Latoxic makes their way around to Raptors to hold the position to get the final kill of the match and shut out that potential for a clutch. So I really liked how much movement there was there from Akave Black. I liked how flexible and how fluid they were as a team.
I love that explanation. Fluidity and just overall, adapting. That's exactly what you got to do against an attack like Meep. As we saw in the very first round, when Akave Black's overall roam was basically stagnant, you only had that Solace. Not only did you have that Solace, but she relatively stayed in the same area of the map. They found her quickly and took her out relatively quickly. But Akave Black understanding their mistakes, changing it up, making it more fluid, moving around more, and making sure they're always in a different place, even when they're even found out, and that just made Meep's overall attack, I wouldn't say stagnant, but it did definitely slow them down, because every time they found a roam, every time they found a position of a player, Akave Black had already repositioned and were always one step ahead. Meep, sure, they did get the very first round on attack, and they almost got their second, but Akave Black really finding their footing in this overall defensive first half.
Yeah, I really was impressed there by what I was seeing. We have to see, we were praising Akave for being flexible, for being able to learn on the fly. Is Meep going to read into this? Is they going to be able to be like, okay, Akave are doing this, and we change it? So, to see if Meep can bring that same thing. We're already seeing some changes in operators lineup. They're bringing in Nomad now, they're bringing in Osa. So they are at least changing their strategy here and how they're going to attack. And I really like what they're doing here with Eli. They've completely taken the danger out of that peak from that, I believe it's the north side CCTV window, by putting one of Osa's shields on there, and then they hold it from the roof, holding that little slit. I like what they're doing there. Just kind of watch their flanks, make sure that they're protected at all times, because they know how much now Akave like to move around and like to reposition.
Another thing for Meep is, sometimes when a lot of teams will ban a very powerful operator that is needed for the attack, such as Ace, they will try to bring, something out of the complete ordinary, something complete opposite, but no. Meep is prepared for this Ace ban on top of the Hibana ban, and they're bringing both an Osa and a Thatcher on Kelpcat to make sure these walls still get open. They understand what this ban was going to do for their overall attack, and they understood that, okay, sure, we can make Akave Black really uncomfortable on their attack, but we can still have the players, we can still have the setup to make ourselves relatively still comfortable, even with that Ace gone, and Kelpcat finding the very first pick, and almost a second one going the way to Guard Chomp, and with 50 seconds left, Akave Black are finding themselves being choked out on this defense. Meep just trying to find these last couple players, just trying to find the last couple positions before they actually attack onto the site.
I love what we're seeing there. Authentic going around for the flank, but they can't. The Osa shield preventing them. Pressure here from Meep is excellent. They can play on these windows really comfortably because there's no threat coming in from those windows. And a perfect, flawless, really great, aggressive round comes out. They shut down the flanks. They quickly read into what Akave are doing, and they understand that this repositioning that Akave are bringing is part of Akave's strength. What if we just prevent them from doing that? What if we cut off those angles and make repositioning just a waste of time and a way to lure defenders away from sight? And I think it worked out exceptionally well because they were able to just flood in through that jacuzzi, execute everyone in gym, in that bathroom hold, and then take over.
Efficiency is the key word for this Meep attack. watching Meep attack in these last couple of rounds is just so beautiful. Sure, those shots missing on to the zombie wasn't beautiful, but this overall attack, and with 30 seconds left, that Garn Chop kill just opened up the site, opened up this last 30 seconds completely for Meep, and it was just a complete sweep on there going forwards, and it resulted in a flawless round. Meep basically doing what I would say a perfect attack, not only in that round, but the round before. Sure, they lost a couple of players, but when they actually went onto the site execute, they made no mistakes. They had every player in the exact position that they wanted to, and every player knew exactly what their position was. They knew what their role was, they understood what their job was, and what they had to do for that attack and that site execute to be successful. And right now, all of the players on the side of Meep are just playing in unison. Aside from the Akave Black, their overall defensive setup is relatively good, but right now it's just being completely shut down, and they have to continue to warp. They have to continue to adapt if they want to start getting more rounds on Meep.
Well, Akave Black going back to basement. They were unsuccessful in round number 1 at defending this site. And now we are seeing the Brava coming out. Eli bringing the Brava to potentially counter those evil eyes that Maestro is bringing. We talked about the potential counters to Maestro, and it was the Dokkaebi in round number 1 who got shut out really early by Eretz, who's back on that Solus before. So if now Brava can stay alive for long enough to maybe get those evil eyes, that could potentially be some great use of utility. They're going to be spotting out Authentic here, who's just roaming down by the staff area. They know someone's also down at the bottom of blue stairs. They're finding out some good information, and they're getting these boogie drones from Ram, chewing up the floors. It's a really safe thing for them to do. Unlike Sledge, where you're always risking being C4, they can just leave one of the drones and let it chew everything up. But it's Garchomp that's not going to remain safe. Once again, the Twitch taken out by Abby this time, so man advantage swinging the way of Akave Black pretty quickly, and there doesn't seem to be any immediate trade coming out from Meep. So they are going to get those evil eyes though. So that's at least a positive, and I think that's worth some kudos right there.
Oh, 100%. You know, one thing I like about Bravo so much is not only do you remove intel and overall utility from the defense, but you actually take it over, and you actually give it to your side. You give yourself more intel, you give yourself more utility, and with a minute 50, with that first pick going to the side of Akave Black, so far for the very first time, we actually seem like Meep have been relatively stumped. It doesn't look like they know how to really approach this, and the thing is, they still have Earths upstairs on that Solus roaming, and she knows exactly that she's not going to be droned out, so she's going to be able to just sit here, just waste more time. Not even waste time, because right now Akave Black are not aware. They're not wasting time because they know that Solus is here. They're wasting time simply because they don't know she's here. They know this Phantom Pressure is here. They don't know where these players are. And right now, she's about to find one. Exactly. Not only does she find a second pick, but she also finds Diffuser. And she's going to rotate around the map. And also, paired with Authentic with only 40 seconds left, it's just going to be so hard for this attack to actually clamp onto the defense.
The great pick there, shutting down Hellcat, but it is going to be evened up a little bit as Armenia finds one, Adriella finds another. All of a sudden it's a 3v3. Time is not on the side, though, of Meep, and that shows Authentic is able to find one onto Ellie. It's going to be a 3v2 now. It's going to be left up to Adriella and Armenia. These are both able to find some picks, and I don't know where Adriel's going, but she's completely unaware that Toxic is there. And he answers back, but with this almost zero time, with players playing all over the place, it's going to be exceptionally difficult here for Armenia to find something and make it work. And yeah, it just kind of ends out. Diffuser wasn't in hand, couldn't find the remaining defenders there, so a little bit rough when you run out of time, but that's what the defense from Meep, or from Akave Black, that's what it can do, is when they're roaming around and when they're that hard to pin down, when you aren't able to shut off those flanks like they did in the previous round, they can just waste all of the time and take you all over the map and bleed you dry.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about how Akave Black is really good at adapting, not only in 30 seconds, in the round after, but even in round to rounds. We saw exactly. Not only did they have that Solus roaming again, and not only was she moving more fluidly, not only did she not stay in relatively the same side of the map. She was initially in bar, then rotated upstairs, went all the way over towards garage, then came back towards bar. She also had that Legion to support her if she needed it. But the thing is, she never even needed that support because Meep were not even aware of where the position of these two roamers were. So, sure, the roam was really good, but it was really that phantom pressure. It was really the lack of intel, the lack of knowledge where these two roamers were that really slowed down and really shut down the entire attacking round for Meep. And sure, they did get a really big 2 kills. It was, at the end of the day, just a hero play. As you saw, that didn't look planned. You still had one player on main, going down main stairs towards hallways with diffuser. Wasn't even on hatch. It wasn't planned. It was more of a hero play. It was, that player saw that opening on hatch, dropped down, got 2 big picks. Necessarily, sure, made him gain the call, but it wasn't planned beforehand. And because of that, you had those 2 roamers in the position to get that cutoff and shut down and bring down that bomb, and then Meep were just not in position to retake it in time. And just overall, a great answer back from Akave Black. And so far, we're getting that close game that we wanted.
Now, we've been praising these teams for their adaptability. We're seeing Meep bring the exact same operator lineup, I believe, that they brought when they previously attacked Gym and Bedroom. Now, Akave Black were kind of stunted by this because they weren't able to flank into that CCTV area, they weren't able to get rid of that OSA shield that was placed on that window, and they weren't able to shoot out onto anyone that was contesting any of the windows into sight. So, can Akave Black, do they know how to read into this? Did they maybe prepare, okay, you have an impact, you go out and roam so you can get rid of that OSA shield if need be, or is Meep just going to walk over them? Because this was the round that Meep kind of took flawless, and starting off the way it is, it's looking good for Meep. Nartop has 1 onto Eretz, who's just been struggling to stay alive, and there it is. It's exactly what I'm talking about, the impact, take it out. Now, they didn't find a pick, but the important thing is that OSA shield is gone, which means Meep has to watch that window at all times. They know someone can potentially be there, though the amount of people that can be there is getting less and less as Adriela finds another one, shutting down Nay. Finally, a trade back does shut down Adriela. It's coming from Authentic, so that Nomad is gone. A second OSA shield there, and Abby just unable to find the sprays through the smoke of that impact grenade as they get rid of that OSA shield. A bit hectic, but once again, that's both OSA shields gone. Meep are still going to have to watch that window because now they have absolutely no way of blocking off that line of sight. So Akave Black are lagging in man count, but they at least have the flanks.
A 2v4 bomb going down with just a minute left. We're continuing to see how fast of an attack Meep has, and it's now all up to Abby. That aggressive player that gets the first initial picks did not get a first initial pick in this round, is going to have to get 4 picks, but it doesn't matter because the crossfire held by Meep was just way too strong, and because of that, they guarantee themselves at least an even half going in to their overall attacking half.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw some adaptivity coming out from Akave in terms of support that person trying to push flank from CCTV window, get impacts there to open it up. But Meep was just really good on their toes. I also think, not to harp on them too much, but Abby had some pretty big shots that were whiffed there that could have easily swung the round in favor of Akave Black that I just don't think ended up working out, and Meep just were able to take advantage of the fact that those whiffs happened. They were able to stay alive and shut down things and managed to keep holding those angles, and it looked still really good, really comfortable for me.
Yeah, it did really just look comfortable, but also another thing talking about Meep is it just goes to show that so far, while the rounds are good, these really big mistakes, these really big oversights, for example, that window was just allowed to be swung twice and, relatively slow reaction, and because of those missed shots, Meep were lucky. I wouldn't say that entire round was lucky. I will continue to say that overall Meep's attacking strategy is great. That toxic lagging out of the game, that's unlucky.
That is
we can say that's unlucky. But the thing is, going into this half, if Meep can get a 4-2 half, that is great. But maybe we could see a very attacking half, but I really just go to think it is just Meep's overall strategy. Them banning out that ace wasn't just a one-trick. It was like, okay, you know what, let's just do something weird. That was planned. They have a setup to actually simplify and, really compensate for not having that ace there. We're continuing to see both a Thatcher and Osa, so they're making sure that these walls will get open. And as I say that, with 30 seconds into the round, the wall on main breach is open, but you're going to need to do a whole lot more if you actually want to actually get the bomb down.
Akave has been pretty consistently trying to stop these hard breaches from going off, but it's been pretty consistently failing, as Meep has always been stacking up with multiple EMPs coming out to make sure that those hard breaches go through. I also like how much stuff they have set up here before the wall even opened. Both Osa shields are down. Twitch and Osa holding these long angles with some exceptional guns, especially at this range. Dropped in the 417. Osa's got the 5.56. These guns absolutely smack at longer ranges where defender SMGs are going to be rendered a little bit weaker. So I really like how much setup they put in, and then they open it, and then they just keep applying pressure, reminding the defenders that this wall's open and we will annihilate you if you get at all into CC.
100%. And one thing I really like about what Meep is doing here is, sure, they have the wall open, they understand it's a 5v4, but they're not being too antsy. They're not going into a direct site push. They're actually making sure that they clear the rest of the map. They're making sure that when they actually do attack onto the site that they have map control, but it's actually Urge to get the very first pick onto Adrelia. That is a really good player gone, and now your Nomad gone. If she did put down her utility, she's not going to be able to do it now because she's dead. But the thing is, if you look at it, Akave Black is sure it's a 4v4, but you have almost no health on Abby and Ertz, and now Authentic is picked off by Eli, and with just 50 seconds left, Meep in a 4v3, they haven't been able to actually find a stronghold onto the site. That wall, single wall in cache will be open, but they do have to find the positions of these last two players.
You've been seeing a lot of Claymores getting put down as part of that really structured stuff, and it pays off as Hellcat's Claymore does find one, and it's another really confident looking round, and Ellie there coming out with the picks. That is how it's pronounced, by the way. It's Ellie. I was also saying Eli early, but then production told us it's Ellie like smelly, so smelly Ellie, by the way.
Gotcha.
I'm going to go into a quick pause here as we just want to get Latoxic back in the game, because obviously if you're a Akave Black, you do not want to go into your attacking half in a defender-sided meta on a defender-sided map when you're down 2-4. Like, this is pretty dire stuff for them right now.
Yeah, and down a player. You'd prefer to have all 5 players, and surely we will get that last player quickly. But it just goes to show that Meep, not only in the round-to-round, what we've seen so far in the very first half, that they had control, but going into this map, they understood what they needed to do having control. Going to this map, even in the actual operator ban phase, they already had control of this match because, sure, a Habana ban is going to come out. That is, relatively common. She's really good for opening those hatches, especially on the basement. But that ace isn't common. It's not just a one-trick ban that they brought out, and they weren't like, oh, okay, well, then we banned ace. We can't compensate for it. We're just going to not even focus on the actual hard breach. They continue to focus on the hard breach. They brought an Osa. They brought a Thatcher. They understood what they had to do to compensate for that operator being gone. And now with that 4-2 attacking half, not only is it going to be difficult for Akave Black to actually attack, but now they don't have that ace. And now they actually have to find an answer back to work around that ace ban.
What I'm curious to see is now with Meep being on the defense, part of it was so strong about Meep and when they were on attack is they were so structured. They had everyone was buddied up somewhere. Everyone had, they constantly were setting everything up, opening up the walls. They already had things set up because they make sure to do the due diligence, get it set up beforehand. They have multiple angles covering stuff. They're really good about getting their Claymores down, getting their Osa shields down, having multiple EMPs come out anytime they're opening anything up. They're a really structured attacking team, and I want to see if we see that same sort of structure on defense. A lot of teams sometimes are almost a little too complacent on defense just because of how defender-sided Siege can feel, is you have teams that just kind of play defense like, okay, we're going to spread out, we're going to roam, you just kind of peek what you want, and sometimes teams can get really shut down when they come across an attack that maybe is a bit better than they expect. So I want to see if Meep are bringing a similar level of structuredness in terms of their defense, or if they're going to be loose, and whether or not it's going to be successful.
No, I was talking about that answer back, that compensation for that ace being gone and that lack of, really hard breach, because with the two Thermites, sure, Thermite is a really good operator, but with both that ace and that Habana gone, you're going to have to use those 2 hard breachers really well. And one thing you can do to compensate for that is bring a can opener, a secondary hard breach device, which each operator that does have access to them will have 2. Buck being brought out, there it is. There is your compensation for not having that ace, or they're not going to bring out their right. They're just going to bring 2 can openers for those hatches, hopefully. And it does look like that we're going to see actual church wall being closed this round, because aside from those 2 hard breaching charges on the side of Buck, you got nothing else to really get wall open. You do have a Thatcher, so getting those hatches, if they do choose to get both open, is going to be relatively quickly. But I do actually want to see, you talked about the overall structure of Meep going into their defensive half. I want to see if they really put a lot of emphasis on that roam game, or if they maybe want to deny access to intel for Akave Black and force them to deal with phantom pressure rather than direct pressure from that roam presence.
I'm also going to be curious to see where these hard breachers are going. Do you think both of them are just going to go to hatch, like Moto hatch and then kitchen hatch, or are we going to see one on dirt potentially? The problem with having so few hard breaching things is that you can't open up everything. And not only when failure to open up everything isn't just we don't have access to these different avenues, but it's all about the phantom pressure too. When you're on defense and you see like Moto hatch is open, and then kitchen hatch is open, and then maybe blue drop is open by generator, and then all these other things are open up. You're like, okay, I gotta watch all these angles, even though obviously you don't have to watch all, because the attackers aren't going to push from every angle, but you feel like you do, and that's what phantom pressure really is. And I'm curious to see where they're just going to be going to the hatches, so just kind of standard hatches. If Meep or if Akave Black, if Meep read into this, they kind of know now exactly the places where Akave Black are going to push from, because they know that these hatches are open. We can bunker in some of these other areas because they're on cameras. They will have seen that, these guys don't have any other hard breach.
You talked about bunkering, and probably one of the best places to bunker on this site, now that the wall will be completely closed with no other hard breach utility, is that church wall over by Bar. That wall will not be open. I'm not sure exactly if Meep do have head holes there, but even if they don't, that just solidifies that position is going to be definitely held by the defense. You're going to be having one person in dirt. They will be efficiently droned out, but it looks like that Meep is having a really hard emphasis over on this overall blue hold, only having one player in church. Sure, he's going to be able to still hold that position over by A-bomb in church wall, but it looks like the emphasis of the overall defense, in denial rather of the attack for Meep, will be on that blue side.
With a Warden still on the board too, it's going to make things difficult. Obviously, there aren't any smokes coming off, but Warden's main power isn't even his smoke denial. It's just how good that MPX is, and there it is doing some work right there. It's actually going to be the SMG-12 being brought out, and it's a complete massacre as everyone from Meep, their guns just come alive, despite the fact that they had a player disconnect and they were down in man count. Just the limitations, I think, in terms of what Akave Black were bringing, just kind of kicked them. And they weren't able to open up enough angles. Meep was just able to watch every single angle with 2 people, and everything was just shut down instantly.
Yeah, I talked about that lack of overall, flexibility in hard breach. Sure, you had 2 can openers, but you're going to only be able to get 2 walls, or hatches rather, open. And as soon as they chose to get those 2 walls open, Meep identified, was like, oh, okay, they probably don't have any other utility. And even if they do have a thermite, it's going to be really difficult for them. And it's going to take them a long time to get that church wall open. So we could just play in these positions relatively safely. They don't have to worry about those walls being open. They don't have to worry about that extensive pressure being pushed onto them by Akave Black. And, I'm not saying you have to run, like 4 operators with, secondary hard breach charges and a thermite, but it would relatively be nice to have 2 of those can openers paired with a thermite. But because of that, we just saw these player positions being solidified. Because as soon as those 2 hatches were open, the player positions for the defense was kind of set. They knew exactly where they could play. They just kind of set it. And Akave Black, after getting those hatches open, didn't really do too much to push those powerful player positions out. And because of that, they had a really difficult time executing on the site. And actually, not even a really difficult time. It was almost a flawless round, minus that one player that disconnected for Meep. And going into the defensive half, it does look like Meep is continuing to have that control of this overall series.
Yeah, and we were hoping for a close game, but with how they looked on defense, how good Meep looked on defense, despite the fact that they were lacking a player, is pretty impressive. And I think that it doesn't bode super well for Akave Black. It also looks like we're going to have to do a quick rehost here, as we're just trying to get everybody in. You know how tech issues go. So we will do that for just a second, but I really do hope this game can be a bit more competitive. I want to see, at least 15 rounds in one game, please.
At least. I think Akave Black has time to adapt. You know, they're not on match point yet. It's only 5-2. They could get 1 to 2 rounds and bring it a little bit closer, and all you need is that 1 round. Obviously, you know, for comebacks, people always say if you really want to start a comeback, you need those back-to-back rounds in a row. But what you need to start that is just a round in general. And we haven't seen not even a round win from Akave Black, but a very efficient and relatively good-looking round win from them. And that's all they need. They just need 1 round just to get their mental up. Not only on the scoreboard, but it's really just about the mental right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best looking round was the first round they won, but it was mainly, in my opinion at least, at some really good individual performances where people just kind of popped off and did some really good stuff. So I really hope that them as a team, we get to see a bit more coordination coming out, because Meep actually looking quite good right now. They're looking really all together. Their guns are all alive. They're looking difficult to shut down and beat and everything. So Akave Black have to do more than just adapt. They're going to have to really step up their game because Meep are almost at match point, and it's a tough hill to climb when you're facing down an opponent and they are match point and you have 4 consecutive rounds to win before you're knocked out.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think that Akave Black need to change their overall playstyle. I don't think that's what they need. They just honestly don't have a really solidified playstyle. They've been changing so much up. They've been changing how they played so much. I think they really need to just, really focus on one thing and then just add on to that. As I said before, if you're going to not bring that hard breach denial, you're going to need a Capitao. You're going to need that flourish. You're going to need these operators that can push out these powerful positions, but we just didn't see that. We just need a little bit more from Akave Black. And honestly, 1 or 2 operators, just a little bit more utility could just turn the tide of this entire match.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we haven't yet seen kind of what they can all bring out. We will certainly see that pretty soon. We're just going to wait until everything gets reconnected. So we'll throw to a quick break right now. And hopefully by that, it'll just be real short. We'll get everyone back in the lobby after the rehost is fixed. And we will continue with this match because I really want to see what Meep bring in. I really want to see Akave Black with some great adaptations coming out. I wasn't lying when I said it was a short break. How short was that?
Pretty short. Yeah, I'm really grateful it was short because I've been in some really long tech breaks. But we're back.
Oh yeah. Certainly some long ones for sure. Not that one though.
No, not that one whatsoever. But Meep being up 3 whole rounds, and if you are now just joining in, Meep had a 4-2 attacking half, and on their very first defensive half, going into that second half, they won it. And Akave Black falling a little bit short, finding themselves down 3 rounds. Meep are going to choose to go to that cash and CC site that we've seen, I believe, around 2 times. It's either 1 to 2 times, which is relatively surprising if you look at other leagues, other competitive leagues or tournaments. The overall CC in cash site has fallen off quite a bit. So seeing it is relatively nice. It's been a while since I've seen this site being played so much, but it's going to be up to Akave Black to really adapt and really change their playstyle because so far everything they've put on the board, Meep has just completely shut down.
And I think what I'm seeing here right away is we've seen 2 hard breachers get banned. Look who Meep are bringing. They're bringing a Cade and a Bandit. They are making sure that these walls are not getting open, and they are making sure that the attackers have as few chances to open these things as possible. Now, Akave Black are trying to compensate. They're bringing not only a Thermite, but both Buck and Capitao are bringing can openers. So they have a lot, but is it going to be enough? Especially since they didn't bring a Thatcher. Are they just expecting maybe some play from below to work? Because right now, they're going to struggle with it. They don't have a Twitch to get rid of these Bandit batteries. They do not have any pocket EMPs. Zoph can do some stuns through the drone hole and potentially go underneath and open up things with the impact that her gadget brings, but I'm kind of questioning why Akave Black are bringing so much hard breach and then almost nothing to deal with it.
It honestly just looks like these 2 players outside of the breach are just waiting for anything to happen, and that answer is going to be not only nades, but also those Zofia charges. If Toxic actually get the very first pick onto Arma, but all of that utility wasted for nothing. Not 1 bandit charge gone. But, the good thing for Akave Black is they did get the first initial pick, but eventually Abby is traded out by Adrillia, and now not only have your first pick been traded back, but now the actual wall will stay open. You're not going to be able to get those bandits, and now your buck is gone, so you're not going to be able to go down below and efficiently get those bandits.
And Zoth dumped every bit of utility here. Zoth has nothing left. Nothing left, including no HP. Adriel is finding another one. Adriel, how did that just happen? The triple kill is at least answered back. Nay finds one. Nay with a second one to even things up. Some big double kills coming out from both players on both teams to make things work. But now we're down. Over a minute left. Plenty of time here for two attackers, especially one being Capita. So much utility brought with those bolts. But they're also facing up against Ellie, who's still got a Kiva barrier in pocket, as well as two impacts, and Garchomp, who has a full C4 still in pocket, as well as a Cade Claw. Probably not going to be useful, the Cade Claw, but Nay still does have a can opener, so potentially you could trick something here. But still, Akave Black, a lot of work to do here as they still have to push in and contest both of these people. They're just trying to look around, see where they are. They know where one of them is in cash, but that's a nasty angle being held there. You do not want to take that fight.
With just 20 seconds left, Akave Black is starting to get their siege onto the site started, but they haven't been able to find anything, and that Firebolt is actually going to slow them down and deny them access to the actual site. And now, last two Akave players are going to be forced to funnel into this doorway. It's Ellie to get the first and Garchomp to get the second. And it's just them funneling into the guns of Meep. And now Meep find themselves on match point and only one round away from taking their very first win in Project Harmony Season 2.
Those slug shotguns just executing the final two players there of Akave Black. Everything just seemed to fall apart. Yeah, the Capitao bolt slowing them down. I'm not entirely sure what happened. It must have just clipped an edge of the door frame maybe or something. But really unfortunate, very disorganized looking attack from Akave Black, who kind of only too late recognized that they aren't going to be able to get that wall open and then just dumped a bunch of utility at it. What they should have done is they should have had multiple people go below. They had a Buck, they had a Zoth, they had a Gridlock, which means they have a secondary shotgun with Gridlock. Any of those players could have gone below and used some soft reach utility to open up that wall beneath the CCTV or the floor beneath the CCTV wall and get rid of those bandit batteries, but they didn't. They just waited out on that little terrace area, and they paid the consequences for it as they just ran out of time because they wasted all this time trying to get in through walls that they didn't really have any plan of open.
You know, you talked about that they didn't even really try to go below, and I don't think that's, them, struggling with it. I think that was their plan. I don't think they had an idea that they even wanted to go below with that Buck or relatively anybody to get that, bandit utility down below. And I think that really goes to show the big picture of this series so far, is that whether it's in the rounds or whether it is in the beginning with the map ban phase or the operator ban phase, Meep has always been the one in the driver's seat, always the one pushing the pressure, setting the focus. It's always Meep. And every time Meep does something, it's Akave Black falling and reacting to it. Every round, when every pick is a reaction to what Meep is throwing out. And so far, Akave Black, everything they've thrown out on this attack has fallen short, simply because they just don't understand what they want to do. They don't know how to play against what Meep is throwing at them. And Meep just having a great idea, not only how to play Clubhouse, but actually how to counteract the overall strategy from Akave Black so far.
Meep's not bringing out a bandit, but they are bringing out Tubero in addition to Cade. So once again, they're still focusing on the fact that hard breach is really difficult at this moment in time, and they can make it even more difficult by having these operators that just keep adding mitigating circumstances to the attacker. We're going to see it. Is this going to work out? Garchomp trying to make something work. He's anticipating both of them, but it's going to get frozen. So ultimately, he does get it stopped, but now he has to get the charge off. He's going to get shut down. They're just going to hop in window. The trades are good from Kelpcap and Ellie to keep things in a 3v3, a really hectic round. I think Akave Black trying to get wise to the fact that they can't open the windows or the doors or the walls. Just bum rush and see what you can do. Gonna see, it's gonna calm down a little bit at a 3v3. But they did get the wall open. Ellie potentially gonna do something here. All gonna do is just break that post area. Never mind, I thought that window would have been open, but flank isn't gonna find anything. Now it's up to Akave Black to figure out what they want to do. They lost the people that ran into sight. but they did manage to open some stuff up. But it's going to get more difficult. Calcap shuts down Authentic, so all of a sudden they have a minute to make a 1v3 work as Calcap's C4 finds another one. It's all going to be down to Nay. They know where Nay is because Nay is meleeing a castle barricade, and now it's just the only win condition here for Nay is people from Meep peak. That's what has to happen.
Yeah, that is exactly what has to happen. And with 40 seconds left, sure, she has time, but she just doesn't have the utility. She doesn't have the positioning. This player is going to be jumping out, but it's just going to be a bait. Eventually, Kelpcat, being the very aggressive player, the most MVP of that round, eventually does finish off not only the round, but the map, and Meep take their very first win in Project Harmony Season 2 in a very convincing fashion at that.
It was very convincing. I'm very surprised. I mean, granted, Meep has only played, I think, they had played one game before this, so we hadn't seen a whole lot. It was a loss. I think their standings being all the way down on the leaderboard doesn't really show a whole lot from them. This one, they looked really impressive. I was very impressed with how together and coordinated and really focused not only their attacks, but their defenses were. They constantly were working these things where they're focusing on two players, work the objectives. You have Tuberau or Cade. You have Cade and Bandit. Or they had Osa and Twitch on the Osa shields covering a breach that was opened up by a Thatcher and a Thermite. There's a lot of great teamwork and a lot of great stuff in general from them. And it led to a very quick match, though.
Yeah, and I think, I don't like to say this a lot, but I do think this series did eventually come down just to the hard breach, not being able to get open. And yeah. It's just really unlucky.
Yeah, the hard breach stuff was particularly impressive there. I really liked what I was seeing a lot.
Yeah.
We have one more match after this that's coming up, and it's going to be two teams that we already watched. It's going to be Meep again, so we're going to see if they can keep it rolling. And then it was Cinta Negra, who struggled a little bit in the first game. They didn't have a good showing against, or I should say my first game, not the first game of the day, sorry. Admin Abuse did a pretty good number on Cinta Negra. We're going to see if Cinta Negra can have some redemption or if Meep are going to keep playing really strong like we just saw them. But that'll be the next game, so we'll throw to it just a quick break before we're back for that one, and hopefully, once again, we get our exciting close game. That's just what I want. Alrighty, welcome back to what is our final game for the night. We got Meep and Cinta Negra, who are both playing. They played earlier today. They're playing now for one final time. We're going to see who kind of comes out victorious. Cinta Negra not doing too hot, 2 L's so far. They just lost out early today, and it wasn't looking too good. But they did lose against Admin Abuse, who are currently, I think, number 2. They're looking really strong. So, Cinta Negra, not super bad. Meep just beat a team that we just watched that game, and Meep's only losses also come from Admin Abuse. So both of these teams have lost to Admin Abuse. Neither of them are better than them yet, but we have to see if Cinta Negra can do a little bit more here to potentially upset and beat Meep. I don't know if they can do it. Meep looked really strong last game.
Yeah, they did. One quick little fact, both Cinta Negra girls and Meep have lost at least one game to Admin Abuse, so taking that into mind, Meep was a relatively more closer game, but if Meep does win today, they shoot themselves in, I guess you could say statistically the top 3. You're going to have to go into the round count, but if you actually look at the record so far, the KD difference is different. The amount of engagements that Cinta Negra got is just completely wipes out what Team Meep does. And if you go to the cost, it's relatively, again, uneven, mostly because Cinta Negra did get themselves more rounds, but the plants goes to the favor of Meep, and that just goes to show that their overall game plan in, this meta relatively getting plants down is a lot more difficult than previous metas in previous months. So that does actually favor them a lot. And really interesting statistics here.
Hold on, we got a special message. This was coming from Ellie, who playing on the side of Meep. Ellie says it's her brother's birthday, so happy birthday, Mark.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mark. He's the real winner of today.
He gets to watch relatively good Siege today, too.
Yeah, and hopefully we get a good map here. Hopefully we get a good map.
Yeah, and we're going to Oregon, which, fun fact, Cinta Negra today just lost. I believe it was 7-2, 7-3. So, not that close of a game, but they did have, if you watched it, 2 rounds that they almost clawed back. So, there is a frame of a really good map for them going forwards, but nonetheless, coming off of a map win relatively just 10 to 15 minutes ago, Meep are looking so strong and looking like a top 4 team, so it is going to take a lot from Cinta Negra to actually overcome this hill that they find themselves climbing.
One of the problems with Cinta Negra when I was casting their game earlier today, I noticed, was that they seemed relatively disorganized in how they were playing their stuff, how they were organizing themselves and moving around. It was kind of like they were at a loss a lot of the times, and that is the complete opposite of what we just saw from Meep. Look so tactical and so together, and I'm worried that if Cinta Negra haven't fixed something in this little bit of a 45-minute break they had, it might not be too good, and we're already seeing Meep banning the hard breach. I doubt Cinta Negra will follow suit. They're probably going to get rid of a Dokkaebi or a Ying, maybe a Monty or a Blitz, just because we like to get rid of shields for that blue push in basement. But
there's the Monty. Yeah, there's the Monty. Yeah, Meep banning out not only hard breach but Ace yet again, and it really goes to show that not only does Meep have an idea of what they want to do, but it's relatively different. It's something you don't see in pro teams. You see some of these, lower tier amateur teams, they'll basically just copy what T2 and T1 teams do. But what I love about Meep so far is not only is their overall strategy just so swift and so quick, it's their own thing. They created it themselves. They came up with it. That Souls and Fen were also being banned out. So aside from that Ace, we're seeing relatively, I guess you could say Monty is, an uncommon ban for Oregon, but we're seeing those relatively operators that are being banned again and again. But Meep will be starting on the defense, but going on to overtime, they'll actually be attacking the majority of the rounds. So if they do find themselves going into overtime, which, statistically is unlikely, but if they do, they are going to be, obviously it's in a defender-sided map, they're going to have to attack 2 rounds. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We got to go into the very first round of this series.
Very first round. Also, a quick note about the Monty ban. I think we're seeing a lot more Monty. We saw Cinta Negra ban Monty out on Oregon just 2 maps ago, now in a previous match. I think it's because the shield rework is just really strong right now. Shields are really aggressive. They're a lot more capable than I think they were in the past, especially at punishing solo defenders. If you're not stacked up with a fellow defender, a shield can just knock you down and execute you. And so I think we might start to see more Monty bans like it was year 1 or 2 era Siege when Monty was banned a lot, or I guess there weren't even the bans at that point, but when the ban, when operator banning was first introduced, I should say, we saw a lot of shield bans just because shields were more powerful. They got nerfed, now they're back, so I expect to see more shield bans coming out.
Yeah, the thing with shields is it's, at the end of the day, sure, it's, you can play those shields aggressive, but their main thing is they're a moving drone. They take map control relatively quickly without putting that player's life in jeopardy. And Meep, they haven't even needed a Monty. They've been really good on their overall attacks to take site control relatively quickly. On the side of Cinta Negra, they've actually had, somewhat trouble with that. So that Monty being banned out, I really hope to see if they, maybe compensate for it, but it doesn't matter because the very first pick goes to Cinta Negra onto Adriel, and now that is a whole lot of not only utility gone, but that is now your glasses on the side of Warden gone, and those smokes are going to be able to be even more useful in that site execute now that he's gone.
Yeah, Jackie with a big first pick. Not entirely sure where or what Warden was doing, potentially a spawn peek that was punished, but there is no immediate answer back for Meep, so it's going to remain man count advantage for Cinta Negra. Now it's a matter of figuring out how they're going to push in. They're stacking up on windows, making sure armory is clear, and they're going to start hopping in right away. Now they have control of master side. They can set up some stuff for flank protection, but really it's going to be difficult to start pushing into the actual site itself because all of the defenders are pretty much bunkered here. There isn't a huge roam presence going on right now, and they're going to at least be able to get rid of these Q barriers. They're at least going to be able to get rid of that bulletproof. But at this point, it's just Meep holding on to the angles that they have because they can't overextend because they potentially could get punished. But at the same time, if the trade game just comes out and it's just, go on, you trade 1-and-1 back and forth, Cinta Negra will obviously win it out just because of man advantage.
Yeah, so far Cinta Negra, while their answer or their first pick is answered back onto Lindsay by Armin, they've done a great job at clearing utility and pushing back these positions of these defenders, but it doesn't matter because it continues to be a chokehold, eventually answered back, and now we find ourselves in that last minute in a 3v3. It is going to be an east side overall take, both in Attic and over onto Games. Jackie is going to be that player trying to put the bomb down, but she's going to be lit up from top white stairs. It's actually going to be Venice taken down by Ellie, but Jackie downed, and now it's all up to Costa, but it's Ellie to continue to just shut down this overall attack in the very first round, going to Meep.
Yeah, it almost looked like they weren't going to be able to claw it out, but it was such a chaotic round once it actually came down to it in those last 30 seconds. Everyone was kind of tucked in different corners, spraying through little bits of soft wall, and it just happened to Meep that comes out on top because I think they had better positioning overall and didn't sacrifice as much utility or HP or bodies when it came to obtaining that positioning. But I was a little disappointed there because Cinta Negra looked pretty solid in the start. I liked how they were doing things. They got the opening pick. Their trade game was pretty good in the mid-round. Everything was getting traded back and forth, but they ultimately just didn't have, like I said, enough information to have good position here. They just kind of didn't know where they were being shot from, and they were just open and swinging once they got into sight.
Yeah, and it really just goes to show that, Meep that round didn't have a whole lot of, intel denial, and it kind of was just Cinta Negra just falling behind on actually getting those drones into sight, finding out those positions of those defenders on site, and they had a relatively good opening first half of that round, not only getting the very first pick and eventually trading back the answer back from Meep, but also clearing out the utility, taking control of Attic with only a minute left. They were actually executing onto the site with a minute, but once they actually started that site execute, they just didn't have the intel to actually back up their pushes and their positions, and because of that, it was just a clean retake from Meep. And so far, coming off of their very first round win in Project Harmony, they're continuing their stride. They're continuing to show that they play so well together, and they're such a structured and just oriented team.
I want to just shout out. That was some great observing right there. Shout out to our observer, Nanos. I loved that going through the hallway. It was like a steady cam shot from like a Stanley Kubrick movie or something. That was terrific. Excellent stuff. This is what it's all about. All right. They're finally getting in. They've droned out this whole small quarters area. They've droned out the showers. They're doing their due diligence in terms of making sure it's clear, but you can't go too slow because Meep are relatively bunkered. You can't waste too much time trying to get rid of everyone else. The only person from Meep that's not in sight right now is Garchomp, who is going to win out that fight. So you have to quickly deal with Garchomp because all of the rest of the stuff that you have to take care of is on site, and you spend too much time trying to get just one roamer up here, you're certainly going to pay for it. Luckily, they do trade him out pretty quickly, minute 45, and they now have pretty much entire map control saved for site itself, and they can start really pressuring onto it. This is what they need to. Now they just can't slow down. They have to keep this pace up, because you don't keep this pace up now, this is where you lag behind. If you're just waiting for picks to walk into your reticle, that's not going to work out. They have to force the envelope. They're the attackers. The onus is on them.
And it looks like they're having some difficulty getting this hatch open, but they do get that Cade Claw disabled just for enough time for them to get that wall open. With Cade being down, sure, his C4 is gone, but if we look at the side of Cinta Negra girls, their Capitao is gone. That is a whole lot of utility, and in my opinion, utility you'd rather take over just a singular C4. That is 2 smokes and 2 firebolts now gone, and it's just going to make it just a little bit more difficult for Cinta Negra to actually attack onto site, especially with these mirrors still being left up. That hatch in E-Box surely will be open. There surely will be an E-Box drop, but it's going to be actually Vanix to actually start to execute. Cost getting the very first pick, followed up by Kelp Cat. That E-Box drop does eventually come in through, but it's Adrelia to actually shut it down, and now with just 30 seconds left, Meep find themselves in the man advantage in a 3v2. It's actually Kelp Cat to potentially find 2, but he finds the very first one looking at, and he does! He gets the trade, and Meep find their very second round in this series on their defensive half, and they continue to look so good, and they continue to stunt and push back Cinta Negra girls.
Yeah, these rounds don't look insanely one-sided on the way of Meep. Cinta Negra are able to find stuff here and there, but once again, I think it's just Cinta Negra don't look particularly organized. Even when they are finding things, it's more just, okay, we pinched this person on the upper floor, and we managed to get a kill. But that kill was essentially just given to them because when it was Garchomp on Kaid up above that we see here, this one, already did the damage. It's already been done. Demon Lee was taken out. That's a big waste of time and utility that you now have to redirect upstairs to make things happen, and time is just not been doing too well for Cinta Negra. I think they need to figure out what their tempo or what their momentum needs to be doing right now, and they need to redirect it in the right direction, because it's just a little bit aimless at the moment. They're doing all the standard stuff you see for Oregon, opening all the hatches like you normally would, but they just aren't doing it with enough conviction to really make it work.
I honestly think for Cinta Negra girls, if they just get at least 1 or 2 drones hidden in sight, and they can find these last couple of players and find their positions when they actually go for the site, execute, and understand where these players are playing when they do actually go and attack the site, I think they could get a lot of rounds on the board. That's honestly the one thing. That's their biggest problem. That one big puzzle piece they're missing is the intel. As soon, their early rounds relatively are fine. They're able to not only get that map control, but clear out those roamers and put themselves in a relatively good position to attack on site. We're seeing both a 3v3 and then just previously a 4v4 when they actually were attacking on site. It's just that last couple 30 seconds, that actual last attack onto the site. If they just get a little bit more intel, I think they'll have a much easier time and potentially could get 1 to 2 rounds on the board.
I think the silver lining here for Cinta Negra is Meep don't look like they've necessarily found the structure that they want either. They've been winning them, but it's a bit more hairy than they were in the last match. They look a lot more structured in the last one. Meep obviously still winning, but I think it means Cinta Negra can fix it. It's more issues on Cinta Negra's side than it is Meep just outright outplaying them. Of course, though, if Garchomp here spots someone through these little holes and catches them with the C4, he could have done some big damage. He doesn't do it, unfortunately, and he is pushed back as you see the wall getting opened up. There's a fire coming out, going to force Garchomp out of there, doing a lot of damage. They have Osa shields watching this hole from the back of that meeting room hallway, and Lindsay with a great opening pick onto Adriella. That's how you want to start things off. Smoke's going to go off. Deny angles. Jackie getting that plant down. It's almost there, but can Garchomp potentially stop it? He does not have an angle. Only a second too late. Jackie is down, potentially recoverable, but it's going to be a little bit difficult. Now it has to be a work back as Meep has to find these picks, but it's not going to work out for them as Lindsay finds one onto Ellie. Garchomp still on half health, going to be the last one up as Armini goes down. It's going to be a 1v4 against a Glaz on an Osa shield. Pretty much impossible. You're just going to have to find all sorts of crazy picks, and it's Demon Lee to shut things out. That was probably the most structured round we've seen in this match so far, and I really like what Cinta Negra did there.
Yeah, I really liked it. I talked about that they just needed those couple of drones on site to find the exact positions, but they didn't actually have exact ideas of where these players were. But the thing they did was they droned and they found the places that Meep were not playing in. Because of that, they generated this overall idea of the overall defensive hole that Meep was playing. And sure, they didn't have the exact pings, they didn't have the exact intel on the positions, but they knew exactly the weak spots. They knew these little cracks in their defense they could slip into and plant, and that's exactly what they did. And not only that, but they didn't waste time. They didn't doubt themselves for 1 second. They went straight into sight. As soon as they got wall open, they were like identified, okay, there's no defenders here. They're not playing here. That enables us to go in this position, smoke out that little spot behind that bench, get that plant down, and they knew that it was relatively safe because they didn't have anybody in the site. A little bit of an unlucky, but surely soon could almost be able to turn into a very good zombie spot. But so far, a great answer back from Cinta Negra girls, and Meep now have to, for the very first time in the series, answer back.
A little bit of unfortunateness with that zombie barricade coming out, or that Kiva barrier, I should say, sorry. Not going to go the way you want. That sometimes happens, though. They're just particularly unpredictable on weird surfaces like that. But, no, that is valuable utility that's now no longer there. It's rather unfortunate, but it just is how it is, and we're going to have to see Meep play without that sort of cover being provided.
Yeah, and I really like just only in that round that, sure, Meep's opponent last round, sure, they got 2 rounds, but they didn't look definitive. But that round from Cinta Negra girls, they all looked great. They all knew exactly what they were doing, and it looked really definitive. In my opinion, so far today, that is the very first definitive loss Meep has had. They relatively had no control. As soon as the very first engagement on that thermite wall in stage, they had no control. Meep had no idea how to counter it. Sure, they had that one player playing on bomb chassis, but she wasn't able to actually not only deny the vertical, but even deny that thermite. And it really just goes to show that we're starting to see a power shift for Meep, and it's really up to Meep to actually not only adapt, in those plays, in those, round to round, but overall adapt in the overall play style, because for the very first time today, they actually have to start bringing the pressure because they're actually being challenged.
And so far, this has been a fairly solid attack in terms of time. Cinta Negra are doing okay. They're opening things up. I like the pressure that they're putting, but they now can't just wait for picks. And as I say that, I apparently cast a Curse Cost, who goes down. Are they going to be able to recover Cost? Manning's taking a lot of damage, but able to find Garchomp. A great pick. Cost is still down, but probably recoverable at this point. Armini also being put under a lot of pressure, but can get all of that HP back since she is on that dock. Unfortunately for the members of Cinta Negra, that HP that they have taken away from them can't be gotten back. So Demonly, Vanix, Cost especially, all going to be pretty low health. Now Cost going to be absolutely zero health. Ellie with a pretty good pick there to tie things up. And without a minute left, Meep have quite a bit of time here to kill before Cinta Negra are probably going to start pushing. Because if Cinta Negra are going to play this smart, they shouldn't all rush in. They have enough time that they should set some other stuff in, but they're getting picks back and forth. The flank not working out from Demonly there. It's all going to be going the way of Cinta Negra. It's kind of all falling apart right now at the seams in sight. Adriella has to find 2 up defenders right now before she can even think about stopping Plant, but Plant will go down. All 3 guns from the attack are up. Adriella in a 1v3. This is just like the last round, where I believe it was a 1v4 ultimately for that Kaid in the end, and it's not going to work out. It's Lindsay with the final pick.
In the very first 4 rounds of the last map, we saw the exact same scoreline for Meep's game. It was 2-2. But this time around, sure, the scoreline does look exactly similar. It is 2-2 yet again. But the overall tempo of this game has completely changed. It is a lot closer, not only in the score count, but to the round-to-round difference. We're seeing Cinta Negra not only find these openings and adapt, but they found back-to-back rounds on the attack. Sure, you can get a 4-2 half, but finding 2 rounds in a row attacking Oregon, especially against a great team, a great organized team like Meep, is just so hard. And it goes to show that, sure, Cinta Negra has fallen down a little bit. They haven't won a game just yet, but they still are a really good-looking team, and they're starting to actually give Meep a really good challenge. And it really goes to show that, Cinta Negra, they understood that they were going to Oregon. They understood exactly what was going to happen. It does look like they are ready to play Oregon.
Yeah, maybe we potentially were discounting Cinta Negra too much, because they're showing a side that I haven't even seen from them yet. I've watched a couple of their games. I'm really hoping that it continues on like this, because Meep are certainly not going to let it down when it comes to their defense, or when it comes to their attacking side. We've seen how strong and how organized they can be on attack. I'm very excited to see what they potentially bring here. I also like, once again, this is kind of what we were seeing from Meep in the last game, is this very objective-oriented util picks. I like Kelpcat, just going to be hiding in close attic with the bandit charges. She's going to be able to be there, the bandit trick, and potentially get this thermite off, because Cinta Negra hasn't encountered a huge amount of anti-wall stuff this whole time. There have maybe been Cade Claws, but they haven't been Cade tricking or bandit tricking, so this could potentially catch Cinta Negra off guard if they aren't prepared for it.
I really love what Cinta Negra is bringing out from the overall attacking lineup. They have both the Bees from Grim to push out the positions of these players, but they also have those EMP charges to get in wall, and on top of that, they have so much utility to burn the defensive utility on the side of Meep. They have that Flores with his drones. He's going to have around 4 explosive drones that's going to be able to clear the utility, but not only that, you also have an IQ to find those bandits, find those Maestro cams, and it's just going to not only give them intel, but aid that Flores in finding exactly where this utility is placed, so he doesn't have to waste a drone just to find out where it is. He doesn't have to use his explosive drones as a regular drone. He can use them knowing exactly where he needs to go with them, and it really goes to show that they just understand what Meep is bringing out. So far, Cross gets the very first pick on to Kelpcat, a very aggressive play by her, and so far we're continuing to see the same exact pressure, the same exact tone we saw from the previous 2 rounds from Cinta Negra girls.
I'm not entirely sure where Koss got the kill from, but I believe it may have been from meeting area, shooting up through the little bit of wooden floor to kill the bandit while the bandit was trying to bandit trick. So you can see, yeah, that floor has been chewed through. So almost certainly a great little play from below to get rid of that bandit. I like the drone play they must have had to know. Bandit's sitting there trying to trick. You stay there and like keep pushing on the wall to make bandit think that there's a trick to go down and I'll go get him. Love what we're seeing there, but it's not going to be as successful as they kind of want it, as all of a sudden Meep are just losing players left and right. What is happening to their defense right now? I'm really impressed with what Cinta Negra are bringing as they just keep pushing in and having these excellent pinches. Ellie is going to put someone into the dirt. That's going to be Demonly out for the count. While Garchomp going to try and work their way up white stairs to potentially pressure this plant from getting half, but the plant will still go down. Window coverage from Koss is great. Koss with an excellent round and 2 major picks here. Last one up is Ellie, low on health, able to find Vanny and almost able to find a second one, but Lindsay is able to escape just by the skin of her teeth there. Really close to having her head taken off, and Lindsay does the little circuit through master bedroom, shuts down Ellie. Some excellent, excellent attacks coming out from Cinta Negra right now.
Cinta Negra have completely stunned Meep. They have gone 3 rounds in a row. That is, I wouldn't say unheard of, but so difficult, not only in this meta, but on Oregon as a map in general. And even when we've seen all the problems from Cinta Negra girls be completely fixed, that intel on the late round, or not even the late round, but when they actually do start to actually engage on that, late site execute, they have the intel. They know exactly where these players, but not only that, once they actually get the bomb down, once they get control of site, they have these great post-plant positions. They have these lines of sight, these crossfires being held. They're not giving up positions. They're not giving me a chance to even have an idea to clutch, even having an idea to retake and take these rounds back from Cinta Negra girls. And it really just goes to show how the tone and the overall control of this series has completely shifted. Meep so far, not only have they fallen behind, but they have no answer back. Sure, it ended up in a 1v2, but Cinta Negra girls had every position, had every crossfire, had every player in a position to make sure it was a round win and make sure they had no chance of losing it.
I think you said it in the little pre-game show we did, that this might just be an Oregon where maybe it's attacker-sided. Normally it is defender-sided, but maybe today it's attacker-sided. And that might be what we see. Meep looks really good on attack last map. Potentially, when they swap over to their attacking side, maybe they're going to look really good on attack here, like Cinta Negra are. And we just have an Oregon that comes down to some really excellent attacking rounds. I would love to see that, because these attacking rounds aren't just this team is winning. It's these teams are doing some really good coordinated stuff. Their intel game is excellent, and they're using their utility in really compelling ways.
Yeah, I think, the word compelling is a really great adjective to just describe exactly what Cinta Negra is doing. Is everything they're bringing to the table, it's adaptive. It's very fluid. It's not one-dimensional. For example, this Twitch, she can entry. She can drone in her entire team out. She can get rid of utility. Each player, sure, they're bringing relatively operators, but they're not letting those operators define how they play these rounds. And because of that, their overall attack has been so fluid, and in turn, it's been so hard for Meep to really read. And now, with not even the first half of the round gone, Meep has been completely pushed down into a bunker defense, and I don't think that's really a choice. I think that's really an answer back to what Cinta Negra girls is bringing back. It's really, I wouldn't say them playing scared, but them playing more cautiously. They don't want to give too many picks. They don't want to give too much utility to Cinta Negra girls, but as I say that, Lindsay just gives her life away to Kelpcat, and because of that, Meep find their very first pick, and while Kelpcat does get the very first pick, she is in a really hard position. She surely should be easily cleared out here if they can just find out exactly where she's playing.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where they know Kelpcat is there, but what are you going to do about a Mossberg at such close range? Well, I know what Kelpcat's going to do. That's a triple kill on the round. An excellent way for Meep to go about tying up this first half of the game. It's all going to be down to cost. Cinta Negra have been good, but have they been 1v5 ace clutch good? I don't know. They can start off with 1. That's Kelpcat getting shut down, so unfortunately for Kelpcat, the 4K isn't in the books for today. But only 45 seconds left. I think it's a foregone conclusion. Koss probably not going to be able to clutch this up, but excellent play there from Kelpcat. Calpcat didn't have an informational advantage over everyone, and Cinta Negra knew that Calpcat was there, but it was essentially just Calpcat being like, I'm going to play this position and die in this position if you are able to get me. But that if is doing a lot of heavy lifting because the Mossberg doesn't make it easy to put me down.
Our prayers have been answered. We've gotten a relatively close game so far, and going into the second half, a 3-3 half, I don't, obviously, we got to give our flowers to Cinta Negra girls. They had a really good attacking half, and, getting 3 rounds on attack on Oregon in this meta, again, I've said it, it's not, uncommon, but it is definitely really hard. But I think this scoreline goes to show more just how both of these teams are so evenly matched, and it took, 3 rounds for Meep to eventually, answer back and eventually adapt. But I think, in that round more, it was just, the lack of, overall coordination on these freezer stairs. Smoke in that position is so powerful, and they just didn't have the utility. Sure, they threw a Ying, but aside from that, they didn't have too much more on this Smoke player. Because of that, she was allowed to just play here. Not only play here, but that one position from Smoke basically decided the entire round and ended the half and even. And going into their defensive half, I want to see Cinta Negra girls continue to adapt. I want to see them use their utility. Sure, they have and continue to put their players in really good and powerful positions to cut off Meep players, but at the end of the day, you still need to use your utility, and they're going to have a whole lot of it on defense.
Locate a bomb.
Seen a pretty similar lineup in terms of who's being brought coming out of Meep. We've seen so much Grim. Grim is very, very meta. The flip-flop from Grim from being, oh, this attacker is dog, to now, oh, this attacker needs to be brought every single time because the pressure that Grim brings is truly great. And, I think some pros were able to see it before Grim got a couple of the buffs, but the buffs certainly have put Grim into the kind of upper echelon for now. But we're also seeing Nomad. We've been seeing quite a bit of Nomad, lots of Twitch, lots of Thatcher, of course, and then lots of Thermite all coming out. So nothing too surprising here in terms of attack. I just really want to see how well Meep stay together and how good they kind of maintain this structure. We can see they're not just opening the wall up yet. They're waiting for people to get in place. They need things to be entirely ready here. I like still what they're doing, but I really want to see where it kind of ends up and how good, how structured they look towards the later part of this round.
And so far, what Cinta Negra has set up on this defensive hold is they're not having that heavy roam presence. They're not having that heavy out-of-sight presence, aside from this one position in Trophy. Garchomp eventually getting the very first pick onto the knees. But the thing is, Cinta Negra girls right now, they're just holding these, slightly extended holds out of sight, and they're forcing Meep to play in these holds. They have really powerful, strong lines of sight, and they're basically saying to Meep, okay, you can take, everything out of the map. You can take all the map control you want. But eventually you're going to have to play into our lines of sight. You're going to have to play into our positions. And sure, they've been giving up a lot of map control, but they're continuing to have a really strong hold on this defense. In that C4, it does eventually net one, and eventually a trade back and even it out to a 4-4 into our last minute of this round.
Pretty big pick, yeah. Evening it out, like you said. Koss almost having a little moment there, just like the last round, where that shotgun playing real close can be real deadly, but that shotgun lives to fight another day. That C4 granting him a little bit of immunity, not as much coverage from that master balcony as there could have been, as it claims one of the attackers. Things stalling out a little bit for Meep. They're trying to make sure they have all their ducks in a row, have everything in order, but these Meep jammers are just making it difficult. They can't just push in here. Well, as I say that, Armini's able to push into part of it, but you have to get out of there. How much damage is that Razor Bloom going to do? It's going to do well over enough. Jackie's Razor Bloom has a big impact there, but trades going back and forth either way. Still keeping things competitive, but Meep down in man count. The trade out from Calpcat is going to even things out. Garchomp isn't in the map yet, and we're down to 25 seconds. HP is about even with both Koss and Calpcat having taken a lot of damage, and then Garchomp and Jackie on full health. So it's fairly even in terms of who's who, and even that engagement. They're both about half health right now, but as time tricks down, it's going to be a lot harder for Meep. But as I say that, they find one, they can't find the second one, but the trade there is good. Calpcat is just stuck on him like that. Pretty well played, but a little hectic, a little crazy, and not nearly as structured as I think you would like the win to be. It was coming down to the final second and the final player there.
Oh yeah, with that actual kid's bedroom rotate being reinforced, not only did that force that attic player to swing into that single doorway, but it just made both of those attackers, both in attic and window, just even more disconnected. I really like this play from Kaz here. We're seeing her just play this power position. Sure, she's being droned out. They know exactly where she is now, but she continues to just hold this. Not only that, but she throws out the C4. She does swing that, puts her gun down. It is a gamble, but it does eventually net her a kill. And with this Thorn here, I can't even really blame her, because that, when Thorn very first came out, whenever her gadget was white on the indicator, it would mean that you were safe. But for some reason they changed it to the point where red doesn't mean you're only going to die, white also means you can die. So just being tricked a little bit there. Very unlucky play, but nonetheless, Meep able to eventually take that round back and find their very first round on attack. And we continue to see the common theme that Meep is really strong, and not only really strong, but really coordinated, even when they are on that defense, even when they are disconnected on the actual site execute, they find a way to play coordinated, they find a way to find both of each other and double up on that last player. And I really like that, because it really shows that Meep is continuing to play their game. They're not being forced to play Cinta Negra's game.
But it could be pretty close to them being forced to play Cinta Negra's game if that 1v1 goes a separate way. Cinta Negra are still keeping it pretty competitive in spite of Meep's pretty solid attacking performance. So it's just a matter of, can Meep, and was it a fluke when they won that last round? It got so close and it didn't really look like they were in full control of it, or are they going to be able to consistently replicate it? Are we going to see them start to walk off of some of these attacking rounds? Right now, this is looking like a very attacker-sided Oregon all of a sudden. So I wouldn't be very surprised if we just see Meep start to do some really impressive stuff and continuously have the ability to pinch and find these people who are potentially playing a little bit off-site, do damage to them, push them back, have great rotate setup, and overall really good util play. Because that's what they've been bringing on their attacks, and if they continue that, they probably walk away with the win here.
Cinta Negra girls opting to go to the exact same site of kids' bedroom and dorms that they just played. They realized that they just lost that round solely due to, a 1v1 or a 2v2 rather. Just that could have been played differently. They realized that their overall defensive hold was really good. They could go there again and be relatively safe. And we've seen a relatively exact similar round with both engagements going to both teams relatively being even. Sure, Garchomp does take a lot of damage from her initial engagement, but she does run out with a kill. Not only a kill, but that Thorn. All of her utility is going to be gone, but Thatcher's utility being gone is going to be so much more dire for that attack. But at the end of the day, it's going to be up to me to find these last couple of defenders. They're clearing these positions relatively good, but they haven't been able to actually find a good hold on this. You have these players like you wedged in. So sure, even if they do try and take trophies, you're still going to have that attic position. You're still going to have that master position that they're now taking. And it does really look like, compared to last round, that Meep is being able to clear these positions relatively more slowly, but it doesn't matter because Adrilli gets a second pick on the cost, and now Demonly also low on health. Cinta Negra girls in a relatively bad position going into the last 30 seconds.
That low health from Demonly being punished by Armini, but the trade back onto Adriella is good. VNX gets one, a second one being followed up by Lindsay. That's pretty good to get things to a 2v2. Now they just have to watch where these people are coming in, but there's really no information coming in for the side of Cinta Negra, but they are able to at least find Planter. It's going to be all down to Ellie, who has to find two now. Potentially find one, but there is someone just watching from behind. It's VNX to just shut him down, and it just looked like there that Cinta Negra were playing pretty reflexively and just responding to whatever Meep were bringing, and that Meep didn't have enough to completely overpower any of those really tough to remove positions that Cinta Negra were entrenched in. And so Cinta Negra just stayed there. They just moved around if they needed to, but Meep never were able to take enough control.
Yeah, and I think one thing that they could have done that could have solved that problem, or not even really solved that problem, but it could have made them a little bit easier going into that last couple of seconds, is they could have had a vertical play. Not even just a buck. You could have an Ashe, just shooting below, or maybe even using one of her Ashe charges, but that overall vertical play from below would have made it easier to push out these power positions from these defenders. But at the end of that round, Cinta Negra girls, as I said before, realizing that their overall idea of what they wanted to bring to that site worked. And yet again, it ended in a 2v2, that time going to the way of Cinta Negra girls. And I say this time and time again. In the last 30 seconds, a 2v2, or maybe it'd be a 1v1, it honestly sometimes is a 50-50 scenario. Sometimes the defensive wins, sometimes the attacking win. And in those past 2 rounds, we saw that exact same thing happen. And it really goes to show that Cinta Negra girls, even when they lose rounds, even when they lose momentum, they're still in the game. They don't let it get to their mental too bad, and they still trust their overall idea of what they want to bring to this game on the defense.
Starting shock drone.
Going back down to base, what we're seeing them bunkering up, of course bringing those mirrors to just make it extra difficult for anyone to push in anywhere, be it from laundry side or of course from this blue side here. We're seeing the Twitch drones, at least one of them from Garchomp, unsuccessful in terms of getting that mirror. It's going to get just completely obliterated by the Vector right away. So it's going to be one more Twitch drone for Garchomp to try and find something, but now they're going to protect these mirror windows. Those mirror windows can win you the round when it comes to base because they just give you so much information and easy kills if you can keep them alive. And so they're going to do everything they can to keep those mirror windows alive. But it'd be huge if Garchomp can find one of them. Right now, they're just doing a pretty standard top floor clear. They understand that most of the time in these sort of games, all of the defenders play either in the basement or they'll have one roamer, and we do see that one roamer. It's Lindsay who's going to get shut down excellently by Kelpcat. So the drones spotting him out, move Lindsay away. Kelpcat has the refrag. Costs a lot of Kelpcat's HP, but that's totally worth it because that is the top frag for Cinta Negra taken out. It's also Kiba barriers that are going to generate dead in the pocket and not be able to get used.
Recovered the diffuser.
Now, it is still early in this round, but I think we are starting to see that shift in tone, that shift in control going to the side of Meep. Not only, sure, they did lose the first initial round, but you can see every time they clear out these positions, every time they get the intel, they trust the intel. They don't second guess themselves. They don't say, okay, I just drone this position, but maybe there's a roamer. No, they drone out, they identify there's no roamer here, and they trust the intel. They trust the intel that they're getting from their teammates, and it just goes to show how coordinated they are. And going into this actual site execute, you've now removed not only Lindsay, your top frag, but also those Azami charges are now also going to be gone. You still do have the smoke. You still do have, players like Demon Lee with the C4. She's going to be able to still deny position, still deny the overall attack. But Phoenix and Demon Lee being taken out by Drilla, she just pushes down big tower stairs, and now she's found her way into sight. But it's actually Jackie in this tight corner to position herself to find the pick onto Adrelia, but she's going to need a whole lot more of that. And Neelix is going to be getting the bomb down. Garchomp getting that second kill onto Cross. Jackie does find yet another one, but her position is going to be revealed not only by her gun, but by the bees, and eventually it's Garchomp to shut her down. And as I said in the very start of this round, I think we're starting to see that control shift the way to Meep yet again.
Yeah, we speculated, I think, in the break between us that we might see a 7-4 coming out with Meep taking it. And if Meep keep playing like that, that was a really excellent attacking round from them. I could totally see the 7-4 happening now because they kind of crushed it there. They did their due diligence up top. They cleared everything off. I really liked the note you said about when they have information, they trust it. They don't just drone someone out and then be like, okay, someone's there and not doing anything with it. When they have the information, they're going to do something and at least try and find a way to get rid of an attacker or maybe get some map positioning, and they did just that. They cleared out the roamer really quickly. They started pressuring all the standard parts of the map, but then they just kept getting that information they needed and were able to find the small blind spots in this bunker and shut them down and kind of take the whole thing apart from the inside. And I really liked how they did it. It was a really excellent looking attack, and we're going back to bunker. So Cinta Negra hopefully are going to be bringing something new. It's a fairly similar lineup. We're just going to see if the play style is going to be different. Because Meep's probably going to be bringing a similar sort of push because it worked last time.
Before insertion.
Cinta Negra, yet again, after losing a round on a site they first initially tried, they opt to go right back to it, saying they feel very comfortable. But the difference between this bomb site compared to kids in dorms is that they didn't lose it because they just lost that 2v2, that 1v1. Their overall defensive strategy was just completely dismantled by Meep. And to be fair, Cinta Negra didn't really have too much roam presence. Sure, they had that Azami upstairs, and sure, she did hold that position, but aside from that, they didn't have too much utility or any other players on their defense to actually hold upstairs, and because of that, it was a relatively easy pick for Meep to find, and that eventually they did. So, Cinta Negra going to this exact same site, I don't think they're saying the exact same thing, and I don't think I necessarily agree with it like exactly they did with upstairs in kids and dorms, but nonetheless, they are adapting, they are changing their overall play styles, but the exact same common theme, Adrelia getting the very first pick on Demon Lee, the very first pick going to Meep, yet again, the second round on the exact same site, and it just really looks like Meep is in the driver's seat, control of this round, followed up eventually by Amaran onto Jackie.
Yeah, we've seen really good performance from Driella, who's just been having quite a good game. 9 kills so far. Unfortunately for Demon Lee, who Driella killed just a second ago, Demon Lee's been struggling this one. Only 2 kills, a lot of deaths, and once again, Demon Lee is on one of those operators like mine that has utility that generates over time. Part of what you want to do with those characters is stay alive because you can then output more utility. Adriel going in with her another one. Just multiple kills every single time pushing into sight. At some point, Cinta Negra have to learn that the way they're holding the site isn't working. They are able to answer back for 2. That's Vinix getting 2. That could potentially be enough to stop it. They still have plenty of time, though, for Meep to reorganize and restructure and figure out how they want to do this. Because you look at Vinix, you look at Toss, they're both on full health. They don't have much utility left. Well, they have little to zero utility left in their pockets. But full health, some good guns, they can certainly make this work because they still have control of sight. But Meep aren't going to rush right in just because they lost a few bodies. They're slowing down a little bit. They're droning out. They're all stacking up on one side of the map. I like what they're doing, and they're starting to pressure. Coming from this E-box side, they're going to pop into B, pop right by it, and start planting. They have this softball open. They can have help cover from the long hallway. Garchomp also has a secondary coverage and can swing on that soft roll to anyone that tries to come around the corner. Armini easily gets the plant down, gun up. Armini and then play close in the corner. Attackers gonna have to be Phoenix winning out some big picks. It's not gonna go that way. Armini can swing from inside E-box, get the pick. Toss is the last one left, and ultimately it doesn't go the way of Cinta Negra, who almost were able to clutch it up. They had some pretty impressive starts to a clutch there, but I really enjoy how they realize, okay, we can't afford to throw this. We need to organize. We have 3 people left. We still have man advantage. Push from one side, stay together, cover each other's flanks, get that plant down, play organized, play objective, and it worked out really well for them.
Yeah, as I said earlier in that round, sure, they, did go back-to-back, opting to go to a site they just lost when they were in kids' dorms, but that time around, it just wasn't the same tone. It wasn't the same feeling, because the round they lost initially before the round we just watched was completely in the control of Meep. Meep not only had control, but they had a complete understanding of where Cinta Negra was playing and, what they were trying to throw at them. And going back to last round, sure, Cinta Negra almost clawed back, put themselves in a 3v2 position. Even after losing those 2 players, Meep were still in control. They still knew exactly where to play. Not only that, but they still had complete control of Big Tower Stairs side and over on, Blue Bunker side. And, Smoke's utility being wasted out. Not only did they not have the positions for Cinta Negra, but they also didn't have the utility to push back Meep in time. And, Meep relatively having a really quick clear that also gave them all the time they needed in night site execution. So, Cinta Negra girls, after losing basement, opting not to go to the tertiary bomb sites on, the kitchen or meeting, they're going to go back up to kids in dorms, hoping to replicate the very and only round win on their defensive half.
Now with Meep on match point now. Now Cinta Negra, they're not trailing too far behind. It's not mentally incredibly daunting of a task to come back, but it's still, this is a close game. Close games can kind of start to wear you out, and Meep are starting to run away with it a little bit, and they have the momentum. They certainly have the mental on their side, and if they just keep doing what they've been doing, I can easily see this one being done here and now. 7-4, like we said. I don't want to Caster's curse it or anything, because I want the game to just play out naturally, but Meep have really turned on the Jets when it came to their attacking. I think it's what we said. This is really coming out to be a attacker-sided Oregon, with structure and aggression from the attackers really winning it out over the defense, and the defense just not being able to react in time. But that's a good thing to start off. We talked about Demon Lee not being able to find a whole lot, but that's a pick going on Demon Lee, shutting down Ellie. That's a great way to start things off for them. But Ellie isn't the most utilitarian of operators. Ash, those charges are certainly good, but at least it's not something as vital as your Thermite or your Thatcher. Still, nonetheless, it is man count down for me.
Yeah, that ACOG being added onto Frost just does wonder. You know, obviously, you know, a site can only change so much, but for Frost, adding that ACOG just does so much. But it's not the ACOG that won that gunfight. It was Demon Lee's position and her ability to find out that player onto Ellie. Ellie just getting a little bit too over-aggressive, and not only did Demon Lee punish that, but she's able to position herself over, down, and meeting, and now she's going to be able to retake if she so chooses. But yet again, it's going to be cost in this very powerful position in walk-in closet. It's only going to be Thermite on this balcony, but we'll have a player over by top stairs that's going to be able to flank. That Nomad jab will not matter because Demon Lee, as I said before, choosing to go up those stairs, choosing to get the retake in the flank, and because of that, she has yet again, for the second kill, stunted this attack. She has had relatively a very slow and relatively quiet map, but this round, she's making all the noise for Cinta Negra girls.
Yeah, a really great individual performance to potentially win out the round, and the shotgun not working out. Armini gonna defeat Koss, almost getting chewed through the wall there. Demon Lee in Armory, firing through that soft wall, but not gonna be able to find the kill onto Armini. It's gonna have to come down. Do they know exactly where Demon Lee is now, but do they know where Jackie is? Jackie can kind of play spoiler here. Demon Lee on flank as usual, but gets shut down by Kelpcat. They know exactly where Jackie is. Garchomp with the finisher, and that is the attackers winning it out in pretty much all of Oregon. It goes the way of Meep, 7-4. Like we said, it was a close game, some really exciting stuff, good individual performances, but ultimately some really, really astounding attacks from both teams. I want to give credit to Cinta Negra. We were kind of doubting them going in because of how good Meep had just done in their previous match, but Cinta Negra's attacks looked really convincing. If anything, it was the defenses that need work, which I think it's a lot easier to improve your defenses than it is to improve your attacks, so that's big credit to Cinta Negra.
Yeah, you know, and that almost was a round win for Cinta Negra. Demon Lee going huge with those two first initial picks, even getting a flank. But the problem was they didn't have that overall fallback positioning on site. And because they identified that Frost was roaming upstairs, they identified there was only 2 players on site and they could take a 3v2 on site. And because of that, they just kind of boxed out Demon Lee. And yet again, we're continuing to see Meep not only be a really good top 4 team, which they are now top 4, top 3 actually, but they are probably going into our 4th play day, one of the best attacking teams we have in this tournament.
Yeah, and really impressive stuff. I look forward to seeing Meep in later play days because, you know, they look exceptional. Attacking is so difficult right now, and they just aren't winning them out. They are winning them out with really good structure, really good strategy, and a very exciting team to watch. We will be sure to watch more of them because while we are done for today, this is the last match for today, Project Harmony is far from done. We've got a lot more play days. We're not even done with the group stage yet, so we'll be back next weekend. But that's it for me. Thank you all for watching. Goose, you have anything else to say?
You know, it's just really great, support the women in, R6, and they continue to show that they can be so entertaining and so good. And going into, we're seeing this top 4 not being solidified. There's so many teams, the points, the round differential is so close. So going into our playoffs and just going into the later play days, it's going to be so close. And you can't really say, a certain set of teams are going to qualify for playoffs. It just continue to be great. Nonetheless, just great Siege to watch.
Great Siege indeed. I'm really happy with how that last game turned out. Happy with the whole day, and I'm hopefully going to be watching for some great games coming up next week. Do not go anywhere that weekend. Mark it in your calendars. There's more Project Harmony for us to watch, because I certainly will be doing it. That's what I'm going to be doing. But I've had a great time, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your night. Thank you for watching. We had some great games, and I'll see you later.
seconds remaining. Attacker's bomb has been dropped. EMP incoming. Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers activating diffuser.
Reloading!
I'm reloading.
Attackers are activating the diffuser. Attackers have removed their diffuser. 15 seconds to go. 10 seconds remaining. Attackers dropped the bomb diffuser. 10 seconds left. Attackers will cover the... 5 seconds remaining.
Loading you back.
Bomb diffuser. 15 seconds to go. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. 10 seconds left. Drop the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. 15 seconds to go. seconds left. Drop the bomb. Attackers recover the diffuser. Attackers have located a bomb. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Reloading! Reloading!
Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Deployment! Defense is up!
Diffuser. Seconds remaining.
Tossing a heavy grenade.
Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. 15 seconds.
Reloading!